Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Warrior Heir by Cinda Williams Chima, narrated by Robert Ramirez.
Prologue. Old Stories. Colton County, Ohio, June, 1870. The scent of wood smoke and roses always took him back there, to the boy he was and would never be again. The roses came for them during his 10th summer. In those days, Lee was slight of build, though his father always said his big hands and feet predicted height and broad shoulders when he was grown. He was the youngest, a little spoiled, the only one of 4 children to display the telltale signs of a wizard's stone. His parents complained that it took him 2 days to do a day's worth of work. Not lazy exactly, but largely inefficient. They had been back only a fortnight after a month on the run. It was a mistake to come back. Lee knew that afterward. But his father was a farmer, and a farmer can't afford to stay out of the fields too long during the growing season. Besides, the Rose's previous attacks had been hit-or-miss affairs. They would sweep through the village on the river, search the outlying farms, and then disappear. Sometimes for as long as a year. Bandits, their neighbors called them, and speculated that they'd been soldiers in the recent War of the Rebellion. Only 7 years before, Confederate General John Morgan had led his raiders through these southern Ohio hills. Lee's family knew better, knew what these raiders were looking for and why. The Roses had followed the lineages west from the port cities in the east. They hunted the descendants of the Silver Bear, harvesting the gifted for the trade. His brother Jamie had been taken when Lee was just a baby, while they still lived in Pennsylvania. Jamie had been an enchanter. Lee didn't really remember him, but they always burned a beeswax candle for him on the holidays. Lee was just happy to be home, back in those green, blunted hills, tailor-made for a dreamer. On that fateful day, he had left the house early in order to avoid any chores that might be assigned. He'd spent the morning on the riverbank, and the product of it was a stringer of catfish that he planned to offer up for supper. He ambled back along the road that led up to the house, just 2 wagon ruts, really, detouring whenever something caught his interest. As he drew closer to home, he caught a strong scent of wood smoke. It was odd, because it was summertime, and the stone fireplaces and wood stoves that heated the house had not been in use since April. Perhaps his father was clearing land or burning off brush. If so, Lee should have been home to help. From the angle of the sun, he knew he was already late for the midday meal. His mother would be in a fine state about it. It was then that he saw a dark column of smoke climbing into the sky through the tops of the trees up ahead. From the location, he knew it must be coming from the home yard. Perhaps the kitchen had caught fire. He broke into a run, the fish swinging awkwardly at his side. As it turned out, it was the kitchen, and the barn and the garden shed. They were all ablaze, wood and thatch buildings, ready-made for burning, and half devoured already. The main house, though, was stone, with a slate roof, and so more resistant. His father had teased the stones for it, out of the surrounding hills. A fine house for that part of the world, and perhaps that was why it had drawn attention. Lee stood in the fringes of the forest, unsure what to do. The fish slid unnoticed from his fingers. Why was no one fighting the fire, pumping water from the well, passing buckets, and soaking down the wood that had not yet caught? He scanned the yard. No one was there, not his father nor his brother, not anyone. Keeping within the shelter of the woods, he circled around to the back of the house, knowing the hedges and walls that quilted the gardens would give him cover. His father had come over from the old world, and he was proud of those gardens. They were civilized, hemmed in by stone, like those in their family's ancestral home. Instinct told him to stay hidden. He crouched, fading into the shadow of the stone wall where it ran near the forest, following it back to the house. The skin on his face tightened from the heat of the kitchen fire as he slipped past it, through the vegetable garden, to the back door of the house. The door was standing partly ajar. He pushed it wide open. It was a mess inside. Clearly, his family had been at the table when the attack came. Had he returned on time, he would have been among them. Food lay scattered, ground into the floor, bread and pieces of fruit and the small cinnamon tarts that Martin liked so well. The furniture had been chopped to pieces and set ablaze like kindling. Tables were overturned, crockery shattered against the wall. Someone was either very angry or wanted to make a point. Lee circled around the shards of glass on the floor, aware of his bare feet. He crept farther into the house, barely breathing, keeping flat to the wall, his ears straining for any clue that would tell him the intruders were still inside. As he moved toward the great hall, he became aware of a sound, a rhythmic banging. It grew louder as he drew closer to the front of the house. As he slid his hand along the wall, he encountered something wet. Bringing his hand close to his face, he caught the metallic scent of blood. Blood was splashed all over the floors and walls. Dark red puddles were congealing between the stones and the floor. His heart clamored in his chest. He had to fight to get his breath, but he forced himself to go on. A body lay in the doorway to the hall. A man dressed too fine to be local, in a waistcoat and a silk shirt and cravat, not homespun like Lee's. He looked middle-aged, but was probably much older. A man who carried no obvious weapons and needed none. A wizard, it must be. Lee's brother, Martin, lay face down just beyond the doorway, his body nearly torn in two. Most of the blood must have been his. He was 10 years older, big and broad-shouldered, known as a hard worker, practical, not a dreamer like Lee. Anawir. No magic in him. No match for wizards. Martin. Lee's lips formed the word, but he had no breath to make a sound. Lee crept into the room, feeling the tacky blood under his toes. There were the bodies of 2 more wizards, and then he saw his father, sprawled across the hearth, his legs in the fireplace, as if he'd been thrown there. His father, who told him stories of castles and manor houses across the ocean, who could steal fire out of the air with his fingers and spin shields out of sunlight, who called him Wizard Heir and had begun to teach him the charms that would shape magic to his use, who had been powerful enough and smart enough to protect them from anything. Until now. Lee fell to his knees retching and lost what little remained of his breakfast. Then he heard the noise again, the banging sound. His mother was huddled in her rocking chair next to the fireplace, her knitting on her lap. The sound he'd heard was the slam of the rocker against the wall. Now that he was closer, he could hear her knitting needles, clicking together in a businesslike fashion. But she had picked up no stitches. Although she had yarn in her basket and on her lap, she was knitting nothing. "Mama?" he whispered, drawing close to her, looking warily over his shoulder. "Was it the roses?" She stared into the hearth, where Papa lay cold and broken, rocked and knitted nothing, and said nothing. She didn't have to. He knew it was the roses. Of course it was the roses. Who else would it be? "Are you hurt, Mama?" he said again, a little louder. He wormed his hand into hers, but her fingers didn't close around his, and in her eyes there was a dreadful nothing. He fought back a sob. No crying. He was the man of the family now. "Where's Carrie?" he asked. His sister was not among the bodies on the floor, which made sense because the roses would want Carrie alive. His mother didn't answer. Carrie could be taken, or she could be hiding. If she were taken, they would head south toward the river, and then west to Cincinnati, or east to Portsmouth, where they would catch a boat. If she had been taken, He didn't know what he would do. If she was hiding, he knew where she would be. He left the house the way he'd come in. They called it the root cellar, but it was really a cave that tunneled into the side of a hill some distance from the yard. In the cool, damp space, they stored food, potatoes and turnips and carrots, and dried beans and peas in sacks. The mouth of the cave was covered with red climbing roses and flat white and pink wild roses. They were all in bloom, their fragrance cloying. He parted the thorny canes and stepped inside. "Carrie?" he said softly. "It's me." For a moment, there was nothing, and then a rush of movement in the darkness, and his sister wound her arms around him, whispering, "Lee, why did you come here? It's too dangerous. You should have run away when you saw they'd come back." "Carrie, they killed Papa and Martin, and there's something wrong with Mama. She won't talk to me." The words tumbled over each other, louder than he intended. Carrie sucked in her breath and pulled him tight against her, so the rest of what he had to say was spoken into her shoulder. She murmured soothing words to him, but not for long. Her back straightened, and her hands traveled down to his elbows. "Listen to me now." She held him out at arm's length. She wore trousers and a rough woven shirt, her knife belted at her waist. Their mother hated to see Carrie dress like a man, but sometimes she did anyway. "You're going to have to be very brave," she said. "Don't worry," he said, standing up a little straighter, trying to make his voice deeper, like Martin's. "Papa taught me how to protect you against the wizards." She swallowed hard. "Silly, you are a wizard. You are going to have to be brave enough to go for help." He tried to interrupt, but she went on. "I want you to head straight south to the river and follow it to town. Stay under cover and away from the roads. When you see someone you know, tell them what happened and ask them to send help for Mama." "Aren't you coming with me?" He felt lonely already. He tried not to think about Martin or his father, because he knew the tears would come again. "I'm going away for a while," she replied. "It's too dangerous for me to stay with you and Mama. The Roses are looking for warriors, not wizards or Anawir. They'll leave you alone if I'm not around." Seeing his expression, she hurried on. "I'll come back when it's safe." Lee thought of his mother, silent and scary in the house. He knew it was wrong, but he didn't want to go back there alone. "Take me with you, Carrie, please." Carrie shook her head. She was practically an adult, yet tears were streaming down her cheeks. "You have to stay, Lee. Mama is Anawir. She needs someone to look after her." "Oh, all right," he said petulantly, not wanting her to know how frightened he was. He might as well get started, since he would be taking the long way to town. He raked the roses aside again, sticking himself in the process, and stepped out into the broken sunlight and into the arms of the wizards who waited there. "Carrie!" he screamed. Hands grabbed him, holding him tight, lifting him away from the mouth of the cave. He struggled and kicked, slamming his elbow into someone's face, feeling the cartilage give way, followed by the rush of hot blood. He twisted his body, but he couldn't get free. There were too many, a half-dozen of them, strangers with bearded faces, dressed for Sunday, like the dead wizard in the hall. Lee didn't know any attack charms, really, but he could find fire, so he plucked it out of the air and sent it spiraling into the men around him. There was more cursing, and then they threw him to the ground. The wizard with the bloody nose pointed at Lee, muttering a charm. An awful cold went through him, and he went limp. The wizard slid his hands under Lee's arms, hauled him upright and held him there, his feet off the ground, dangling like a puppet. "Call her out," the bloody-nosed wizard commanded, and flamed him with his hot hands. Lee's muscles seized, and he screamed. He couldn't help it, but then he clamped his mouth shut stubbornly. "We haven't got all day. The White Rose is right behind us. The wizard released power into him again, like hot molten metal running into his veins, but Lee was ready this time. He sucked in his breath, but didn't make a sound. "Come out or we'll snap the boy's neck," Bloody Nose shouted. The roses that obscured the mouth of the cave trembled, dropping petals as they were thrust aside. Carrie emerged into the sunlight in a half-crouch, knife in hand. Seeing Lee in the hands of the wizards, she straightened and let the knife drop to the ground. Bloody Nose gave Lee a triumphant shake. "You led us right to her." Carrie dropped to her knees and bowed her head. "Please, my lords, I'll come with you. Only let my brother go." Lee tried to speak, to tell Carrie to get up off her knees, that they would fight the wizards together. "Carrie, don't!" His protest became a scream of pain as Bloody Nose sent flames into him. "Wiley, enough." This from a gray-haired wizard with a seamed face seemed to be in charge. "Bring the reader." Wiley tossed Lee aside as though he weighed nothing. Then he fumbled in a pouch at his waist. He produced a silver cone and handed it to the leader. Two wizards moved to either side of Carrie, grasping her arms and lifting her to her feet. The leader yanked her shirt free of her trousers and thrust the cone up against the skin of her chest. Carrie flinched, but looked to one side and said nothing. After a moment, he nodded and withdrew his hand. "There is a warrior stone," he said in an old-world accent. Satisfied, he returned the cone to Wiley. "God knows we've paid a price for it. Let's get her out of here before the White Rose catches up to us." The wizards brought their horses forward and began to mount up while their leader bound Carrie's hands in front of her with a silver chain. Wiley slammed Lee down against the trunk of a dead tree. The wizard knelt beside him and pushed his chin back and placed his fingertips against his throat. Lee looked into the flat gray eyes and knew he was about to die. The leader noticed. "Let the boy be, Wiley," he said gruffly, pulling on his riding gloves. Wiley looked up. "He's a witness. We killed a wizard, and if word of that gets back to the council—" "There's 3 dead on our side as well," the leader pointed out. "If the boy's father had stayed with his own kind, he'd still be alive. This is a child. Let's not make matters worse. You're not the one who did the killing. This one may be a wizard, but he's of mixed blood." Wiley's lips tightened in disgust. "Wizards, warriors, sorcerers, even Anna Weir commingling as equals. It's unnatural." "Perhaps they're on to something," the leader gestured toward Carrie. "At least the girl's healthy, which is more than I can say for the warriors at home." Wiley's fingers still pressed against Lee's throat. Lee could feel the power in them, a faint vibration against his skin. "I told you to leave him be," the leader said. "We've lingered too long already." Wiley finally stood and moved away, looking for his mount. Carrie had been lifted onto one of the horses. She stared straight ahead, her mouth in a tight line, spots of bright color in her cheeks. The leader took the reins of her horse and then mounted his own. He pointed at Lee, disabling the charm that had been laid on him, but Lee just lay there, afraid to move, knowing finally, and for true, that he was at heart a coward. And then it happened. A bolt of light blazed through the trees, blue-white and deadly, trailing flaming stars, like the fireworks Lee had seen once in Cincinnati. The air crackled with electricity, and even at a distance his hair stood on end. The blast struck its target dead on, and for a moment Carrie and the horse beneath her were outlined in flames, like some heavenly bodies that had passed before the sun. There was a shimmer in the air, a kind of visual vibration, and then they were gone. Horse and rider vaporized, as if they had never existed. "It's the White Rose!" one of the wizards shouted. Turning his horse, he charged through the trees. The other wizards wheeled their horses and followed, screaming in rage. But the White Rose had done what it came to do, and was in full retreat. In a matter of minutes, the horses and riders were gone. Dust settled slowly through the shafts of sunlight, and the clearing was quiet, save the sound of the wind moving the branches overhead. By the time darkness had fallen, Lee was already miles away, sitting cross-legged on the riverbank. When the moon finally cleared the trees, it shone on the Ohio, which ran like a silver ribbon in both directions. Across the river lay Kentucky, a mysterious darkness pierced by the lights of scattered settlements. "I won't be a bear any longer," he said to himself. He would be fiercer, more invincible. "From now on, I'm a dragon." Before he continued on, he took his sister's knife and wrote something in the soft mud at the water's edge, wrote it in order to fix it in his mind. The word was Wiley. Trinity, Ohio, more than 100 years later. The baby awakened when Jessamine uncovered him. She thought he might cry, but he only gazed at her solemnly, with bright blue eyes, while she opened his shirt and examined the incision. Still a little red and puffy at the edges, but no sign of infection. Perfect. She'd half expected that the procedure would kill him, but he seemed to be thriving. Only a month post-op, her patient had gained weight, his color was good, pulse and respiration normal. No reason he couldn't travel. None at all. She snapped the baby's shirt closed, feeling pleased with herself. Those fools at the hospital had been difficult about everything. Her methods, that she'd brought her own people to assist, that she wouldn't let them observe the procedure. Idiots. Perhaps she should have allowed a few of them into the operating theater. It might have been worth it to see their faces before she wiped their minds clean. Of course, it would be years before she would see how the experiment played out. Considerable time invested if it failed, but much to be gained if it succeeded. Perhaps an end to the shortage of warriors, an unlimited supply of fodder for the game. Final victory to the White Rose. She glanced around the nursery. It was full of baby things, more paraphernalia than she could possibly carry. She could always buy more when they reached their destination. What would a baby need to travel? Diapers and clothes, a seat to travel in. What would he eat? Formula? She shrugged. Pediatrics was not her specialty. She found a large bag on the floor of the closet that already held diapers and a box of wipes. No bottles, though. She yanked open a dresser drawer and found layers of tiny clothes. She shoved some of the clothes into the bag, which was decorated with elephants and giraffes in primary colors. Jessamine frowned and ran her hands over her elegant suit, swept a curtain of dark hair away from her face. She did not relish the idea of walking around with a diaper bag on her shoulder and a baby on her hip. She should have hired someone to take charge of the brat from the start. She pulled a plastic infant seat from the closet and set it on the floor next to the crib. The catch resisted when she tried to lower the side, so she stretched over awkwardly and scooped the baby from the mattress. She laid him in the seat and began fussing with the straps. How does one go about finding a nanny? She had no idea. "What are you doing here?" Jessamine jumped. The enchanter, Linda Downey, stood in the doorway. She was just a child, really, barefoot in jeans and a t-shirt. Linda was the baby's aunt, Jessamine recalled, not his Anna Weir mother. Good. Not that it would have mattered, but she preferred to avoid a scene. Jessamine stood, leaving the baby in the seat and the straps in a tangle. "I didn't know anyone was home," she said, instead of answering the question. Linda tilted her head. She was a pretty thing, with long dark hair woven into a thick braid. She moved with a careless grace that Jessamine envied, but then, if Jess had to choose one gift over another, she would always choose her own. "Of course there's someone home," the girl said, in the insolent way of teenagers. "You don't leave a baby by itself." At least the sudden and awkward appearance of the enchanter solved one problem. "I'm glad you're here," Jessamine said imperiously, with a sweep of her elegant hand. "I need you to pack up some things for him. Enough for a few days, anyway. Food, clothes, and so forth." "Why? Where do you think you're taking him?" Jessamine sighed, flexed her fingers with their long, painted nails. "If you must know, I'm taking him back with me." "What?" It came out almost as a shriek, and the baby threw out its arms, startled. Linda took a step forward. "What do you mean?" "I'm taking him back to England with me. Don't worry," she added. "He'll be well cared for. I just can't afford to leave him lying about." "What are you talking about?" Linda demanded. "Since the surgery, he has appreciated in value," Jessamine said calmly. Linda knelt by the car seat, looking the boy over as if she could discover something through close examination. She extended a finger, and the baby grabbed onto it. She looked up at Jessamine. "What did you do to him?" "He needed a stone, and I gave him one. A miracle. Something no one has ever done before. I saved his life." She smiled, turning her palms upward. "Only now, he's Weirland." "A warrior?" It came out as a whisper. "No, I told you. He's a wizard. He needed a wizard's stone." Linda shook her head as she said it, as if by denying it, she could change things. "It's all in his Weir book. He's a wizard," she repeated bleakly. Jessamine smiled. "Not anymore, if he ever was. Be reasonable. A wizard's stone is hard to come by. Wizards live almost forever. But warriors die young, don't they?" The last part was intentionally cruel. Now the enchanter stood, her hands balled into fists. "I should have known better than to trust a wizard." Jessamine drew herself up. She was losing patience with this scrap of a girl. "You didn't have much of a choice, did you? If it weren't for me, he'd be dead by now. I'm not in the business of providing charity care. I did it because I intend to play him in the game. And I think you'd better remember to whom you're speaking, and I hope I don't lose my temper." Linda took a deep breath, let it out with a shudder. "What am I supposed to tell Becca?" "I don't care what you tell her. Tell her it died. The Annawir and what they thought were of no consequence." "But why do you have to take him now? He can't play in a tournament until he's grown." The girl's voice softened, grew persuasive. Jessamine felt a gentle pressure, the touch of the enchanter's power. "He's alive, but how do you know he'll manifest? And what will you do with him in the meantime?" Jessamine shrugged. "Perhaps I'll bring you along to watch him," she said. "In a year or two, you can go to the trade." The girl would bring a pretty price, too, if Jess was any judge. Enchanters and warriors were both hard to come by. Linda took a step back. "You wouldn't." "Then don't try your enchanter's tricks with me. I've spent quite a bit of time on him already. I intend to keep an eye on my investment while he's growing up." "If he grows up. If someone else doesn't get to him first." Linda extended her hands in appeal. "Everyone knows you are procurer of warriors for the White Rose. How long do you think he'll last if he's with you?" The girl had a point. The stone Jess had used on the boy had come from a 17-year-old warrior, her last prospect. A girl who would never play in a tournament. She'd been butchered by agents of the Red Rose when they'd been unable to steal her away. Illegal, but then rules relating to the Anna Wizard Weir were made to be broken. I assume you have a suggestion? Let his parents raise him. Come back and get him later. The baby scrunched up his eyes and let out a screech, his face turning an angry blue-red. Unfathomable creatures, babies, Jessamine thought. Unfathomable and unpredictable and messy. He might be hard to handle later on if he's not raised to it, Jessamine said. Linda lifted her eyebrows. You're saying a wizard can't manage a warrior? Jessamine nodded, conceding the point. What if someone else takes him to play? In Trinity? No one will ever look for him here. It's perfect. You're a healer surgeon. Suppress him so he won't stand out. Linda sat down next to the baby, smoothing down his fringe of red gold hair. You can easily keep watch on him. His parents are Anna Weir. They can be managed well enough. Tell them you need to see him on a regular basis. Becca will do whatever you ask. You saved her son's life. Jessamine had to admit, the enchanter's suggestion was appealing. It would be years before this boy could be put to use, and he would be nothing but trouble in the meantime. This way, she could keep the warrior brat out of harm's way and out of her hair until he was old enough for training. She looked into the enchanter's blue and gold eyes. What about you? Are you manageable? Are you going to be able to give him up when the time comes? Linda looked down at the baby. As you said, I don't have much of a choice, do I? Chapter 1. The Flying Lobeck. Jack! His mother's voice cut into his dreams, and he reluctantly opened his eyes. It was late, he could tell. The light had lost the early morning watercolor quality and streamed boldly through the window. He'd stayed up too late the night before, stargazing. It was the night of the new moon, and some of the key constellations hadn't slid over the horizon until after midnight. Coming, he shouted. Almost ready. He lied, as his feet hit the wood floor. His jeans lay in a heap next to the bed, where he'd stepped out of them the night before. He jerked them on, pulled a fresh t-shirt from the drawer, and threw a pair of socks over his shoulder. Jack careened around the corner into the bathroom. No time for a shower. He washed his face, wet his fingers, and ran them through his hair. Jack! His mother's voice had a warning note. Jack leaped down the back stairs and into the kitchen. His mom had granola and orange juice waiting for him. She must have been distracted because she had also poured him a cup of coffee. She'd left her muesli unfinished and was sorting through a stack of papers. That was Becca. His mother was a woman of 1,000 passions. Although she had a PhD in medieval literature and a law degree, she had difficulty managing the household economy. Things like school schedules, lunch money, and getting the library books back on time. Jack had taken on the task of organizing both himself and his mother from an early age. Becca looked at her watch and groaned. I've got to get dressed. I'm supposed to be at a meeting in an hour. She shoved a large blue bottle across the table toward him. Don't forget to take your medicine. She thrust her papers into a large portfolio. I'll be at the library all morning and in court this afternoon. Don't forget I have soccer tryouts after school, Jack said, in case you get home first. His mother was a worrier. She always said it was because he'd almost died when he was a baby. Personally, Jack thought such things were hardwired. Some people always worried, and others never did. He supposed his father fell into the latter category. Maybe it was hard to worry from 3 states away. Soccer tryouts, Becca repeated solemnly, as if to fix it in her mind. Then she raced up the stairs. Someone pounded at the side door. Jack looked up, surprised. "Hey, Will, you're early." It was Will Childers, stooping to peer through the screen. Although Jack was tall, Will towered over him, and he was built solidly enough to play tackle on the varsity football team. His trumpet case looked like a toy next to him. "Jack, we gotta move. We've got jazz band practice this morning for the concert next week." Jack slapped his forehead and carried his cereal bowl to the sink. Pushing his feet into his shoes without untying them, he grabbed the book bag waiting by the door. Fortunately, his saxophone was at school. "School starts early enough in the day as it is," he grumbled as he followed Will down the street at a trot. They cut across the grassy square and threaded their way between the classic sandstone buildings of the college. Trinity was a postcard Midwest college town, its streets lined with stately Victorian homes and ancient oaks and maples. Full of people who could recite every sin Jack had ever committed. He'd lived there all his life. Thanks to Will, they were only a few minutes late for practice. It wasn't until Jack was seated in homeroom and the first bell had already rung that he realized he had forgotten to take his medicine. What was amazing was that it had never happened before. The perfect record so far was his mother's doing. The medicine was priority one with her. She never forgot. Not once. Not this time either. He was the one who'd messed up. Jack knew the history well enough. Jessamine Longbranch, the famous London heart surgeon, had swept in from overseas to steal him from the jaws of death. She still visited the States once or twice a year and would give Jack a checkup. Her bedside manner left a lot to be desired. He'd strip to the waist and she'd do a brief physical, run her hands over the muscles in his arms and legs and chest, listen to his heart with an unusual cone-shaped stethoscope, check his height and weight and blood pressure, and proclaim him healthy. He always felt like a piece of meat during those meetings with Dr. Longbranch, poked and prodded for fat and bone, interrogated about his exercise habits. Their tenant, Nick, said it was a failing common to surgeons. They preferred to deal with people under anesthesia. Each visit ended with a reminder to take his medicine. Dr. Longbranch always delivered a new supply on her visits, and his mother ordered more from her office in London. The medicine, in the blue bottle, had taken on a kind of talisman quality, the elixir that kept evil away. No one was home to bring it to him, he knew. Becca would be in the library at the university, and then in court, unreachable at both places. His mother didn't carry a cell phone because she was convinced they caused brain tumors. Perhaps he could reach Nick, though, at the house or his apartment. Nick would answer the phone if he was doing handyman work in the house, though he never checked his voicemail. Or maybe Penworthy could be persuaded to let him walk home and get it. It was worth a try. He asked for a hall pass just as the final bell rang. Leotis Penworthy, the Trinity High School principal, was working cleanup in the school lobby, intercepting students who hadn't yet made it into their classrooms and taking names from the unfortunates who still trickled through the front door. Penworthy wore ankle-length pants and a powder blue polyester sports jacket that was 3 sizes too small. His stomach poured over a belt hidden somewhere beneath. His face was always flushed, as if the constriction at his waist had forced the blood upward into his temples. "Mr. Fitch," he crowed, collaring a boy who was trying to slip past him. "Do you know what time it is?" It was a comical matchup. Fitch's clothes were a chaotic mix of Goodwill bargains and oversized military surplus chic, sleeves rolled to fit, pants belted to keep them from sliding down his slender frame. His pale hair was bleached white at the tips, and he wore 3 earrings in one ear. "Sorry, Mr. Penworthy," Fitch said. He glanced up at Jack, over Penworthy's shoulder, then looked back at the floor. The corners of his mouth twitched, but his voice was solemn. "I had some updates to do online this morning, and I guess I lost track of time." Fitch was webmaster for the school's site and unofficial systems administrator for the high school, a cheap source of high-grade technical expertise. Don't think you can use the website as an excuse, mister. We gave you that computer so you could do the work on your own time. Harmon Fitch had run late for a lifetime. His mother worked nights, and Fitch had 4 younger brothers and sisters to get on the bus. Mr. Penworthy, Jack broke in. Excuse me, I forgot something at home and wondered if I could go get it. He kept his tone neutral. The principal turned his attention to Jack. Penworthy despised him, an opinion he communicated in 100 different ways. Mr. Swift, Penworthy said, lips spreading in a predatory smile, I find it incredible that a boy of your intelligence could be so utterly disorganized. You're right, Jack said politely, and I apologize. I can be home and back before homeroom is over if you'll let me go. Fitch was already halfway down the hallway. Penworthy didn't notice. He had a new and better target. I'm sorry, the principal said in a way that had no sorry in it. Students are not allowed out of the building during school hours. It's a matter of liability. Jack didn't feel like explaining about the medicine to Penworthy. It wasn't something he liked to talk about, but he knew an explanation was his ticket home. I have to go home to get some medicine. It's for my heart. I forgot to take it this morning. Penworthy scowled, rocking on his heels like one of those inflatable dolls that pops back up when you knock it down. Jack knew it would be difficult to deny this request, a matter of liability. But the principal had weapons of his own. Fine, Penworthy snapped. By all means, sign yourself out in the office and go home and get it. But plan on serving a detention this afternoon to make up the time. But I can't, Jack protested. I have soccer tryouts. Well, Mr. Swift, let this be a lesson to you. Penworthy's pale eyes gleamed with triumph. Nothing reinforces memory like consequences. Jack knew he was stuck. If he didn't make it to tryouts, he wouldn't make the team, and he thought he had a chance to make JV at least. Never mind then, he said, turning toward the payphones next to the school office. Becca wouldn't allow Jack to get a cell phone either. I'll call home and see if I can get someone to bring it in to me. Just make sure it's an adult, Penworthy warned. We have a zero-tolerance policy regarding drugs in school. There was no answer at the house or at Nick's apartment. Surely a few hours' delay in taking his medicine couldn't hurt. In his 16 years, he couldn't recall so much as a single symptom. The surgery had cured him, as far as he could tell. Long Branch had never even explained exactly what the medication did. His mother, who was usually so full of questions, treated it like a magic potion. He felt fine anyway. If any symptoms developed, he would say he was sick and they would have to let him go home. He returned the phone to its cradle and headed back to homeroom. Jack hadn't been back in his seat for more than a minute when Ellen Stevenson touched him on the shoulder. What kind of measurements did you get in the respiration lab? She whispered. I was working on my lab report last night and my numbers were all over the place. Jack fished in his book bag and passed his science folder to Ellen. Mine were too. I was wondering if the machine had been calibrated. She bent her head over his data sheet, squinting at his sloppy notes and raking her chin-length brown hair behind her ears. It hung straight and shining, like a kind of helmet. She half-turned in her seat, extending her long legs into the aisle. There was something different about her today, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Lipstick. She was wearing rosy pink lipstick. Jack couldn't remember seeing her wear makeup before. He drummed his fingers lightly on the desk, contemplating Ellen's lips at close range as she read down the page. It had been a long time since he'd looked at anyone but his ex, Leisha. Your data is at least as variable as mine, she agreed, passing his folder back. Their hands collided, touched for a moment, and she jerked hers back quickly. The folder fell to the floor, scattering his papers. Oh man, I'm sorry. Kneeling next to his desk, she frantically scraped the pages into a pile. She looked up at him, mutely extending the wad of papers toward him. Her eyes were clear gray under a smoky fringe of lashes, and her nose had a little bump at the bridge, as if it had been broken once. Jack resisted an urge to reach out and touch it. Instead, he stuffed his papers back into his folder and extended his hand to help her up. This seemed to unsettle her again. She brushed at her skirt and fussed with her hair. "Well, maybe we can ask Mr. Marshall about it in class." "Ask him about..." "Oh, sure. Okay." Jack cleared his throat. "If you want." The bell rang, startlingly loud. Jack began shoving books and folders into his book bag. Jack?" He looked up to see Ellen standing between him and the door, her backpack slung over her shoulder. "I wondered if you felt like studying together tonight for the social studies test. I took some good notes," she added. "We, could compare them." Jack looked at her in surprise. Ellen had never shown any interest in him before, other than as a benchmark of sorts. She was new to Trinity High School, but she already had the reputation of being a high achiever. In fact, she had a few points on Jack in some of his honors classes. Maybe she doesn't have much else to do, Jack thought. It sucked that she had to change schools in her sophomore year. Ellen didn't hang out much. He didn't recall seeing her at dances or at Corcoran's after a game. She was really cute, though, and he wasn't going out with anyone. Not since Leisha dumped him for that jerk Lobeck. He'd probably be at tryouts and... Tryouts. "I'd love to. I wish I could," he said, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. "But I've got soccer tryouts tonight, and I'm not sure what time I'll be done." "Soccer tryouts?" she repeated, looking him up and down. "Really? Do you play?" Jack sent up a prayer to the gods of soccer. "Hopefully." "All right," she said, dropping her gaze away from him, the color coming up into her cheeks. "Sure, maybe another time." She shifted her book bag again and headed for the doorway, moving with a lithe, athletic grace that sucked the breath right out of him. "Stevenson," he called after her. She stopped in the doorway and turned around. "Another time, promise?" He grinned at her. She returned a tentative smile, and then was gone. Dumb, he grumbled to himself. Really deft. He knew from experience that girls wouldn't ask twice. He had lots of friends who were girls, had known most of them since they'd shared apple cider and oatmeal cookies at the Trinity Co-op nursery school. It wasn't easy to figure out how to move on from there. Small towns were kind of incestuous. Leisha Middleton had been different. She'd moved to Trinity the previous year. You didn't make friends with Leisha. You surrendered. She could have gone out with anyone, but she chose Jack. And now she'd chosen Lobeck. Ellen was new blood too. Well, he'd probably have to make the next move. Jack tried to call home again at lunchtime. Then he tried his mom's office, but Becca hadn't checked in with Bernice. He shuddered, imagining his mother's reaction if she got the message in the late afternoon. With any luck, he'd beat her home. Anyway, he felt fine. Great, in fact. By the time Jack and Will came out onto the field behind the high school, some of the early arrivals were helping Ted Slansky, the soccer coach, set up the goals. The sun emerged from the clouds at intervals, but it was a cold sun that seemed to draw away more heat than it provided. The stands were peppered with a few spectators, interested parents, community coaches, friends. Jack shaded his eyes, scanning the bleachers to see if there was anyone he knew. "Run up the colors," Fitch said behind him. "'Tis the Queen and her court." Turning, Jack saw a handful of varsity players collected in a reverent half-circle at one end of the stands, like wistful planets around a glittering sun. Leisha. "What's she doing here?" Jack said irritably. "She hates soccer." Knowing the answer even as he said it. "'Tis not for us to ask, but only to serve admire, and desire. Maybe Fitch had no idea how annoying this was. Maybe. "Shut up, Fitch." Fitch's smile disappeared. "Dude, you're better off. Trust me." Jack deliberately turned his back to the stands. There was a large turnout. Jack tried to be optimistic. He was a good player, playing midfield and forward most of the time, but he had never been a star. "Look who wandered into tryouts. It's Jackson Downey Swift. Or is it Swift Downey Jackson? I get so confused." The sneering voice came from behind him, but Jack knew who it was right away. Then, a soccer ball hit him right between the shoulder blades. Hard. "That's called a pass," said Garrett Lobeck. "Better pay attention if you want to play with the men." Jack swung around. Lobeck had a crooked grin on his face, thinking he'd made a witty remark. He was one of 4 brothers, known for their good looks, bad habits, and a talent for violence on and off the field. At 17, Garrett was the youngest and on pace to be the worst of the lot. "Maybe you'd better paint your name on your butt so Coach knows your mama's on the school board," Lobeck went on. "That's the only way you'll make the cut." "I'm surprised to see you too, Lobeck," Jack replied. "I thought they made you ineligible after that game against Garfield last year." Lobeck had broken the goalie's leg on a nasty penalty play. There'd been a huge stink about it, but Lobeck was a talented running back, and his father owned half the town, so they'd let him play football in the fall. Becca had been the only member of the school board to vote against it. Jack lifted the ball with his instep, juggled it a moment, then passed it off to Fitch. "So, assault and battery is okay. Did they scrap the academic standards too, or are you in some kind of mainstreaming program for idiots?" There was a kind of time delay while Lobeck processed this. The word idiot must have been the giveaway, because his face flushed a deep russet color, and he took a step toward Jack. Suddenly, Will was there. "What's up, Lobeck? No 6th graders to pick on?" Lobeck was big, but Will was in the same weight class at least, and he was all muscle. Lobeck didn't like the new odds. "Ease up, Childers. Don't get your shorts in a bunch." Lobeck scowled at Jack, then trotted off down the field. They started out doing drills, dribbling and passing, throw-ins and goal shots. Jack was standing on the sidelines, waiting his turn for the throw-in, when he heard another familiar voice behind him. "Jackson," she said his name, in 2 disappointed syllables. "Aren't you even going to say hi?" He had to turn around then, or make it plain she was getting to him. "Hi, Leisha." She wore a pale pink hoodie, and her masses of dark curls were pulled back in a clip. She put her hand on his arm. He stared at it, swallowing hard, trying to ignore the pulse pounding in his ears. "I still miss you sometimes, Jack." Guileless brown eyes looked into his. He knew better than to fall into that trap. "Sure you do, Leisha." He thought he was managing to keep his voice light and even. He gazed off across the field, knowing without looking that she was pouting, a little frown line between her brows, her lower lip thrust out. Her hand was still on his arm. "I'm still not sure about Garrett," she said. "Sometimes he's so possessive." When Jack didn't respond, Leisha said, "Are you coming to my party?" Jack blinked and looked down at her. "What?" "Are you coming to my party? It's at the Lakeside Club." Jack's turn on the field was coming up. He removed Leisha's hand from his arm, but she grabbed a fistful of his sweatshirt, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the cheek. A virtuous kiss for her, but Jack reared back like he'd been burned. "I'll send you a special invitation, Jack," Leisha promised, letting him go. Something made him look up, over her head, into the stands beyond, where Ellen Stevenson stood, staring at him and Leisha. Then Ellen turned away, leaping nimbly from her seat to the ground. In a few long strides, she was at the gate, and then gone. Swearing under his breath, he turned back toward the field, to see Garrett Lobeck glaring at him like a thundercloud come to earth. "Swift!" It was Jack's turn. Finally, he blew the throw in. They began a series of scrimmages, switching off positions. Jack rotated through fullback, midfielder, and then forward. Mentally, he was a mess, but physically, he felt good, not tired at all, although he'd been constantly on the field. It was good to be outside again after the long winter. The late afternoon sun slanted across the grass, almost blinding him when he faced into it. The field was still wet and, after an hour and a half of punishment, was getting slippery. Jack had just accepted a long pass from Harmon Fitch and turned to move it upfield, when suddenly his legs were swept from beneath him. He landed hard, flat on his back in the mud. It took him a moment to regain his breath. Propping himself up on his elbows, he saw Lobeck heading the other way with the ball. Lobeck, king of the sliding tackle. Fitch helped him to his feet. "You okay, Jack?" Jack shook off his hand. He stared after Lobeck. Maybe it was time to teach him a lesson. Fitch noticed. "Come on, Jack. That way lies morbidity and mortality. You gotta pick your battles. Wait till there's a mathalon or something. Kick his butt." He grinned. "If you want, I'll hack in and change his grades, but I doubt I could do much damage there." Jack wiped his muddy hands on his sweatshirt. Fitch was right. There was no way he'd win a fight with Lobeck. Besides, he wasn't hurt. He was soaked through, but not cold at all, despite the wind. His extremities tingled, as if his blood were returning after a long absence. He looked downfield with a sudden clarity, judging the players, mapping the obstacles in his path. Lobeck's team had scored and kicked off. Once again, Jack's team was approaching the goal. Jack had dribbled the ball into the corner of the box when Lobeck loomed up in front of him like a wall, grinning in anticipation. Jack feinted to the left and drove for the center. He felt rather than saw Lobeck right behind him, saw his massive shape headed for him out of the corner of his eye just as he took his shot. He half-turned, raising his hands, palms outward, and steeled himself for the impact. Jack couldn't say what happened next. As his shot flew past the goalie, he extended his arms to fend off the tackle. There was a detonation at his center, and something like hot metal surged through his arms and out his fingertips. Lobeck screamed and then went flying, following the ball into the net. He hit with such force he almost bounced back out onto the field. He lay there, dazed for a good 5 seconds before he slowly rolled to his stomach and got to his hands and knees. It took him another minute or two to catch his breath. Then, like an engine slowly sputtering to life, he began to swear. "You fouled me," he gasped, jabbing a thick finger at Jack. "You slammed me into the goal." He was literally shaking with anger and indignation. "I didn't touch you." Jack was sweating, practically steaming, still tingling, yet somehow drained. He glanced over into the stands. Leisha was leaning forward, watching avidly. Leisha might be bored by soccer, but she loved a fight. Lobeck staggered to his feet. His entire front was layered in mud, and his lip was bleeding. "You threw me into the net." He turned to the goalie for backup. "Didn't he?" The goalie shrugged. He had been busy trying to block Jack's shot. Jack widened his stance and raised his hands, ready to fend off an attack. To his amazement, Lobeck flinched and stepped back a pace, and Lobeck outweighed him by 50 pounds at least. "Give it up, Garrett," Will said. "There was daylight between you and Jack. You must have tripped. Besides, the shot was clean away. It didn't look like you were going after the ball at all." Coach Slansky had followed the ball to that end of the field and stood, watching, just outside the box. Lobeck squinted at the coach, then glowered at Jack. "All right, boys, we're done," Slansky said. "I think I've seen all I need to see today. Besides, it looks like it's going to snow or something." Lobeck grabbed his gym bag and water bottle and stalked off the field. Will and Jack and several other players helped Slansky stow the equipment. The sun had slid behind the clouds, and the horizon to the west looked threatening. Will and Jack retrieved their gear from the lockers and headed for the parking lot. Leisha had disappeared. "Funny," said Will. "I thought it was supposed to be nice today." They cut between the buildings to the street. The swings pitched crazily in the wind as they passed the playground to the elementary school. The tops of the evergreens along the border of the parking lot tossed and shimmied. Bits of debris skittered along the ground. Jack shivered, feeling exposed under the boiling sky. "Great shot, Jack," Will was grinning. "I wish I'd had a camera. The expression on Lobeck's face was priceless." Jack shrugged, pulling his jacket closer around him. "I didn't really see what happened. I guess he did trip." He scanned the street ahead, an empty tunnel under the heaving trees. A gauntlet. The flesh on his arms prickled. Why was he so jumpy? Lobeck had left before they did, but it was unlikely he would try an ambush. Not with Will around. He glanced back over his shoulder in time to see someone emerge from between two houses and move quickly toward them, as if he were floating over the grass. Someone dressed in a long coat that flapped around his legs, too tall and spare to be Garrett Lobeck. "Will!" Jack grabbed his friend's arm. Will turned, following his gaze. Then he grinned. "Hey, Nick!" Will shouted. "Where'd you come from?" And the dimensions of the stranger changed, became suddenly recognizable. There was the neatly trimmed beard, the piercing black eyes, the fringe of white hair. Why had he seemed so unfamiliar? But when Nick Snowbeard spoke, the voice was as unfamiliar as the image. "Jack!" It stung like a lash, sent him staggering backward. "Go home now and take your medicine. Hurry. Your mother is waiting for you." "Nick?" Jack said uncertainly. "I said go. Will, you see that he gets there. We'll talk later." Nick turned away from them, his face fierce and intent, looking back down the street at the high school. Will grabbed Jack by the arm, literally dragging him home. They broke into a run, side by side, feet thudding on the pavement. Jack remembered the message he'd left on the answering machine. Becca must have sent Nick out looking for him. She was angry he'd gone to soccer practice instead of coming right home. He was toast. He began to wonder if he really should be running home to take his heart medication. But by then they were turning onto Jefferson Street. The neighbors were out in force despite the weather. Mercedes was in her front garden in a heavy cotton Japanese jacket. With her long, thin legs and pointed features, she looked like some exotic wading bird. "Jackson," she said, looking greatly relieved when she saw them, "you'd better get into the house. Your mother's looking for you." Iris Ballingame leaned over her front gate to tell him the same thing. She was a tall, imposing woman who wore her long blonde hair in a single fat braid decorated with glass trinkets like some Norse goddess. Even Blaze Highborn was walking up the street, swinging his leonine head from side to side, searching the cross streets. It was as if the entire street were ushering him home. But then, that's the way it was in a small town. Everybody knew your business. Sleet slanted across the street as he and Will parted on the sidewalk. Jack went in to take his medicine, literally and figuratively. His mother was seated at the kitchen table, her face blotchy from crying, surrounded by a garland of tissues like offerings at a shrine. "Jack!" she cried, leaping to her feet. "I didn't get home until an hour ago. When I got your message, I was so worried, and when you were late—" Her voice broke. I'm sorry, Mom. I wanted to come home and get my medicine, but Mr. Penworthy wouldn't let me. Well, he would have, but then I'd have had to serve a detention, and then I would have missed soccer tryouts. He hesitated, realizing he was making matters worse. Remember? I told you about tryouts this afternoon. Soccer tryouts? You should have come right home. I've already called the school, the hospital, and the police station. The neighbors are out looking for you. Now she was really pissed. He nodded, his face hot with embarrassment. I know, I ran into Nick. Nick? She blinked, distracted. I didn't even talk to him. Then she refocused. How could you be so thoughtless? What if something happened to your heart? Really, Mom, I feel great. And it was true. Despite a 3-hour workout, being thrown to the ground and covered with mud, he felt positively light on his feet. It was hard to explain. The world seemed unusually sharp, more in focus. There was a keen, primitive edge to everything. The wind shrieked, and he could hear the harsh splatter of ice on the roof. The old windows rattled in their wooden frames. He felt like going back out into the wind, shaking his fist and howling back. Well, you look awful. You have mud in your hair, she said, pulling him in for a hug. She reached for the bottle on the table. Here, you'd better take your medicine right away. Dr. Longbranch said if you ever forgot a dose, to take it as soon as you remember. She poured out a tablespoon of the nut-brown liquid and handed it to Jack. It carried the scent of damp basements and old paper. Last fall's leaves stirred from the bottom of a pile. He swallowed it down. Now you'd better get upstairs for a shower, and maybe lie down for a little while before supper. I have some work to do tonight. How's Thai food sound? Sure. Great, he said, the flavor of the medicine lingering on the back of his tongue. It tasted somehow of old sorrows, old regrets. He brushed his fingers across his eyes, feeling an uncanny sense of loss. Becca was unloading her briefcase. Your Aunt Linda is coming tomorrow. She is? Jack's head snapped up. It had been more than a year since his aunt had visited. What was even more surprising was that she'd called ahead to warn them. What's up? Don't know, said Becca. She says she's coming to see you. Ted Slansky was seated at the battered table in the equipment room, nursing a cherry soda and reviewing his notes from the afternoon scrimmage. He rubbed his chin, informally matching players and positions, faintly conscious of the stench of old sweat and leather that permeated the place. The papers stirred with a sudden movement of air as the door opened. He looked up, expecting to see one of the players, someone hoping for some early feedback. But 2 men stood in the doorway, long coats hanging loosely from their shoulders, open in front as if they did not feel the cold. One was an older man, tall and slender, with a scholarly beard. The other was young and athletic-looking, with a sharp jawline and straight dark hair. They glanced quickly about the room, and then back at Slansky. Was there a boy here? The older one asked. It was an odd question, and spoken with a faint accent, as of someone born overseas. Slansky might have laughed, but didn't. Somehow it didn't seem like a good idea. There were about 30 boys here, as a matter of fact, but I think they're all gone now, he replied. Did you look out front? Some of them may still be waiting for rides. There are no boys out front, the older man said, as if it were Slansky's fault. Slansky shrugged, feeling uneasy. There was something threatening about the 2 men. Which one is your boy? I can tell you whether he was here or not. He laid the sign-up sheet in front of him on the table. We don't know which one it is, the younger man hissed. That's why we are here. At this, the older man lifted a hand to still the other. He picked up the sheet from the table, scanned it quickly, then folded it, and put it in his pocket. "Hey," Slansky protested, "I need that." He would have said more, but the bearded man put out a hand and rested it on his shoulder. Slansky was very conscious of the shape and weight of the man's hand, the heat of it burning through his sweatshirt. He fell silent, eyes wide, overtaken by an unreasoning fear. The building shuddered under the assault of the wind. The younger man stood, head cocked as if listening. "This shouldn't be so difficult if the boy's untrained," he growled. "There's some disruption about. Someone interfering." His voice trailed off. "Why were there 30 boys here?" the older man asked softly, speaking to Slansky. He tightened his grip, and Slansky felt his heart respond, as if the man could stop it with a touch. Sweat trickled down between his shoulder blades. "Soccer tryouts," he replied, swallowing hard. "Soccer tryouts," the man repeated, as if in disbelief. "There was a release of power here," the man continued. "Was there, perhaps, a fight?" Slansky shook his head. "It gets pretty competitive sometimes, but—" He shook his head again. "No fights." "Did you notice anything unusual? Did any of the players stand out? Perhaps a new player who did something remarkable?" Slansky desperately reviewed the afternoon scrimmage. "There were some good plays, but perhaps if you tell me what you're looking for, I could help you." The bearded man made an impatient gesture. He pulled the list of players out of his pocket and thrust it at Slansky. "Circle your 5 best players," he ordered. "We'll start there." When the coach had done that, the stranger slid the list back into his pocket. The younger man shifted from one foot to the other, as if impatient to be off. The questioner moved his hand from Slansky's shoulder to his head. His scalp prickled, as if all of his hairs were standing at attention. He quivered with dread. "Anna memorare," the man whispered. That was what it sounded like some kind of Latin phrase Slansky might have remembered from Catholic school. Slansky awoke some time later and lifted his face from the table. He realized he must have been asleep for a while because it was getting dark and the room was cold. Somehow, he'd knocked over his can of cherry pop. He wondered why the door was open and where the sign-up sheet had gotten to. After supper, Jack slipped out the back door and crossed the gravel driveway to the garage, carrying his social studies book and notebook under his arm. He climbed the stairs to Nick's apartment and was lifting his hand to knock when he heard Nick's voice from within. "Come on in, Jack." As usual, the old caretaker's apartment was tidy, though several books lay open on his desk. Only 3 rooms, and the place was packed with stuff. Books, model airplanes, a miniature steam engine that Nick and Jack had built the year before, jars of chemicals and plant extractions, bunches of drying plants hung from the ceiling, like some exotic upside-down garden. There was a large wooden cabinet that had been a store display, with rows of tiny drawers full of antique hardware and scavenged items. One whole room was devoted to books, layered 2 deep on shelves from floor to ceiling on every wall. The apartment always smelled of paint and varnish, and spices and dust. Exotic, like one of the Indian markets down by the university. Nick at home somehow reminded Jack of an old bear, denned up for the winter. Nick Snowbeard looked up from his solitary dinner. "Sit down, Jack. You're just in time for dessert." Warily, Jack dropped into the offered chair. Nick shuffled around the apartment, clad in his usual attire of flannel shirt and work pants. Dessert was chocolate marshmallow ice cream. Jack got partway through his dish before Nick started in on him. "So, you forgot to take your medicine," Nick said abruptly. Your mother must have been beside herself." He still seemed unusually hard-edged and intense. "I guess." Jack looked away from Nick, toward the window. A shallow tray was laid out on the table. It had been spread with different colors of sand, raked into an intricate design, littered with small metal objects. "Why didn't you come home and get it when you remembered?" Nick's voice broke into Jack's reverie. "Mr. Penworthy said I'd have to serve a detention after school if I left school to get it. I didn't want to miss soccer tryouts." Nick shook his head, his exaggerated brows drawing together in a frown. "You should have come home anyway, detention or not. It's a small thing for your mother to ask, your cooperation in taking care of yourself. What you did today could have important consequences. You cannot imagine what it is like to lose a child." The old man spoke, as if from personal experience. Jack sighed, a frustrated explosion of air. "You're an adolescent. You think you're immortal." Nick collected their dishes and set them in the sink, put the tea kettle on to heat. "How did tryouts go?" Jack told Nick all about the business with Lobeck. By the time Jack finished his story, Nick was frowning again. "Garrett Lobeck went flying through the air, and you didn't touch him." Jack shrugged. "I don't really know what happened. He was pissed about it. I think he was just looking for an excuse for blowing the play." "Was he hurt?" Nick persisted. Why this sudden interest in Lobeck? "His lip was bleeding. He'll have a fat lip tomorrow, to match his head," Jack added. "Do you think he'll make a big deal about it? Tell people he was attacked and so on?" Snowbeard leaned forward, placing his hands flat on the table in front of him, as if he were holding it down. The old man's hands looked smooth and remarkably young for someone his age, whatever his age was. "Who knows? He said I fouled him. Seriously, someone should have heard him a long time ago." Nick smiled thinly. "Don't misunderstand me, Jack. It is not that I object to a little butt-kicking when it's deserved." He stood abruptly and walked to the window, nudging the metal tokens on their bed of sand with his forefinger. "What's that?" Jack asked, eager to distract Nick, who seemed intent on interrogating him. This? It's nothing. A charm against evil. Old magic. The eccentricities of an old man." Typical Nick Snowbeard. He could say any outrageous thing that came into his head and get away with it. When Nick had things arranged to his satisfaction, he returned to the table, and the topic of Lobeck. "Did anyone else see what happened? Was anyone there to watch the tryouts?" Jack shook his head. "The goalie was the closest, and I don't think he saw it." He tried to think of who was in the bleachers. Thought of Leisha. There were some people in the stands. Jack regarded Nick curiously. "Why? Do you think he'll sue me or something?" The kettle shrilled. Nick rose, lifting it from the heat, and poured hot water into the teapot. He set out a china cup, cream and sugar. The weather was getting worse. Sleet clattered against the glass of the windows, and the oaks behind the garage creaked in protest. A damp chill seemed to find its way through 100 unseen passages, running cold fingers down Jack's spine. Jack was still irritated about the medicine. Today he hadn't taken it, and he'd felt different, more alive. Now he felt anesthetized, as if he were being smothered. "I just don't see what the big deal is about the medicine. Dr. Longbranch says I have to keep taking it. She never runs any tests, so how would she know? I feel fine, and I felt good today without it. Maybe it's time I weaned myself off the stuff. I think we should find another doctor, someone from around here. I've never liked Dr. Longbranch that much anyway." "Have you told your mother how you feel?" I've tried, but she doesn't want to hear it. It's like she thinks Long Branch is some kind of wizard. Nick choked, sputtering, spraying tea across the table. Are you okay? Perfectly. Nick blotted at his beard with a napkin. I suggest you speak with your Aunt Linda before you do anything rash. Jack stared at him. Aunt Linda? Why did he need to get a second opinion from her? Becca often joked that Nick had been a present from Aunt Linda, since she was the one who had recommended him. All of her presents were unusual, from exotic African carvings to a chemistry set his parents had vetoed when he was 3, to sailing lessons and beach weekends. Some gifts were dangerous, some extravagant and impractical, but all were interesting. Never a golf shirt or a gift card. Nick never said much about his personal history. If he had any family or how he knew Aunt Linda, somehow he seemed to be able to deflect those questions effortlessly. He was from northern Britain, had attended Cambridge, though he never finished his degree. Aunt Linda had attended private school in Britain when she was Jack's age. Perhaps they'd met there. It didn't matter. Jack was tired of being the miracle child, the survivor, tired of swallowing down the medicine that was emblematic of his special status. Sure, Nick. Whatever. I'll ask her. She's coming tomorrow, you know, he said. Nick's black eyes glittered under bushy brows. Is she? That's a good thing, I suppose, he said. Impatiently, Jack grabbed his social studies book and leafed through until he found the appropriate page. Well, back to important stuff. I have a social studies test tomorrow. Can you quiz me on the explorers? He pushed the book toward Nick, a little rudely. History was Snowbeard's specialty. Sometimes he spoke of events long in the past, as if he had participated personally. The old man sat for a moment, tapping a forefinger against his pursed lips. He sighed and rotated the book so he could read it. He found the spot with his finger. Vasco da Gama, he said. Chapter 2. The Road Trip. Jack awoke, momentarily confused by the sound of voices from downstairs. He threw back the quilt, then lay back regretfully for a moment. It had been another late night. But there was something else, some vestige of a dream that made him shiver, something about dead people, somebody looking for him. And Nick. He frowned. It had been a long time since he'd had a nightmare. One he remembered, at least. The weather had improved. The wind was finally quiet after shrieking most of the night. There was the promise of a fair day in the brightening sky. The backyard was gilded, every leaf and blade silvered with ice and gleaming. When he rounded the corner from the back stairs into the kitchen, she was there, seated at the kitchen table with his mother, his Aunt Linda. Her hair was gold and platinum this time, and short and spiky all over. Her skin seemed bronzed a bit, no doubt the result of recent travel in the tropics. She wore blue jeans and a fitted t-shirt with sturdy leather hiking boots. They must have been talking about him, because conversation stopped when he came into the room. There was an awkward little moment until Aunt Linda rose to embrace him. Jack towered over her, but she tilted his chin down so she could look him in the face. Her eyes were blue, speckled with gold, like some exotic stone. "You've grown so tall, Jack," she said, releasing his chin and still studying his face. "I do believe you've passed up your father. It seems boys become men before you know it." She looked a little sad for some reason, but he felt inordinately pleased, as if he had personally brought the change about. "I was just telling Linda some news. I guess I forgot all about it after that scare we had last night." Becca looked as excited as a child at Christmas. "I've been awarded a fellowship to do some research in Middle English literature at Oxford this summer." "Oxford?" You mean England? But what about your practice? Mike Mixon's agreed to pick up any court work for me this summer. Things are pretty quiet right now anyway. It's been a long time since we've had a real vacation. I won't be working all the time, and there's so much I'd like to show you, Becca said. You'll love England, Jack, Aunt Linda added. Our family comes from there. So many old voices, and so much history under the ground, she said, as if that comment required no further explanation. Well, Jack was torn between excitement and apprehension. Dad said maybe we could finally build that sailboat this summer. I'm sure we can work something out, Becca said lightly, pretending it might actually occur. Maybe we could visit you for a change, Jack suggested to Linda. Linda didn't meet his eyes. I'd love for you to visit, but unfortunately I've sublet my flat in London since I've been doing so much traveling. Aunt Linda's livelihood had always been rather mysterious. She was in real estate, she said, representing manor houses and castles throughout the UK. Jack assumed she must be good at it. She always seemed to have plenty of money and the leisure to spend it. Mom said you came to see me, he said bluntly. She nodded, steepling her hands. I was hoping you would come with me on a road trip. Road trip? I'm going to dig up some dead relatives, she went on, and ask them where the family money is. Dead relatives? All he seemed to be able to do was parrot what she said. Aunt Linda laughed. I came back to the States to do some genealogical research, she said. I'm going to drive down to Colton County and look through some old records. Oh, Jack tried not to make a face. Funny, he'd never heard Aunt Linda mention anything about genealogy before. That should be fun, Becca said enthusiastically. She loved wading through dusty old records, legal and otherwise. I wish I could go. Jack and I went down there once, but we didn't find much. Maybe you two will be more successful. Right, Jack said skeptically. Linda grinned. Look, she said, what I really need is some muscle to dig up the bodies. Why don't you invite a couple of friends? What about Will? Isn't that his name? Or maybe Harmon Fitch. How could she remember their names? She didn't visit all that often, and her last visit had been over a year ago. I'm sure traveling to southern Ohio to do genealogy on my family will sound even more appealing to them. Now he did make a face. Come on, Linda pleaded. We'll have fun. We'll stay at a hotel with a pool. You guys can eat junk food and stay up late. My treat. They both knew the entire dialogue was just a formality, a ritual they had to go through. He had never been able to say no to her. Call your friends now, Linda said, pushing back her plate. I'd like to be on our way by 10. You want to leave now? Becca shook her head. Then Jack can't go with you. He has to go to school. He does? Aunt Linda looked nonplussed, as if the idea of school being in session had never occurred to her. How inconvenient. I wanted to go to the courthouse today. I don't think they're open on the weekend. She spooned 3 or 4 teaspoons of sugar into her tea and stirred. Never mind, she declared suddenly. We'll go after school. It's all settled. Jack, ask the boys about it this morning. To Jack's surprise, Will seemed up for a road trip. For one thing, Will's parents were having 6 yards of leaf humus mulch delivered that afternoon. It seemed like a good weekend to get out of town. But Linda Downey's involvement was the deciding factor. Will was ordinarily shy around girls, but he was absolutely tongue-tied around Linda. You know your aunt is gorgeous, Jack, he'd once said solemnly, almost apologetically, and Jack had to admit, she was. Jack and Will lingered in the foyer by the school office, hoping Fitch would make an appearance before the last bell rang. Penworthy was at his usual post by the front door. He was deep in conversation with a man Jack had never seen before. The man was dressed all in black and towered over Penworthy. Hey, you, Swift! Jack pivoted to see Garrett Lobeck emerging from the principal's office, flanked by his friends, Jay Harkness and Bruce Leonard. Probably serving detention before school. Any one of them were bigger than two of Jack. Lobeck kept coming until he was heavily into Jack's personal space. "We need to talk about that scumbag play you made yesterday," Lobeck said, only it sounded more like thumbag and yesterday, because Lobeck's lips were swollen to twice their usual size. "Look," said Jack, "I took a goal shot, that's all. It's not my fault if you got in the way. Get over it." "I am going to hurt you, Jack, and that's a promise. You'll just have to wonder when." Lobeck attempted a sneer, but gave it up, apparently too painful. Leonard and Harkness were grinning, though. Lobeck was playing to his audience. He had to do something, after all. The soccer story would be all over school by day's end, what with Garrett walking around with the evidence displayed all over his face. Jack couldn't say what made him do it. Some sort of death wish, probably. He leaned in so he was inches from Lobeck's face. He was as tall as Lobeck, if not so big around. "Fine. You do that," Jack said, smiling pleasantly. "Next time, I'll break your nose, and there goes the modeling career." Lobeck squinted at Jack, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He extended a hand with the apparent intention of grabbing Jack's shirt front, then seemed to think better of it, and flipped him the finger instead. "Mr. Lobeck!" They all jumped. It was Penworthy, accompanied by the tall stranger Jack had noticed earlier. Penworthy stuffed a detention slip into Lobeck's hand. "Mr. Lobeck, it seems you have not spent enough time in detention this week. You, of all people, should know that obscene hand gestures are expressly forbidden on school property." Lobeck vibrated like a boiler about to blow. When he finally got his mouth working, he let go a string of obscenities. Penworthy just kept peeling off the detention slips until Lobeck ran dry. Mr. Penworthy," said Will, obviously wary of getting in the way of flying detentions. "We were just heading to homeroom." Lobeck and his friends seemed anxious to leave also. Jack looked up to see the stranger staring at him. Against his will, Jack found himself rooted to the spot, staring back. The man had high cheekbones and chiseled, aristocratic features that were marred only by a somewhat overlarge nose. His complexion had the pale cast of a scholar, or someone whose skin doesn't react to the sun. Startling green eyes were sheltered under brows unusually heavy and black for someone of such fair complexion. Jack had a quick impression of a searing intelligence, a physical power. And then, Penworthy broke in. "Before you go, gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Mr. Leander Hastings, our new assistant principal," he said briskly. "He's replacing Mr. Brumfield." He put a hand on each boy's shoulder in turn. "Mr. Lobeck, Mr. Harkness, Mr. Leonard, Mr. Childers, Mr. Swift." Hastings' gaze swept briefly over each of them. "Mr. Hastings will head our student discipline team and will be in charge of enforcing the attendance policy." "I won't be spending all my time issuing detentions." Hastings' lips quirked, as if at a private joke. "In fact, I'll be developing programming for some of your—" He paused, trying to choose the right words. "For some of your more gifted students." Hastings had a presence about him that seemed inconsistent with school administration. Rather, wolf-like. "Yes, well, gifted education." Penworthy sputtered, as if this were a complete and unwelcome surprise. "An excellent idea, assuming you have the time." "But of course, I'll make the time," Hastings replied. "Nothing is more important than seizing talent where you find it, and putting it to its highest use." His gaze settled on Jack. Jack hadn't heard that Brumfield was leaving. He wanted to ask a question about it, but couldn't. A deep chill had settled somewhere behind his breastbone, making it difficult to breathe, let alone speak. He felt a strong sense of onrushing danger. Once, when he was a child, he and Will had been playing on the railroad tracks, when he realized a train was coming. He could feel the rails vibrating through the soles of his shoes, hear the shriek of the whistle. But he couldn't move. Then Will had grabbed his arm and yanked him into the cinders beside the right-of-way. We have to get to homeroom before last bell," Will said, again tugging at Jack's arms. But Hastings was speaking again, and nobody moved. "Do you boys play soccer? Are any of you on the team?" "We all tried out for the team this week," Will gestured, including the other 4. "We don't know yet if we made it or not." "Where I came from, I was the assistant coach," Hastings said. "I mean to get involved with the program here." Jack had no doubt it would happen, whether Coach Slansky liked it or not. The last bell rang, and it was as if some kind of spell had been broken. The group spun out in 3 different directions. Will and Jack into the 10th grade wing, Lobeck and his friends heading into the 11th grade hallway, and Penworthy and Hastings back to the office. Fitch was in Jack's calculus class, so Jack was able to ask about the road trip before lunchtime. Fitch nodded gravely, as if the prospect of traveling hundreds of miles to look at old court records about Jack's dead relatives was natural recreation. Fitch never cared much about what other people thought, and he had a way of finding the interesting angle to any situation. During lunch period, he called his mother at work. She said he could go as long as it didn't cost any money. Will had a harder time getting out of shoveling mulch. "But it will be educational," he pleaded into the phone. "Jack's aunt is a genealogist, and I'm going to write a paper about it for school," he added. That must have been enough to clinch it, because he was smiling when he put the receiver down. When Jack arrived home, an unfamiliar white Land Rover was parked at the end of the driveway, a surprising choice for Aunt Linda, who usually leased a sports car when she came to visit. He found Becca in the kitchen loading sandwiches into a cooler. "Linda's visiting with Nick," she explained. "She said to tell you to go ahead and get packed." Jack's duffel sat open on his bed. Next to it was a small parcel wrapped in butcher paper with a bright blue block print design. He picked up the package and examined it curiously. It was almost weightless in his hands. "Mercedes left that for you," Aunt Linda said from the doorway, making him jump. "She said it might come in handy on the trip." How did Mercedes get involved? Were their travel plans posted on the town website or displayed on the magnetic sign in the university commons? Jack made a noise of disgust. Sometimes he hated living in a small town. He ripped the paper away. It was a sleeveless vest, woven in a lightweight gray fiber that seemed familiar. 3 silver buttons decorated the front. When Jack looked more closely, he saw they were the faces of 3 different bears in silver, gold, and copper. "Not exactly my style," he muttered, tossing it onto the bed. "And it's not even my birthday. But tell her thanks anyway." What had gotten into Mercedes? She knew what kind of clothes he wore. Nothing more exotic than jeans and T-shirts. She saw him practically every day of the week. Linda remained in the doorway, her arms folded. "Try it on," she said. Jack looked up startled. He wanted to argue, but knew that if Linda meant for him to put the thing on, there was no point in fighting it. "I feel stupid," he growled, snatching it up off the bed and putting it on over his T-shirt. It fit perfectly. He finally realized what it reminded him of. It was made of the same yarn as the baby blanket Mercedes had made for him years ago, now packed away in a box under his bed. "Looks good," Linda said. She twisted a lock of her hair between her finger and thumb. There was a tension about her that he hadn't noticed in the morning. She had just come from Nick's. Could the old caretaker have said something to upset her? When he went to take the vest off, she put up her hand. "Leave it on." He supposed he should be glad it wasn't pink with purple polka dots. Will and Fitch would have plenty to say about it. "Thanks a lot, Aunt Linda. I hear this is what all the guys are wearing." Grumbling under his breath, he yanked open his bottom drawer and started packing. Linda took in his sullen expression. "Look, I'm not out to embarrass you. It would just mean so much to Mercedes if you would wear it. Why don't you put a sweatshirt over it, if it makes you happier? It's chilly out anyway." And she smiled that smile that always made you want to please her. Jack wondered how flattered Mercedes would be to know he was wearing her precious vest like underwear. He found his Ohio State sweatshirt on the floor, pulled it over his head, and zipped up the duffel. Then he remembered what he'd meant to tell her. "Oh, yeah, Will and Fitch are both coming," he said. He thought she'd be pleased, but she frowned and said, "Oh," like she'd completely forgotten she'd invited them. "Maybe we should just go by ourselves," she suggested after a pause. Jack stared at her in disbelief. "You can't be serious. You were the one who told me to invite them in the first place." She wrapped her arms around herself, shifting from one foot to the other. It's just that Mom's packing enough food for an army. She even made brownies for once instead of those disgusting bran applesauce carrot bars." "All right, never mind. I just hope they get here soon. I'd like to get out of here as soon as possible." She's moodier than I remember, Jack thought. Back in the kitchen, Becca was just closing up the cooler. "This should tide you boys over if Linda won't stop to eat. She really does seem to be on a mission. I'll put your medicine in your duffel," she added pointedly, sliding the big blue bottle in with Jack's clothes. "Don't get so involved in family history that you forget to take it." And then, Will and Fitch arrived, seeming to fill up the kitchen. Will was wearing his varsity jacket, t-shirt, and blue jeans. Fitch wore an Army-issue camouflage jacket, a bright yellow sweatshirt with the logo of a country music station emblazoned on the front, and gray-green climbing pants with a red necktie threaded through for a belt. Jack realized that no matter what he wore, he could never match Fitch's display. Fitch played by his own rules, and it never bothered him that the preps called him weird. Weird is good. Strange is bad, Fitch always said. Jack felt a little better. Chapter 3. Digging Up Dead Relatives. Linda had a heavy foot. She seemed determined to make up at least part of the time they had wasted at school. Whenever Jack, who was riding shotgun, stole a look at the speedometer, it hovered around 85. He had been hoping she might ask him to drive, but realized they would only lose time with him at the wheel. They passed through a series of tired little towns, a traffic light, a gas station or two. As darkness fell, they began to see the debris of strip mining, heaps of slag and mine tailings. Iron oil rigs crouched like giant mosquitoes in the dusk, sucking the black blood out of the land. "Have either of you ever been here before?" Will asked. "My mom brought me down here a few years ago," Jack admitted. Dragged was more accurate. Becca had made him walk over those hills, looking for the family homestead. They never did find it. "My great-great-grandmother Susanna lived here. She was quite a character, I guess. She played banjo and fiddle and made killer black cherry wine." Linda took up the tale without taking her eyes from the road. "Susanna is the one we're looking for. She had the second sight, they say. She communed with spirits, read the cards, and had prophetic dreams." "She sounds like some kind of witch," Fitch remarked. "Mom's always been into that kind of thing," Jack said, grinning. "It's been rumored that magic runs in our family, you know." I'd prefer that to allergies, Fitch said, sneezing. Susanna had quite a following around here. Mostly women. Linda swerved to miss a groundhog. In those days, it always seemed to be men who made the future, and women who needed to protect themselves against it. Jack stared out the window. This home of his ancestors was on the way to nowhere, a place of graveyards where they dug up the coal and buried the people. It was fully dark when they reached Coal Grove, the county seat, a town without a traffic light. An ornate old courthouse anchored one end of the square. The stores were all closed, although several cars littered the parking lot next to the movie theater. Light and music spilled from a place called the Bluebird Cafe, diagonally across from the courthouse. Friday night in Coal Grove, Jack thought, even slower than Trinity. Linda turned the Land Rover down one side of the side streets off the square and parked along the curb under a huge maple tree. There were no streetlights, and it was pitch black in the shadow of the great tree. "Where are we?" asked Will, puzzled. "Aren't we going to the motel?" "I need to go to the courthouse first," Linda replied, climbing down out of the front seat. She slung a backpack over her shoulder and slammed the car door. It seemed unnaturally loud on the quiet street. Jack unfolded himself out of the car, feeling a little unsteady on his legs after the long ride. The night air was cool and fragrant, and there was a soft sound of spring peepers from somewhere in the distance. A small dog began barking madly behind a screen door in a nearby house. The porch light went on, and they could see a figure silhouetted behind the screen. Linda led them across the street and into the parking lot behind the courthouse. A modern brick building crouched on the other side of the parking lot, away from the square. 2 police cars were parked next to the building. A mercury vapor light cast a sallow light over the scene. "But isn't the courthouse closed?" Will persisted. "Oh, I'm sure it's open late on Friday nights," Linda said. She led the trio along the back of the building, between army green trash dumpsters, and into the shadows of an alley on the far side. She followed the side of the building back until she found what she was looking for. A concrete stairwell with an ancient iron railing that descended below ground level. There was a door at the bottom. Linda looked up and down the alleyway, then descended the stairs, motioning for Jack and his friends to follow her. She fumbled with the door for a moment before it swung open on loudly protesting hinges. She looked back over her shoulder at them. "I told you it was open," she said, then disappeared inside. "I have a bad feeling about this," Jack whispered to Fitch. Fitch shrugged. With Linda in charge, there was nothing to do but follow. The doorway led into an ancient cellar. The smell of old paper and mildew and damp earth was overwhelming. Aunt Linda produced 3 powerful flashlights from her backpack, only just a little late. "Ouch!" Will had already banged his head on a low ceiling joist. Jack let the beam of his flashlight play over the walls. They were lined with shelves filled with huge ledgers, stamped with gold lettering. Everything seemed to be the same matte gray color, because it was all covered with a thick layer of dust. Fitch was already beginning to sneeze. High on the walls above the ledger books were rows and rows of numbered metal boxes. An ancient wooden staircase provided access to the main floor of the building. Boxes of records were stacked on nearly every step, leaving only a narrow path to the top. Linda found a light switch on the wall by the steps, and the room was suddenly flooded with light. "What are we looking for?" Jack asked his aunt. "And why can't we come back tomorrow?" Linda was already lifting a ledger from the wall. She was surprisingly strong considering her size, and manhandled the huge book onto the sloping reading table in the center of the room. She had a smudge of dirt across the bridge of her nose. "We're looking for death records," she explained. "We need to find one for your great-great-grandmother Downey. I estimate she died between 1900 and 1920. The courthouse won't be open tomorrow, so we'd better do this tonight." The book on the table was labeled Death Book A. Jack looked over Linda's shoulder. The pages were covered with long columns of spidery writing. Name, date of death, place of death, where born. The dates at the front of the book were all in the late 1860s. Linda quickly turned over the yellowing pages, scanning them from top to bottom until she reached the back of the book. It ended about 1875. Too early. "Couldn't you just write to Columbus to get this information?" Fitch asked, sneezing again. "Or look it up online?" "They don't have electronic records back this far," Linda replied, lifting the book with Jack's help and replacing it in its slot. "Besides, I'm in a hurry. Now we need to look for Death Book B or C." The ledgers on the shelves seemed to be in no particular order. The volume next to Book A was labeled BB and was dated 1950s. They split up to scan the spines of the books on all sides of the room. It was a real mixture. Common pleas court proceedings, will books, land records. Jack's eyes kept straying to the staircase that led to the main floor. That was the police station he'd seen across the parking lot. He was sure of it. Would a passion for genealogy be considered justification for breaking and entering? Aunt Linda had always seemed to make up rules as she went along, but he'd never known her to break the law. Then again, perhaps he didn't know her very well. Will was methodically working his way through a stack of ledgers, no doubt motivated by the fading prospect of a late dinner. "Hey," he said suddenly, "what dates were you looking for?" "Early 1900s, Linda replied, moving to look over the book he was examining. "This might be it." She ran her finger down the page, then flipped several pages back. "This is the right time frame." These later entries included information about cause of death, mostly ailments Jack had never heard of. Scrofula, dropsy, brain fever. Some he had seen only in history books. Consumption, typhoid fever, smallpox. Some deaths were accidental, the descriptions flat. Drowned. Fell from roof. Kicked by a horse. Linda's lips moved silently as she turned the brittle pages over. "Here it is," she said tersely. "Susanna Downey, born 1868. Farmer's wife. Died 12 May 1900. Cause of death? Accident." They all gathered around so they could read the scrawled entry. "She was pretty young," Jack observed. "Any idea how she died?" He was interested in spite of himself. "No," Linda replied, transcribing the entry into a notebook she had pulled out of her backpack. "It doesn't say where she lived or where she was buried." She sounded disappointed. "None of them do," Fitch said. "Is that important?" "I need to find her grave," Aunt Linda said. "So we have to figure out what cemetery she's buried in. Unless they buried her on their own property, in which case we'd need to check the land records." They were all concentrating so hard on their find that it took Jack a few seconds to process what he was hearing. He held up his hand for silence, then jerked his head toward the ceiling. There was the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the floor above. They all froze. There was a bitter metallic taste in the back of Jack's mouth, and his heart felt like a desperate fish flopping about in his chest. Linda tilted her head back, as if she could look through the rough planking into the room above. She let out her breath, a small animal sound of fear. Then, she quickly shut the ledger book and lifted it back into its niche. Almost simultaneously, a door opened at the top of the stairs, and a pale rectangle of light appeared in the dark stairwell. The staircase was between them and the door to the outside. "Go!" Aunt Linda hissed as she made a leap for the light switch. The room was plunged into darkness. Jack stumbled against the center table as he desperately felt his way to the outline of the outside door. Aunt Linda was crashing around behind him, making an unholy racket. What the hell was she doing? He could hear Will and Fitch somewhere ahead of him. He stole a quick look over his shoulder and saw a tall black silhouette at the top of the stairs, framed in the dirty yellow of the mercury vapor lights. He could make out no face or feature. As he watched, it turned to him. Jack felt the touch of its attention like a physical blow. He staggered, grabbing a filing cabinet for support. Suddenly, Linda was beside him, fiercely pushing him forward. "You, get moving. I'll meet you at the Bluebird Cafe in half an hour." Behind them, Jack heard a muffled exclamation, the sound of something heavy falling, then a string of curses. Will and Fitch must have reached the outside door, because gray light poured in from the stairwell. He scrambled after his friends. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard an explosion. There was a blinding flash of light. Then, something hit him square in the back, knocking him sprawling onto the concrete pad just outside the door. He came down on his hands and knees and bit his tongue, hard. Blood tasted salty in his mouth. Then Will and Fitch each grabbed an arm and dragged him up the stairs and down the alleyway. When he finally found his feet, Jack twisted around to see if Linda was behind them. But the alley was empty. The alley led back to the main square at the front of the courthouse. The street was still deserted. They sprinted across the green and squeezed between the bushes planted around the gazebo. There were 3 or 4 feet of space between the evergreens and the cinder block foundation of the building. They crouched there, breathing hard, looking back toward the courthouse, then wide-eyed at each other. Finally, Will spoke. "What the hell was that?" "What was what?" Jack snapped. He had too many questions of his own to be answering theirs. "That spooky dude on the stairs for a start," Fitch replied. "The one with the cool lightsaber?" "Lightsaber? Be serious." Jack peered out at the courthouse again. "Lightsaber, flamethrower, phaser, electromagnetic deatomizer. What he shot you with, dude?" Fitch swiped at the blood on his face with the back of his hand and attempted a smile. "Why aren't you dead?" Will demanded. "It should have killed you, so I don't understand why you aren't dead. You're sure you're not hurt?" "No," Jack said slowly. "A little bruised, maybe." There was a painful area between his shoulder blades, like he'd been hit in the back by a fast pitch. The only other sensation was a kind of tingling all over his body. Fitch reached around behind Jack and tugged at his hoodie. It disintegrated in his hand. "Nice shirt," he said, handing the charred shards of cloth to Jack. They had a gunpowder smell, like bottle rockets after a launch. Jack pulled the remains of the sweatshirt off over his head. The entire back was gone. Underneath, his new vest seemed to be in one piece. As a matter of fact, it didn't seem to be damaged at all. "Good thing you wore your bulletproof vest," Will observed dryly. "Guess me and Fitch didn't get the memo." Jack looked back at the courthouse, still lit only by the sallow glow of the security light. If an alarm had been raised, why hadn't anyone turned on the lights? And why hadn't the man at the top of the stairs said anything, identified himself? There was no sign of pursuit. The square and the courthouse were quiet. "Look," Jack said, swallowing hard, "I'm really sorry. When I asked you to come along on this trip, I never thought... I don't know who that was or what Aunt Linda is up to, but..." Fitch interrupted him. "Where is she?" No one had an answer for that. Jack imagined explaining to his mother that they'd lost her sister during the commission of a burglary and shoved the image away. Fitch leaned wearily back against the stone foundation of the gazebo and closed his eyes. His pale hair lifted off his forehead as a breeze sprang up. "It's funny that he didn't set off an alarm." Jack shrugged. He'd heard of pitched battles over archaeological sites, but genealogy? What had they gotten into? Nervously, he checked his watch. Aunt Linda said to meet her at the Bluebird in a half hour. It's about time. He prayed she would show up as promised. He wasn't sure what he would do if she didn't. Still wary of the courthouse, they slipped straight back from the gazebo to the far side of the square, then cut between the buildings to the next street. They traced a wide circle around to the Bluebird. It was a few minutes after 9 when they walked into the bar. Loud music overwhelmed them as they stepped inside, followed by the scent of stale tobacco and beer. It took a few minutes for their eyes to adjust to the light. The only illumination came from neon beer signs. The place was crowded, and there was a mix of patrons, young people, older people, those who were dressed up a bit, and those who had obviously come straight from working a shift. It was, after all, a Friday night. Jack had the feeling that everyone in this place knew each other, and he and his friends were clearly outsiders, and they were underage, which was pointed out immediately. "Can I help you, boys?" The girl wore an air of authority, although she didn't look much older than they were. A grinning, toothy Bluebird hoisting a beer was embroidered on the pocket of her shirt. "I need to see some ID." "We're not drinking," Will explained. "Couldn't we just sit back in the restaurant part?" he asked. "We're waiting for someone." The waitress studied them for a moment. Her gaze lingered longest on Will. Then she shrugged. "Sure. Why not?" She nodded at an empty table in the back. "Seat yourselves. I'll bring you some menus if you like." "That'd be great," Will replied. "You look like you have a good appetite," the waitress replied, smiling at Will and fixing her ponytail. "Do you work out?" It turned out the waitress was into bodybuilding. She and Will quickly progressed to flexing and feeling each other's biceps before she finally left to fetch their sodas. Jack glared at Will. "You can't possibly be hungry." A great hard stone of apprehension at his center made it impossible for him to think of eating, or of anything else. "Well, why not?" Will said, unperturbed, scanning the menu. "They aren't going to serve us beer, and we can't just sit here." "How do we know that guy isn't in here?" Fitch was hunched over, as if to make his lanky frame smaller. Jack looked around. He saw no tall men in long coats, felt no cold, threatening presence, but it wouldn't be hard to hide in this crowd. "Do you mind if I join you?" Jack looked up, startled, into blue and gold eyes. Aunt Linda's spiky gold and silver hair was disheveled, and there was the shadow of a bruise over one cheekbone. Her blue jean jacket looked like it had been used to wipe up the floor. All 3 of them started talking at once. Linda shook her head, her lips pressed tightly together. The waitress had returned. "I see you found your friend," she said, clunking glasses down in front of them, eyeing Linda jealously. "You all ready to order?" Jack ordered something at random, watching Linda. She sat facing the door, looking up each time it opened. She's scared to death, Jack thought. Linda leaned forward. "Are you 3 all right?" She studied each of them in turn as if she feared there might be parts missing, looking so guilty and miserable that Jack found himself wishing he could make her feel better somehow. "Jack, I saw you fall." "I'm okay," Jack said quickly. He looked around at the others. "You guys are all right, aren't you?" "Well," Will shrugged, "I about wet my pants when that freak opened the door." "Why would he shoot at us?" Fitch asked. "If it wasn't the police or a night watchman, why would he be sneaking around in there at night? There's nothing but a bunch of old court records." He swirled the ice in his glass and looked at Linda. "Unless he was looking for the same thing we are, like in Tomb Raider." Linda said nothing. The waitress circled the table, setting their plates before them. "All he had to do was ask," Will said. "I would have given him Death Book A for sure." Jack studied his steak sandwich as if it were something unfamiliar and inedible. Fitch picked at his food, and Linda ignored what was on her plate and drank her second beer straight from the bottle. Will was the only one who seemed hungry. Do you think he was just trying to scare us off? Jack asked, conscious of the bruised spot in the middle of his back. Or would he come after us in here? He won't come in here, Linda said, picking absently at a broken nail. He knows we haven't found anything yet, and now he knows all he has to do is follow me. With that, she shut her mouth, as if she realized she had already said too much. Jack dropped his silverware onto his plate with a clatter. So, you know who that guy is? More and more he was asking questions he already knew the answers to. Yes, she said. I know who he is. I just never expected to meet up with him here. She looked at Fitch and Will. If I had, I never would have brought you two along. What about me? Am I, expendable then? Jack thought, careening between anger and bewilderment. Rock music pounded from the speakers as people crowded into the Bluebird Cafe. Someone propped the front door open as the room heated up. Linda's gaze flickered to the open door. Is he out there? Jack asked. Linda nodded. Not far away, anyway. The thing is, she said, as if continuing their earlier conversation, I'm looking for a family heirloom. I was hoping to find it this weekend. He must be looking for it, too. Either he traced it to Cole Grove through Susanna's genealogy, or he followed me down here. And if he followed me here... Her voice trailed off. She was looking at Jack. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Will scarfed down the last of his sandwich. So what was the weapon he used? I don't know, Linda said. I didn't really see anything. She's lying, Jack thought. Why don't we just go back home? Fitch suggested. He can't hang around here forever. We can always come back another time. Linda shook her head. The fact that he's here may mean it's already too late. We can't take the chance that he might find it before we do. She looked at each of them in turn. I'm going to have to find it this weekend, or risk losing everything. Then what's our next step? Fitch asked. There's no next step for you two boys, Linda said. I'm going to take you to the hotel and leave you there until this is over. I don't always think things through, I'm afraid. She looked down at her hands. It was a mistake to get you involved. I'm not putting you at risk again. What about me? Jack asked, realizing that once again he'd been intentionally excluded. She wouldn't look at him. If I can find it, I'll need your help to retrieve it, Jack. I have some inside information that will help us. Only, I don't know how we'll manage to lose him. And if he sees us together... Fitch rested his chin on his hands. Maybe we can help. Linda leaned into the center of the table. You don't know them, she whispered. This is not a game. Jack had never seen his irreverent aunt look so serious. Just listen, Fitch persisted. You said this guy would be following you. You're not going to find anything without his knowing it. Aunt Linda nodded warily. But he probably didn't get a good look at us at the courthouse, he went on. And there's only one of him. I'll bet if he has to make a choice, he'll follow you. I would, he admitted, blushing a little. What are you thinking? What if you lead him away from here while the three of us look for the thing, Will said. If he's following you, we won't be in danger. Well, maybe we should split up now anyway, Linda said, wavering. If I take you to the motel, we might be followed. The next place we need to go is the library. That should be safe enough. Jack didn't like it. Linda knew the man in the courthouse, and she was frightened of him. I don't want that guy following you around. I think we should stick together. She shrugged. He'll be following me anyway. There's nothing I can do about that. And if you're with me, you'll be in danger. It was plain that she didn't consider them much protection against whatever waited outside. How important is it that you win? Jack asked. Winning is everything. She looked up at him and said again, everything. Something in the way she said it made Jack wonder if this desperate quest had something to do with him. The plan was hatched over the battered table in the back of the Bluebird Cafe. Aunt Linda handed Jack a wad of bills and a credit card, along with the confirmation number for the hotel reservation. The hotel was back by the highway, and they would have to get there on their own. Linda didn't think it wise for the boys to return to the Land Rover if they wanted to avoid the attention of the stranger outside. Will put Aunt Linda's cell phone and her notebook in the inside pocket of his jacket. She had scrawled some instructions inside. Fitch carried 2 of the flashlights. When all was set, she called the bartender over. Her voice took on a distinctly local accent. "You know what?" she said to the bartender, in a voice dripping with charm. "My ex-husband's out there waiting in the parking lot, and I'm afraid there might be trouble. He's been following us around all night. I'm scared we might have words, and I don't want my boys getting mixed up in this." The bartender nodded sympathetically. He was a huge man with a florid complexion, massive shoulders and beefy hands. If he thought she had a peculiar-looking family, he didn't say so. "I wonder if they could just slip out the back," Linda went on. "Do you have a kitchen door?" The man nodded again. "No problem. I understand how it is sometimes with exes. I have one myself." He jerked his head at the door at the back labeled restrooms. "Just go through there and keep heading straight back. There's a door that lets out to the alley." "I really appreciate it," Linda said. "If it's okay with you, I think I'll sit here a bit until I know they're safe away." "No problem," the bartender said solicitously. Jack and his friends pushed back their chairs. "Be careful," Linda called after them. Jack looked back. His aunt seemed small and vulnerable, sitting alone at the table. They pushed through the swinging door at the back of the restaurant and found themselves in a shabby hallway with a linoleum floor and restrooms to either side. There was another door at the far end, under an exit sign. The door led out into an alley between 2 huge dumpsters. The music from the bar seemed distressingly loud when they opened the door. They jerked it shut quickly behind them and lingered between the dumpsters for a moment. No one appeared. Then, like ghosts, the boys slipped down the alley and into the street beyond. "Excuse me." The night clerk was perched on a stool behind the counter, immersed in a handheld video game. He looked to be in his mid-20s, scrawny with a generous supply of post-adolescent acne. After briefly surveying Jack and his companions, without interest or curiosity, he returned to his game, which played a little tune as he advanced to the next level. Jack cleared his throat. "Excuse me," he repeated. This time he didn't lift his eyes from the screen. His name badge said, Stan. "We have reservations. Name of O'Haran," Jack persisted. Finally, Stan ran out of lives and the game came to a sudden and tragic end. Reluctantly, he shut it off and turned his attention to Jack. "We don't rent to teenagers," he said abruptly. He took a long drink from a can of Mountain Dew. "You boys better go back home." "The reservation's in the name of my aunt," Jack continued, pushing a credit card and the slip of paper with the confirmation number on it across the counter to Stan. "She'll be here later." Why does Aunt Linda have a credit card in the name of O'Haran? Somehow, he hadn't thought to ask her. Stan eyed the credit card suspiciously. "Well, where's your aunt right now?" She met someone at a bar in town. She said she was going to stay a while longer, but me and my cousins we're getting tired." Jack stifled a yawn. "So she told us to come ahead." Will and Fitch yawned also. Stan rocked back on his stool, folding his arms across his chest, the picture of stubbornness. Just then the phone buzzed. Now, keeping his full attention on the trio in front of him, Stan picked it up and listened for a moment. "Well, they're here," Stan replied to something the caller said. "But I don't think I can let them check in without your being here." He sounded suddenly less sure of himself. He listened for a moment, shaking his head as if she were there to see it, then launched a weak protest. "Miss O'Haron, I really think you'd better get over here and check in yourself," he began, then stopped, listening again. "Well, I suppose if you'll be here in a few hours..." He listened some more, swallowing rapidly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "Well, course, whatever I can do to help, honey. You know." Finally, reluctantly, he hung up the phone. Another victim of Aunt Linda's uncanny charm. "Well, okay, I guess there's no harm in letting you wait for your aunt in your room," Stan said, suddenly gracious. Jack had a feeling Stan would stay past quitting time, waiting for Linda to arrive. "You all got any luggage?" "Our aunt has the rest of our things," Fitch explained. They were directed up a flight of open stairs to a concrete walkway on the second floor, on the far side of the motel from the office. The room had the cozy feel of public housing. 2 double beds with imitation wood headboards, plastic cups in the bathroom. There was a lingering stench of tobacco smoke and cigarette burns on the carpet. They tried the television, but the cable was out, and the reception was poor. There was little else to do, so they undressed and slid into bed. "What do you think your aunt is looking for?" It was Will's voice in the darkness. "I have no idea," Jack said. Aunt Linda was sharing information in small, miserly installments. He wondered where she was at that moment, and if the man from the courthouse was following her. He realized his hands were clenched under the sheet, and he forced himself to relax his fingers. Now that he had stopped moving, his back had stiffened up. He shifted, trying to get comfortable on the unforgiving mattress. "I don't get it. Why do you guys want to get involved in this?" "We're already involved, aren't we?" Fitch pointed out. "I could go to the library by myself," Jack suggested. "I know the family names. You could hang out here. It might be better if we aren't seen together." "Maybe there's safety in numbers," Will said. Jack propped up on his elbows. "Look, I could call my mom. She could pick us up in a few hours. We could step out of this thing right now." The thought of explaining all this to Becca depressed him. He might never see Linda again, except in small supervised doses. "You'd leave Linda here on her own?" Will sounded scandalized. "That man is after her," Fitch added. "She's scared. We should help her if we can." "She's charmed them," Jack thought. "Just like she's done me, all my life." "Look, I know you want to help a maiden in distress, but did you consider the fact that you might get hurt? And if she's innocent, then why won't she tell us what's going on? Why doesn't she call the police?" "Maybe the police can't help her." Fitch was picking his way, trying to make sense out of disorder. "I wouldn't want to try to fight that flamethrower dude." "At least the police have guns. What do you think he'll do when he finds out what we're up to?" They didn't have much to say to that. There was a long, uncomfortable silence that wasn't broken until their regular breathing told him they were asleep. Jack lay on his back, staring up at the fake stucco ceiling. Sleep seemed far away. Aunt Linda was his godmother, but there was something stronger between the two of them. Some genetic and spiritual linkage that went beyond ceremony. He couldn't shake the idea that she'd brought him along for a reason, that this artifact she was hunting had something to do with him. But it wasn't just that. He felt danger closing in, drawing closer with every breath he took. He pulled the thin sheet up to his chin. The motel felt like a frail eggshell. a feeble shield against the dark. And he worried that all his relatives and friends together would not be enough to save him. Chapter 4. Shadow Slayer. The house had good bones. It was built of rough-hewn stone, rock quarried on the property, still standing stone on stone after years of neglect. But the skeleton was all that remained. The roof and porch and wooden parts had rotted away to reveal a stark and decaying beauty. A stone set into the wall next to the entry was engraved, A. Hastings, 1850. The footprints of other buildings were nearly obscured by the undergrowth. A barn, perhaps, a shed, the remains of a stone wall. Linda shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. She'd had no difficulty finding it again, this site of long-ago tragedies. Lee had brought her here once, when he was trying to explain who he was. She ran her hands over the cool stones, velveted with moss, and stood where the porch had been, looking down on the great river. She could see it glinting in the early morning sunlight, several miles to the south. She'd led the wizard on quite a chase, along narrow, twisting mountain roads, back onto the interstates, making a great circle around Colton County, so she never put too much distance between herself and Jack. She knew the area better than her pursuer, and had avoided any traps he'd laid for her. Until now. She circled the ruins, cut through the new growth behind the house, picked out the remnants of an elaborate garden, the winter-burned canes of old roses against the foundations of old walls. The leaves of red maples still lay like blood on the ground. She walked back to the front of the house. A delicate flower amid the ruins. The voice was like the rustle of dead leaves. She froze in place like a startled animal, a scream caught in her throat. He was there at the edge of the yard, in front of the porch, tall and spare in a long coat, bearded, hatless, shimmering with power. Wiley, she thought, the name coming back to her as if from a former life. She had never met him, but she had known too many like him. She tried to draw inward, to hide what she was, knowing it was already too late. Although his appearance was not unexpected, he'd still taken her by surprise. He smiled, a slow and suggestive rearrangement of his face. She said nothing, fearful that her voice would give her away. Tell me, who sends an enchanter to do a wizard's work? She shook her head wordlessly. He would be on top of her in 3 strides if he didn't knock her senseless first. What is your name? Who is your guarantor? Is he with the White Rose? One question followed another, too quickly for her to answer, even if she wanted to. He didn't expect her to answer. If she were under the control of a wizard, he would have to force the information from her. So Wiley didn't know who she was. He must have tracked the blade another way. That was something. But it would be nothing if he got his hands on her. Is the blade here somewhere? He demanded. Is this the Downey property? She shook her head mutely, telling the truth, in fact. I asked you about the blade, he whispered. Cooperate now, and it will go easier with you. If not... He flexed his fingers, and flames bristled about his hands and arms. I will pull your feathers, little bird. I will remove your petals one by one and leave you screaming. Wizard endearments. She said nothing. First, we'll talk, and then we'll play. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure. He moved smoothly toward her, an experienced predator. But as soon as his boot came down in the yard, he stiffened and spasmed backward, clawing at his face. He landed on his back in the brush, writhing in pain, shrieking as if he were being flayed alive. She watched as he rolled helplessly in the dirt and finally made out what he was saying. "Help me, enchanter! It's warded! Get me out!" "Burn in hell, wizard," she replied. She didn't dare stay to see the outcome of the trap she'd laid. She had no idea how long the old magic would hold. She turned and ran down the slope toward the dirt track where the Land Rover waited, just beyond the shell of the trailer. Another car, a plain gray coupe, stood next to it. She threw herself into the front seat of the Rover and poked the key into the lock with shaking hands. It took several tries. Once she succeeded, she threw it into forward, spun the wheel, and then was bumping wildly down the rutted road that led to the highway. When she looked in her rearview mirror, she could see no one following. The Coal Grove Regional Library was housed in an imposing red brick building that had been a schoolhouse at one time. It stood on the square across from the courthouse, a half-hour walk from Dave's Slumber Inn. Since it was a Saturday morning, the library was already busy when they arrived. A motherly-looking woman at the front desk directed them to the genealogy section in the rear. A man clad in a blue work shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots was seated at the large table closest to the genealogy collection. He had a huge stack of books spread out across the table and was busily typing notes into a laptop. A bright orange extension cord snaked its way across the floor and behind a bookcase. "Mind the cord, boys," he said, shoving his books to one side of the table to free up space for them to sit down. Jack pulled Aunt Linda's notebook from his duffel and dropped it onto the table. Then the three of them looked at each other at a loss. The stranger looked up from his keyboard. "What's the matter? Don't know where to start?" "No," the three said together. "Well, I think it's great to see young people taking an interest in genealogy," the man said, beaming. "Me, I didn't get started until 4 or 5 years ago. What names are you looking for?" Taylor," Jack said quickly. Taylor. His fingers flew over the keyboard. "I got a Ransom Taylor here, born in 1830. That your Taylor?" "We don't know," Fitch replied, shrugging. "We're pretty new at this. Maybe you could tell us about the books in here." "Sure." The man rose heavily to his feet, seemingly eager to share what he knew. "Where are you all from?" "Erie, Pennsylvania," Fitch spoke up again. The man nodded. "Well, over here you got your county histories, most of the counties in southern Ohio and a few in West Virginia. This part of Ohio used to be part of Virginia, you know. Over here," he waved his arm vaguely down the stacks, "you got your census indexes. They have census records on microfilm from 1830 to 1920 in these cabinets. The vital statistics are on these metal shelves. Marriages, births, deaths, and cemetery records." "Cemetery records?" Will repeated with interest. "Yep. The County Genealogical Society has been canvassing the graveyards, copying stones for years. They have them about done. Only thing is, they aren't indexed yet." "Do they have any old newspapers here?" Jack asked, running his hands across the books of cemetery records. There were 3 fat volumes. It looked like they had their work cut out for them. Their benefactor nodded. "We have the Post, Telegram, and the Coal Grove Democrat on microfilm, back to the mid-1850s. Those ain't indexed either, but it makes for some interesting reading." Fitch had a plan. "Okay," he said, nodding to Jack and Will. "Will and I will each take one of those cemetery books and start looking for our dead relatives. Jack, you go through the newspaper microfilm and see if you can find an obituary or something." Jack chose a reel of microfilm for the Post-Telegram. Susanna Downey had died in May 1900. He rolled forward through the film until he found May 1900, then carefully scanned each page of the paper for any reference to her passing. After nearly an hour of reading stories about who visited whom and who was under the weather, Jack switched from the Post-Telegram to the Coal Grove Democrat. And there it was. "Look at this!" The boys crowded around Jack, reading over his shoulder. It was a news story. "Mrs. Downey dies and fall from horse." Neighbors in Coal Grove were shocked to hear of the untimely death of Mrs. Susanna Downey, late of Monroe Township, who died when she was thrown from a horse last Sunday. Lee Hastings, a visitor in the township, found her lying in the woods near the back of the family barn in the late evening. Her horse was standing nearby, all lathered up as if he'd been ridden hard for a distance. Although known to be a capable horsewoman, Mrs. Downey took a fall onto a fence post. A severe gash to the chest was the cause of death. Reverend Eugene Carter presided over the funeral service from First Methodist. She leaves a husband and infant son to mourn. "Wow," Will breathed. "What a way to go." Jack had seen hand-colored pictures of his great-great-grandmother from the old trunk in the attic. She had been photographed with her husband, who looked stiff and solemn. Susanna, though, looked as if she were just about to break into laughter. She was beautiful, with heavy strawberry blonde hair twisted up onto her head, small, graceful hands and fine features. There was a strong resemblance between the woman in the photograph and her great-granddaughter, Becca. Fitch hit the print button on the microfilm machine. "Does it say where she was buried?" Jack asked. "No," said Fitch, "but it says she lived in Monroe Township. Aren't those cemeteries listed by township?" Will checked the table of contents of the book he was reviewing and turned to the back. "There are 8 or 10 cemeteries in Monroe Township," he reported. "Most of them seem to be small." He ran his finger down the page. "Here! Susanna Downey, wife of Abraham, 1868 to 1900. It's in the old Methodist cemetery." Their voices had grown louder and louder, and Jack suddenly realized that the man in the cowboy boots had looked up from his microfilm machine and was listening with interest to everything they said. Jack shot a warning look at his friends and turned back to the book. "Wait a minute," he said. "That can't be her. The dates are all wrong. She would have been alive much earlier." He turned suddenly to the man with the laptop. "What if a person isn't in the cemetery book? How far back do the death records go?" The man shook his head. "Not earlier than 1867, which is when the state began requiring the counties to keep records. There might be an estate record up at the courthouse, though that would be uncommon for a woman. Have you all been up there?" Was there sharp interest in the man's eyes as he asked that question? "No," Fitch said. "We thought anything that old would be in the library." "No original records in here," the man pointed out. "Only indexes and extracted records. You might want to try the courthouse, though they won't be open over the weekend. Are you boys here through Monday?" "Probably not," Fitch replied. "We have to be back at school, unless we can convince our mom to let us ditch on Monday. She's at our Aunt Fran's," he added. "Do you know Frances Dunleavy, who works at the dry cleaners by the grocery in the plaza?" Jack stared at Fitch in amazement. "Sure, I know Fran," the man replied, nodding. "Went to high school with her, in fact." By now, Will had copied the information from the cemetery book into his notebook. Fitch stood up abruptly. "We'd better go. We told Mom we'd be back by 3, he said. "Let's bring her back here tomorrow. We're not getting anywhere." He rewound the newspaper microfilm, lifted it off the machine and placed it in its box. Will and Jack hesitated, but Fitch continued packing up at a rapid pace, now fully aware of the surveillance of the man in the cowboy boots. Jack reshelved the cemetery books, and Will returned the notebook to his duffel. "My name's Sam Hadley," the cowboy said, handing them a card. "I'm a certified genealogist, and I do research for hire. Tell your mom she can reach me through the library, if she decides she'd like some help." "We'll do that," Jack replied. "Thanks for your help, and good luck with your research." They paid for their copy at the front desk. Fitch jerked his head toward the men's room, which was just inside the front door. The three of them filed into the restroom. Both stalls were empty. "What do you think you're doing?" Will demanded, as soon as the door closed. "Why'd we have to leave in such a hurry? We could have asked that man Hadley how to get to the Methodist cemetery. And why were you spinning all those stories? I was afraid there was going to be a quiz." Fitch calmly removed his glasses and wiped them with a paper towel. "Look," he said, "something wasn't right. The dude claims he knows our Aunt Fran. There is no Frances Dunleavy. Why would he say he knows her when he doesn't?" Will shrugged. "Maybe he's just one of those people who likes to make you think he knows about everything and everybody." "What if he was the guy from the courthouse?" Fitch suggested. Jack compared the tall, spare, deadly figure on the staircase with Sam Hadley's portly build. "No, not unless he's some kind of shapeshifter." They all laughed uneasily. "He sure seemed interested in what we were doing," Fitch mused, "though I think those genealogy people love to talk about this stuff. I wonder how much he overheard." Jack shrugged. "Nothing we can do about it now. Let's see if we can find out where the cemetery is from someone else." "It gave a location for each graveyard in the book," Will reminded them. He pulled the notebook from his duffel and paged quickly through it. "It's on Methodist Chapel Road," he nodded wisely. "Makes sense. Let's get going." Jack nodded toward the restroom door. They pushed it open just in time to see the man in the cowboy boots walking briskly past, his laptop swinging from his shoulder. They shrank back into the restroom doorway and watched him exit through the front door of the library. Jack sprinted to one of the front windows. A black Mercedes was pulled into one of the angle parking spaces in front of the library. The man opened the rear passenger door, tossed his laptop into the back seat, and then climbed behind the wheel. The car backed out of the space and sped off down the street, disappearing around a corner. Fitch and Will were right behind him. "Not a local ride, I'm guessing," Fitch observed. "He sure took off in a hurry. What if the dude overheard everything and he's heading out to the cemetery right now?" "Aunt Linda told us to find out where Susanna Downey was buried and then she would call with further instructions," Jack replied. "He'd have to know more than we do." "Well, that's certainly possible, since we don't know much," Will muttered. They looked at each other miserably. Fitch turned without a word and headed back into the library. He stopped at the front desk and spoke to the elderly woman behind the counter. He returned carrying a piece of paper. "I got directions to the Methodist cemetery," he announced. "I don't think it's too far." Will grinned. "The librarian's probably conspiring with the cowboy," he said. "Her and the whole town. They'll all meet us at the graveyard with chainsaws, like in a horror movie." "Maybe." Fitch stuffed the paper into his pants pocket. "But it might take them a while. I asked about 5 different cemeteries. That ought to slow them down, or split them up at least. We'll have to wait for dark anyway, if we're going to be digging up bodies." He smiled, but there was little joy in it, only that famous Fitch persistence. Who knows, Jack thought. With all that's happened already, that might turn out to be our assignment. The sun had disappeared while they were in the library, and it was noticeably cooler. The wind had picked up as well. Jack thought wistfully of the warm jacket he had left in Aunt Linda's car, which reminded him of something else. His medicine was still in the back of the Land Rover. He'd missed his dose again that morning. Jack rolled his eyes. Becca would be all over him if she knew he'd messed up twice in 1 week. It doesn't matter, he told himself. Wasn't a problem last time. Wouldn't be a problem this time. He couldn't help it. Life seemed to be getting more complicated. Anyway, he felt good. Incredibly good. like he'd been looking at the world through a cloudy lens and the film had been stripped away. The day seemed rife with possibilities, a gift about to be opened. He couldn't help grinning. Will's voice broke into his thoughts. "What do we do now?" Jack looked at his watch. They had several hours of daylight left. "We're going to need some things. Shovels, flashlights, sweatshirts, like that." "Let's go there." Fitch pointed across the square to a storefront. A weathered sign proclaimed Bix Army Navy, and underneath, weapons, ammo, camo, clothing, bait, hunting licenses. It seemed totally fitting. "Let's go shopping," Jack said. The boys were killing time in the Bluebird Cafe, feeding the jukebox and flirting with the waitress over second desserts. They were fortified with tavern food and dressed for battle. Jack wore a long-sleeved t-shirt and dark hoodie over Mercedes's vest. Will had chosen an insulated vest with lots of pockets, and Fitch looked like a punk urban commando with a camo jacket, dog tags, and heavy boots. The duffel bags at their feet contained flashlights and spades. The cell phone rang, and Jack fumbled for it, flipped it open. Linda didn't waste any time on pleasantries. "Are you all right? Did you find out anything today?" "Yeah," Jack replied to both questions, his eyes on the other two. "We have a location, the old Methodist cemetery." Automatically, he looked around him. No one was in earshot, especially given the volume of the music. "Don't know where in the cemetery, but it seems to be a small one. We got directions." "Good." She sounded relieved. "Have you seen anybody suspicious? Anyone seem to be following you?" Jack hesitated. After all, they had no hard evidence that the cowboy was up to anything at all. They were probably just being paranoid, only... There was a genealogist in the library who might have overheard us talking about the cemetery. Linda made a noise of irritation and dismay. "What did he look like?" "Fat, bald, cowboy boots, western shirt. He did seem to know quite a bit about genealogy, had a business card and all. He helped us find stuff in the library." There was a brief silence. "Okay," she said finally, as if reassured by this description. "But you haven't seen the man from the courthouse, or anyone like him." It was an odd thing to say, but somehow Jack knew exactly what she meant. No, Sam Hadley was not like the man in the courthouse. "No," he said, "haven't seen him. What have you been doing?" He had already decided not to mention the medicine. It wouldn't do any good to worry her. "I've been traveling around," Linda said evasively. Her voice sounded brittle, breathless, barely controlled. "What's the matter?" Jack demanded. "Did something happen?" "I'm just tired. I've been up all night, driving all over southern Ohio. Our friend has been following me." "Can't you just find a motel room and hole up there? Get some sleep? He won't bother you if there are a lot of people around. Isn't that what you told us?" He was looking for reassurance, and she provided it, but not quickly enough to be convincing. "That's a good idea," she said hesitantly. "Maybe I'll do that. Where are you?" "We're at the Bluebird," Jack said, "waiting for dark." "You need to be careful. I would like to come with you to the cemetery, but I'm still a couple of hours away, down by the river. I may have lost him, but I'm not sure." She paused. "If he can't find me, he might come looking for you. If you have even a hint that there's a problem, I want you three to go back to the motel and stay there until I come. If I don't come by noon tomorrow, call Becca." Jack didn't like the sound of that. There was another long pause, but when she spoke again, her voice was businesslike. "Now listen carefully. I'm only going to tell you what you need to know, because the man we saw could easily force things out of you. Don't share any more with Will and Fitch than you have to." "Okay," Jack said cautiously. The piece you are looking for is a weapon, a sword. It once belonged to Susanna. Now, it belongs to you. Okay. With some effort, he stopped himself from repeating her words, from asking the questions that crowded in. Why would Susanna have a sword? Could it be a Civil War piece, perhaps? And why would it belong to him? Susanna had died long before he was born. It seemed that his mother or Linda would have a better claim. It will be buried behind her gravestone, in a case of some kind. Now, this is important. You must be the one who opens the case. No one else. I'll give you the charm you'll need to open it. She paused, as if expecting a question, but he didn't ask it. Are you listening, Jack? He nodded without thinking, and then said, Yes. The words sounded like Latin, a soft and familiar music, the truth that lay under all the languages that he knew. He repeated them back to her several times until she was satisfied, ignoring Will and Fitch, who were staring at him as he memorized the phrase. You won't forget. No. Make sure the sword is in the case, then close it up and carry it back to the motel. I'll pick you up there. Aunt Linda? He looked across the table at his friends. Maybe I should just go by myself. It was half statement, half question. There was another long silence. Maybe you should. They won't like it. Let me talk to them. Wordlessly, Jack extended the cell phone toward Fitch, who put up both hands and shook his head. Forget it, Jack. I'm not going to let her talk me out of it. I'm coming with you whether you like it or not. Will had his arms crossed over his chest, looking scared and yet stubborn as stone. They won't talk to you, Aunt Linda. She sighed. I'm so sorry, Jack. I should not have brought them into this. She paused. All right. They can help dig. Just get in and get out quickly. Go back to the motel and wait. I'll be there as soon as I can. I'll call you a little later. It was definitely colder when they left the Bluebird, but Jack hardly noticed. His lingering worries were overshadowed by a kind of euphoria. He felt taut and cat-like, full of power, barely contained within his skin. His fears of the day before were forgotten. Something ancient had kindled deep within him, a bright and powerful thirst for adventure. He felt invulnerable, as if the strangers and their agenda were irrelevant. He looked at his two companions and grinned. Anything could happen. And that seemed like a good thing. The church was a modest white structure on a narrow strip of flat ground along the road, perhaps 2 miles out of town. The hills rose up behind, a dense black nothingness against the brighter sky. The building was in the plain Methodist style, with a traditional steeple and a large double front door. A simple sanctuary, and little else. A white wood-framed sign with magnetic letters stood off to one side. Pastor Willard F. Guffey. Sunday sermon, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. There was a small gravel parking lot between the road and the church. It was empty. There were no lights anywhere around the building. They cut away from the roadside and approached the front of the church. Jack shone the beam of his flashlight over a brass plate above the double doors. First Methodist Church, founded 1850. The cemetery was marked off from the rest of the churchyard by 2 brick pillars about 20 feet behind the building, probably gateposts of a fence that had long since gone. The first grave markers clustered just on the other side of the posts. Jack looked back at Methodist Chapel Road. They had seen very little traffic, and the church was surrounded by dense forest, As far as he could tell, they had not been followed. There were no houses in sight. Once they moved to the back of the church, it seemed unlikely they could be seen from the road. They passed between the pillars into the cemetery beyond. Jack soon realized there were many more grave sites than were listed in the book. Some of the stones were broken, worn away and unreadable. Grass was growing over some of the markers, and others had toppled over. The oldest, most dilapidated stones seemed to be closest to the church. He found a legible one just inside the old wall. He knelt, shining his light over its surface. Bram Whaley, 1863, died at Chancellorsville. A metal GAR marker stood alongside. Susanna died in 1900, he said. Do you think that her grave would be farther back because it's later? Maybe, Fitch said, but families tend to be buried together, so you might find early and late markers in the same plot. How do you know this stuff? Jack demanded. The three of them divided the graveyard into 3 sections and proceeded to move methodically through, shining their lights over the cold stone surfaces, scraping moss away with their fingernails, yanking weeds that obscured the base of the stones, sometimes digging in the dirt with a stick to expose the lowest row of lettering. They worked their way back from the church to the hill, in line with each other, afraid of missing something. The trees grew closer together at the rear of the property, and in some cases their roots had heaved stones completely out of the ground, dividing families. The moon had risen, but it burned dimly behind a thin curtain of clouds. They could see nothing outside the circle of their flashlights. Soon they were almost in the shadow of the cliff. "Here's a downy," Jack said quietly. He was in a small grove of trees to the far left of the cemetery. Will and Fitch came to see. It was a small white marker with a death's head at the top. Joseph Downey, 1823 to 1872. "Here's another," said Will. It was close to the one Jack had found, for a child. Jeremiah Downey, age 18 months. Son of Joseph and Martha. Died 1860. They crept farther under the trees, scanning stone by stone. It was Will who found it. A large stone set a little apart from the others, almost up against a wire fence that marked the edge of the property. Susanna Hale Downey, 1868 to 1900. Beloved wife of Abraham, gone, but not forgotten. "Look at this!" Fitch scuffed his boot across the neatly clipped grass that surrounded the gravestone. "This whole place has grown up in weeds, but your grandmother's grave looks like somebody's garden." The stone had been cleared of moss and debris, and spring bulbs were pushing their way through the turf. A small dogwood tree had been planted behind the stone. "Where's my great-great-grandfather?" Susanna's was the only name on the stone. Maybe Abraham had remarried. If so, Jack had never heard about it. "Look at this." Will gathered up the remains of several long-stemmed roses that had been scattered over the plot. The blackened petals spiraled gently back to the ground as he lifted them. "Is there still family around here?" Will asked, looking over his shoulder, as if one of them might appear at any moment to challenge him. "I don't know," Jack shook his head. "Even if there were, Susanna had died a long time ago. There couldn't possibly be anyone still alive who would remember her." He thought of the laughing young woman in the photographs. Gone, but not forgotten. She looked like someone who would be hard to forget. "Now what?" Fitch shivered and stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets. "I feel like a grave robber." Jack knelt and unzipped the duffel bag. He pulled out the 2 short spades. "Now, we dig. Aunt Linda said we should look for something buried behind the stone." Will took one of the spades from Jack and chose a spot about a foot in back of the marker, far enough away to keep the stone from toppling. Couldn't your grandmother have kept her heirlooms in the attic like everyone else? Fitch asked, leaning against Susanna's stone. And how does your Aunt Linda know there's something here? I don't know, Jack replied, sinking his spade into the dirt a few feet away from Will. But I guess this was something that my grandmother didn't want falling into the wrong hands. Like ours, maybe, Fitch said dryly. It felt like the earth behind the stone had not been disturbed for a century, or ever. It was clay and shale and full of tree roots. Fitch kept watch while the other two handled the shovels. Once in a while they could see the lights of a car along the chapel road. The trees and the woods on either side complained as the wind moved through them. Otherwise, the only sound was the clink of shovels against stone and the labored breathing of the diggers. Eventually, they dug a fairly large hole, 3 feet long and perhaps 3 feet deep. Despite the cold air, Jack was sweating from the exertion, and then his shovel hit something with a dull clunking sound that was different than before. And then, again. He continued to dig, lifting away smaller amounts of dirt until they could see a rough rectangular outline. Will dug with renewed energy, enlarging the hole, trying to find the other end of the box, if that was what it was. Jack cleared the earth away from the sides, so they could see how deep it was. Now they had all 4 of the top corners exposed. It was about 3 feet long and narrow. Jack leaned wearily on his shovel. Something strange was going on. His head was spinning, and there was a murmuring in his ears, the sound of 1,000 urgent voices. He sat down heavily on the edge of the hole, his legs dangling, and put his hands over his ears. Hey, are you all right? Fitch shone his flashlight in Jack's face. Why don't you just sit there a minute? You've been doing most of the work. He turned and fumbled in his backpack, pulled out 2 water bottles. He tossed one to Jack and the other to Will. Drink that. Fitch picked up the shovel and set to work with a vengeance, making the dirt fly. Will drained his water bottle noisily and threw it aside, continuing to work, motivated by the prize that seemed almost within their grasp. Now, Jack could make out some of what the voices were saying. Who comes to claim the blade? There was a rumble of drums, at first far away and then growing louder, coming closer, pounding inside his head. Jack closed his eyes and leaned back against Susanna's stone, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps, his heart beating wildly. Sweat poured from him. He thought of the forgotten medicine. Maybe he was having a heart attack. Do you hear something? People talking? Drums? Anything? Will and Fitch stopped digging to stare at Jack. Never mind, he said hastily. The drums and voices grew to a crescendo, and then a woman's voice, cool and quiet, broke through the din. Be at ease. He is the heir, she said. The voices and the drums fell silent. Jack wiped sweat from his face with his sleeve and breathed easier. The box itself was only about 8 inches deep, and Fitch and Will soon cleared the dirt from 3 sides. Will worked the tip of his shovel under it and attempted to pry the box out of the dirt. The earth was reluctant to yield what it had held for so many years. It took several tries, but at last one corner came up, and Will carefully propped it against one side of the hole. It didn't seem too heavy. He climbed down in the hole and pushed the box over the rim. Fitch grabbed the leading edge and hauled it out onto the grass. They must have buried it in a leather bag, Will said. The bag had nearly disintegrated, and the leather fell away when they turned the box over. It was encrusted with dirt and sand. Will spat into his hand and wiped some of it away. It's covered in jewels, he exclaimed, as the light reflected back. You don't think they're real, do you? Jack had recovered enough to lift himself away from the gravestone and lean forward to look. Who would bury valuable jewels in a graveyard? Fitch ran his fingernail over one of the stones. It was blood red and faceted and about the size of his thumb. This is probably the closest I'll ever come to buried treasure. He leaned down, fumbling along the side of the case. It took Jack a moment to realize what he was doing. "Fitch! No, don't!" Too late. There was a bright flash and a boom. Fitch flew backward, landing flat on his back several yards away on the grass. A pale cloud of smoke drifted skyward. Will leaped after him, but Fitch was already sitting up, shaking his head. What the hell was that? His face was smudged with soot, and he spat blood out of his mouth. Will and Fitch regarded the case with grudging respect. Somewhere close by, a dog was barking. Jack wondered if the noise would bring any curious neighbors, or worse. "Maybe we should take it to a safer place," Will suggested. "Maybe we'll be blown to smithereens if we try," Fitch replied warily. "Let me do it," Jack said. The other two stared at him. Scrambling to his feet, he stumbled over to where the box lay and cradled it carefully in his arms. He carried it a safe distance away and set it on the ground. "Why don't you two fill in the hole and clean up this area as much as you can, and I'll try to figure out this locking mechanism." "Be careful, Jack," Fitch warned him. He and Will grabbed the spades and began pushing dirt back into the hole. It was hard to tell in the darkness how much of a mess they'd made. Jack suspected it would be pretty obvious in the morning that someone had been digging. Jack ran his hands over the ornate lid until he found the tiny latch, right where he knew it would be, as if he'd opened the case 100 times before. The words of the old speech came back to him, and he whispered them as he pressed his fingers against the lock. The case snapped smoothly open. Inside the velvet-lined case was a sword in a scabbard. The scabbard was ornate, worked in gold and silver, and the hilt that protruded from it was cast in an elaborate swirling gold design. A brilliant ruby was set in the end of the pommel. When Jack brought the flashlight close, he could see inscriptions faint against the burnished metal, symbols and words he didn't understand. He set the flashlight on the ground, gingerly grasped the hilt, and drew it out, noticing how the grip fit his hand without slipping. The sword created its own light as it emerged, a silver flame that ran along the blade. It was double-edged, and the metal appeared rippled in a way that meant the steel had been folded and refolded to strengthen it. How he knew this, he couldn't say. After a century in the ground, it bore no trace of rust, but seemed ready for immediate use. Will and Fitch, drawn by the light, looked over Jack's shoulder. "Wicked," breathed Fitch. "No," said Jack. "Not wicked at all." He lifted the weapon before him with 2 hands and knew that it was his, although it had been forged long before he was born. It was lighter in his hands than he expected, lighter than one would expect from the size of it. "Shadow Slayer," he whispered, as if the weapon spoke to him. And the power in the blade ran into his hands and up his arms as if, somehow, the sword were wielding him. "Jack?" It was Will, sounding dismayed, uncertain. The sword flamed in Jack's hand as he brandished it, a marriage of man and metal, flesh and steel, fierce and primitive. He grew, extended himself through the reach of the blade, and the sword sent light and shadow racing across the grass, illuminating the leaning stones. The blade sang as it sliced the darkness, once, twice, 3 times, dividing it, trailing light. Shadow Slayer. He pivoted, seized the hilt with both hands, and swung the blade, severing a 2-inch sapling with a whisper of effort. He saw blood before his eyes, and it was not the blood of trees. It took considerable self-discipline to end the dance. When he lowered the blade, its light subsided to a soft brilliance. "It's so sweet," he said, swallowing, trying to control his voice. I had no idea. Be careful with that. I mean, don't go weird on us. Something in Fitch's voice said he sensed something more dangerous here than the edge of an ancient blade. Will eyed the scabbard in the case, as if half afraid to approach it. Is that some kind of belt? Jack thrust the blade into the ground momentarily and lifted the scabbard with 2 hands. It was mounted on a light belt of cleverly wrought-linked metal. It was designed to fit 2 ways, about the waist or over his shoulder, as a baldric. Baldric. Where had the word come from? Somewhere inside him. A door to knowledge had opened. He put it about his waist and clasped it tight, positioning the scabbard on his left hip so he could draw across his body with his right hand. It lay comfortably across his hip bones. Aunt Linda had said to put the sword back in its case, but... What's that? Fitch spoke quietly, but in a way that got Jack's attention. He was staring back toward the church, hands on hips. Jack followed his gaze. A strange glow bled through the black windows of the building, spinning out crazy shadows. Someone was walking along the far side of the church with a light, and it was reflecting through the back windows. "Hey," Fitch whispered. "Someone's here." With a quick movement, Jack picked up the case and tossed it to Will. "Here, hang on to this, we'll need it." He pulled the sword from the dirt with his right hand and held it, point downward, close to his side. They faded back into the shadows behind Susanna's stone, careful to avoid stepping into the half-filled hole. Someone rounded the corner of the church, carrying a powerful flashlight. At first, they could make out only a bulky outline because of the glare. The figure advanced rapidly toward their hiding place, running the light over the gravestones in his path. He stopped about 10 feet away, shining the light over Susanna Downey's stone. They heard a grunt of satisfaction. Then a voice. "What are you boys doing out here in the dark?" It was the cowboy, Sam Hadley. It was no use staying hidden. Fitch stepped out from behind the stone, shielding his eyes against the flashlight. "We decided to come see if any of our relatives are buried here, but I guess we got too late a start. It's no use trying to find anything in the dark. I suppose we'll have to come back tomorrow." He shrugged his shoulders in an exaggerated fashion. When Hadley spoke again, there was an edge to his voice. "Wasn't Susanna Downey the person you were looking for?" "No, it was Taylor," Fitch replied, sticking his hands into his pockets disarmingly. "But we think she married a Downey. Like we said, this seems to be the wrong person. Our Susanna was earlier, and it looks like this one was a Hale. We just thought we'd come look in the graveyard to see if some of the surrounding stones might give us a clue." Jack could tell Fitch was nervous from the way the words poured out of him like marbles from a bag. "So, we're just about to head back," Will added, moving up to stand by Fitch. He'd picked up his duffel bag, and he held the case horizontally under his arm, as casually as he could, hoping Hadley couldn't get a good look at it in the darkness. Jack remained back in the shadows, behind Susanna's stone. He was acutely aware of another presence, following after the cowboy. Something menacing, something greedy coming closer. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, and his arm tingled all the way to the shoulder. "You boys want to ride back to town?" the cowboy asked. "No thanks," said Will. At this, Jack moved out of the shadows to join his friends, standing just behind them. "What have you got there?" Hadley's voice had a nasty undercurrent. He was speaking to Jack, who was trying to keep his body between the cowboy and the sword, but the glow of the blade stood out like a beacon in the dark. "He has the blade." The new voice was dreadfully cold and uncomfortably close. a deep shadow detached itself from the side of the church and approached them, with an odd, floating gait. It was a man, tall and angular, his garments kiting about him as he advanced. He lifted a skeletal arm and pointed at the sword in Jack's hand. The blade flared red, as if it ran with blood. It was the stranger from the courthouse. Wizard! The thought arose, fully formed in Jack's mind, a warning. An ancient terror kindled inside him. Hadley's eyes flicked nervously to the wizard, then back to Jack. "Looks like y'all been doing some digging," he said, gesturing at Susanna's stone. "Looks like you stole something that don't belong to you." He took a step closer to the boys. "You'd best give it to the man and go on home." "No," Jack replied, broadening his stance. "If you want the sword, come and take it." It was as if a stranger spoke through him. Hadley didn't scare him. It was the wizard that compelled his attention. If not for the vest, the wizard would have killed him at the courthouse. Linda had insisted he wear it. How had she known he would need it? The wizard came closer, moving like a man in pain. Jack watched him warily. A beard covered the lower half of his face, but the upper half was red and blistered, as though he'd been burned. His voice was dry and devoid of emotion, like scales sliding over rock. "No doubt, this has been an exciting adventure for the three of you. But it's over. Now, give me the weapon." He smiled, an awful reshaping of the ruined face. "I'm sure we can devise a suitable reward for your trouble." He's going to kill us, Jack thought. Once he has the blade. He looked over at Will and Fitch, wondering if they understood. I shouldn't have let them come. As if he were in charge. "Where's the enchanter?" It was the wizard again. "I have unfinished business with her." And the way he said business, it was clear he meant pain and something else. What was he talking about? Who was he talking about? Although he was frightened, Jack also felt reckless, wild and rebellious. He had possession of the sword. He'd felt the power in it, and he didn't intend to give it up without a fight. He wavered, unsure what to do, standing astride his great-great-grandmother's bones, his back up against her marker. A sudden breeze moved the leaves overhead, whispering to him. And then he knew where they would be safe. He stepped between his friends and the wizard and shouted, "Run for the church!" Will and Fitch needed no encouragement. They turned and charged to the building, leaping over grave markers as if they were hurdles. Jack backed up rapidly, always keeping his face to the wizard. He held the sword up with both hands, flat side facing him. It responded, blazing, illuminating the scene. He couldn't see a weapon in the wizard's hands, but suddenly a cascade of blue-green flames rolled at him. Instinctively, he used the sword to parry the volley, which exploded into a shower of sparks that fell harmlessly about his shoulders. Twice more, he deflected similar attacks. The heat of the flames dried the sweat from his face. The wizard fire had an unfamiliar, acrid scent, like the taste of blood in his mouth. The wizard with the horrible charred face extended his hands toward him and began to speak, the same time-worn Latin that Linda had used, the language of charms. Jack knew he had to stop him, that the words had power in them. Desperately, he swung Shadow Slayer with both hands in a broad, flat arc. Flames roared from the honed edge of the blade, and the spell died unfinished as the wizard threw himself to the ground. The flames screamed past him and sliced into the trees behind. The trees stood momentarily, then toppled, sliced off neatly at chest height. And somehow, Jack had arrived at the door of the church. A sagging wooden stairway led up a few steps to the back door of the building. Fitch and Will were already at the top of the stairs, unsure what to do next. Jack pointed his sword at the back door and thrust it forward. There was a loud concussion, and it flew open, hanging crookedly on its broken hinges. Will and Fitch ducked inside. Jack leaped through the doorway and turned to face his attackers. They were in some disarray, as if resistance were totally unexpected. The wizard was back on his feet, staring up at Jack. The cowboy looked back at the shorn trees, up at the ragged opening in the canopy overhead, then back at Jack. His mouth was hanging open, and his round face was slick with sweat. "The boy's a demon," he wailed. "I was hired to do research. I never signed on to deal with demons." "There is no magic about this boy," the wizard said contemptuously. "The power is in the blade. This is just a foolish, unaware adventurer who is in more trouble than he can imagine." Jack thought he had said unaware. It seemed an odd choice of words. "Now, go fetch me the sword." "I ain't going in there," Hadley protested. "He'll fry me alive." "Magic is ineffective in the sanctuary. The sword has no special power in there." And indeed, now that Jack was inside the church, the blade had dimmed, grown heavier, so it took both hands to lift it. Its power no longer burned through him. It was nothing more than metal in his hands. Something the wizard had said lingered. Magic. Fitch stood next to him, armed with a candelabra. "Why aren't they coming after us?" he whispered, glancing around uneasily. "Are they warlocks or vampires or something, so they can't set foot in a church?" "Wizards," Jack almost murmured. "I don't know," he said aloud. He didn't know whether the wizard couldn't come in, or if he just preferred to send Hadley against the sword in a situation where magic would do no good. "That sword'll still cut well enough," the cowboy persisted. "And there's 3 of them. I never agreed to go unarmed against a sword." He looked as though he wanted nothing more than to escape. "Is that so?" The wizard's voice dripped contempt. "Then we shall have to renegotiate." He put his hands on Hadley's shoulder, and the cowboy screamed, at first arching away and then sinking helplessly to his knees under the wizard's touch. The wizard kept it up, and the cowboy shrieked like he was being flayed alive. He pleaded for mercy and begged for a chance to change his mind. When it finally stopped, Hadley lay trembling and whimpering on the ground. Jack was sick with the knowledge that the demonstration was for his benefit. As if to confirm it, the wizard spoke to Jack. "You see that resistance has consequences," he said coldly. "Give up the blade, or all 3 of you will die tonight. And by the time I'm done with you, you'll beg for it." Jack was shaken for a moment by the image of himself standing in the doorway like some movie hero, wielding a sword ready to fight a man who could lob flames with his bare hands, could torture and kill with a touch. He looked over his shoulder at Will and Fitch. Their faces were pale as parchment in the gloom of the church. If they hadn't understood the stakes before, they did now. He stared down at the blade in his hand, and then out at the wizard. Where was this coming from? He'd never been particularly foolhardy in the past. There must be something about the sword that was interfering with his judgment. He swiped sweat from his face and shook his head. It was an impasse. If they left the building, the wizard would kill them. He'll take Shadow Slayer, he thought. I can't let that happen. Fitch had left his side momentarily, and now he was back. "The Mercedes is in the parking lot," he whispered. Jack looked over his shoulder again. The back door led directly into the sanctuary. They were standing just behind the pulpit, in the tiny choir area. It was a plain, whitewashed room with rows of wooden pews lined up on either side of a central aisle. Large double doors opened to the parking lot at the other end. "Look," Jack said quietly, turning to face Fitch. "We can probably lose them in the woods. They'll follow the sword. You and Will slide out through the front doors while I'll keep them occupied. Stick to the woods and stay off the road. When I know you're away, I'll make a run for it." "Are you crazy? The dude is shooting flames, Jack. If we know they won't come in here, let's just wait it out. They can't hang around forever." He won't wait forever, Jack thought. And if he gets his hands on us... Hadley had lurched to his feet and was moving closer, driven by the wizard behind him. Now Jack had no inclination to hurt Hadley. He felt sorry for him. "Don't you see?" The wizard was speaking to Jack. "The enchanter has bewitched you, and you're the ones who will pay the price. She doesn't mind sacrificing you to get what she wants." Just then, the cell phone buzzed, startlingly loud. With one hand, Jack fished it out of his pocket, keeping the sword pointed through the doorway. It was Aunt Linda. "Where are you?" "We're in the church at the old Methodist cemetery on Methodist Chapel Road. I have the sword, but we're under attack." Linda was silent for a moment. "I'm close," she said. "Hold them off for 5 minutes. Keep the phone on." The cowboy had advanced to the second step. Jack stepped over the threshold to free his swing and swept the blade from left to right, bleeding flames, enough to move the man away without cutting him. Hadley leaped backward, nearly falling. The magic of the sword flooded into Jack like a drug. Exultant, he descended another step. The cowboy disappeared into the dark, and there was only the wizard, launching volley after volley of fireballs, as in some kind of frenzied video game. Jack sent flames spiraling back at him, and his adversary retreated. Jack moved forward into the duel, pursuing. He was on the last step and ready to step off when he heard someone shouting behind him, "Jack, are you crazy? Get in here!" It was Will, and the spell was somehow broken. He launched himself backward as a thick wall of wizard flame rose toward him, too broad to stop with a sword. Will grasped his shoulders and half lifted them inside, away from the dreadful heat. His face was burning, vision blurred by tears, his lungs scorched from the near miss. He leaned on his sword, gasping, Will still supporting him on the other side. "I am an idiot," he whispered. "An idiot." He heard his aunt's voice over the cell phone. "I'm in the parking lot. Come out the front doors, hurry!" Jack straightened, lifted his weight off Will and Shadow Slayer, and took a painful breath that told him he was still alive. "Aunt Linda's outside," he said. "Time to go." They stampeded to the rear of the church. "Look out!" Linda cried, as Will and Fitch threw open the front door and came face to face with the cowboy. It was hard to say who was more surprised. He made a grab for Will, which turned out to be a mistake. Will had been spending considerable time in the gym. He peeled Hadley off him and, despite the man's size, lifted him off the porch and flung him into the parking lot. Hadley slid on his stomach, arms and legs splayed like a jellyfish. Fitch retrieved the case that Will had dropped. The Land Rover was pulled up alongside the Mercedes. They sprinted for it. Will skidded to a stop next to the Mercedes, reached through the open window and yanked the keys from the ignition. He hurled them as far as he could out into the darkness. They flung themselves into the backseat of the Rover, Jack with the sword and Fitch with the case. The Rover kicked up gravel as they pulled out of the lot. Behind them, the cowboy had risen to his hands and knees. And then, the church was out of sight, and they were speeding down Methodist Chapel Road. Chapter 5. The Warrior Heir. Linda was calm, businesslike even, handing the phone to Fitch to make reservations at a hotel in Columbus under a new name, asking Will to find the map in the glove compartment and navigate, even though she knew the county well. Her voice washed over them, soothed and relaxed them, blunted their terror and curiosity, as if flaming swords and wizards were everyday events. She spoke no charms aloud, but now Jack could hear the sorcery in her voice. Why had he never noticed it before? She gave no tasks to Jack. Once she had wrung every detail about the cemetery from him, she let him be. He sat, slumped in the seat, head thrown back, eyes half closed. His entire body ached, and the whole front of him burned, save under the vest. Shadow Slayer was back in its case, resting comfortably under his feet. Sometimes he caught Linda watching him in the rearview mirror. She is the enchanter. She is the one the wizard was talking about. Maybe what he said was true. Maybe she was just using me to get the sword. She said it was mine, didn't she? What would he do if she tried to take it away? That was a question he couldn't answer. It seemed to fill a need in him that he didn't know was there before. He squirmed uncomfortably, then turned and leaned over the back seat to see if there was something he could use for a pillow. He saw his duffel bag and remembered. His medicine. He tugged open the zipper and slid his hand inside, feeling for the familiar shape, the cool glass amid the clothing. I don't want to take it, he thought. Ever again. He pulled it out anyway, turning the blue bottle between his hands. He looked up, saw Aunt Linda watching him again. Never mind, Jack, she said softly. You don't have to anymore. We'll talk about that later. They stayed at a chain hotel north of Columbus, complete with the promised swimming pool and hot tub. She ordered several platters of room service sandwiches and appetizers, and talked the fitness club manager into allowing them to use the facilities into midnight. The man returned at intervals during the evening to see if they needed anything, and to let Linda know he got off at 11 if she would like to have a drink. She declined, several times. He doesn't know who he's dealing with, Jack thought, just like the wizard said. Jack looked and felt like he'd laid out too long in the sun. The pool was soothing, but he couldn't tolerate the hot tub. He lay on his back dozing by the pool, half awakening to hear the others talking. Do you think those men will try to find us? Fitch was asking. Do you think they'll try to get the sword back? He's looking for us now, Linda said. Jack noticed she used the singular. The cowboy doesn't count. He's probably dead. Linda's voice continued to wind through his thoughts. If we're lucky, he has no idea who we are or where we're from. Nothing is in my name. The car, the hotel, nothing can be connected to me. He'll assume I have the sword. That's your best protection. And this. As Jack watched through slitted eyes, she reached out and seized Will and Fitch, each by a hand. You mustn't say anything about what happened this weekend to anyone. Do you understand? Not a hint, not a whisper, not a boast or complaint. She looked from one to the other, looked them in the eyes. It's over and done. It will be our secret, a memory, shared among the four of us alone. Do you understand? They nodded solemnly, eyes stretched open, like acolytes of a new religion. Great, Jack said to himself. My aunt's a witch. What am I going to do? He abandoned his friends to her tender mercies, knowing they were beyond his help. He stood and stumbled his way to his room and fell, exhausted, into bed, welcoming the temporary escape of sleep. The sword lay in its case under his arm. Jack slept late, and when he awoke, Will and Fitch seemed normal enough. Too normal to be normal, in fact, because they were relaxed and joking about the chores awaiting them at home. They didn't say a word about the events in the graveyard. Linda didn't check out until after lunch, and when they carried their duffels outside, Jack was surprised to find her loading her things into a different car, a rather nondescript sedan. It seemed routine for her, using fake IDs, swapping cars. It was nearly 4 p.m. when they pulled up in front of the Fitch house. Fitch lived in a tired-looking shotgun ranch that didn't seem nearly large enough to accommodate all the Fitch children. When Aunt Linda tapped the horn, it was like stirring an anthill. He was quickly immersed waist-deep in a sea of younger Fitches. Fitch waved ruefully and disappeared into the house with his retinue. At the Childers' house, a fair-sized pile of mulch still remained on the driveway apron. "Can you drive around the block a few times?" Will pleaded with mock desperation. He reluctantly exited the car, pulling his bag after him. "See you tomorrow." And then, it was just the two of them. When Will was well away, Aunt Linda turned her car back toward downtown. "Where are we going?" Jack asked, warily. "I think we should talk before I take you home," his aunt replied, not looking at him. "I hope you have a little time." The Legends Coffee House occupied the first floor of a Victorian mansion that stood next to the lake a block from the university. Linda chose a table in the solarium with a view of the water. The late afternoon sun streamed in through the windows. She sat with her back to the lake, facing the door. Jack ordered a cinnamon roll and hot cocoa. Linda ordered orange spiced tea. She said little until the waitress had served them and disappeared. Then she turned to Jack. "So, what do you think of the sword?" It's... Jack recalled the rush of power, searched for the appropriate adjective. "I've never felt anything like it." He'd brought it into the restaurant and leaned it against the wall, unwilling to leave it in the car. "I didn't think you'd have to try it out," Linda smiled ruefully. "You did well. I don't think our friend knew what hit him. At least, I hope he didn't." "If you're going to keep talking in riddles, just forget it," Jack snapped. "Why'd you involve us in this anyway? Either I'm going crazy or I'm not, and either way, I don't like it. We could have been killed, and now you've done something to my friends, bewitched them so they don't even know enough to be scared." "I'm an enchanter, Jack, not a witch." Linda's face held not a trace of humor. "What most people think of as witches are usually sorcerers. They specialize in material magic, poisons, potions, amulets. Unfortunately, they're not very good with people, so..." "Okay, you enchanted them," Jack broke in. He felt like putting his hands over his ears. "Just stop it. The less I know about this, the better. That guy in the graveyard scared the hell out of me." "They scare me too, Jack," Linda said quietly. She regarded him with a sympathy that was altogether too inclusive. "Who are they?" he asked, after a minute. He couldn't help himself. Linda frowned and tapped her fingernails on the teacup. "I can't tell you everything, and you're going to have to be satisfied for the time being with what I can tell you." Jack licked icing off his fingers and pulled another section away from the cinnamon roll. "What if I'm not satisfied?" "Then you'll still have to wait." When Jack looked up, she was gazing out over the water, her jaw set firmly. "Whatever," he said grudgingly. Linda studied him for a moment. "There is something that you should know about our family. The Downeys and Hales have a history of magical gifts that go back hundreds of years. Had you heard that?" Jack thought about it. "Well, there's Susanna." Linda nodded. "She had the gift of reading the future in the cards. That talent is common in our family, but it is not the only gift. Originally, the line was very pure. People of our kind tended to marry each other and bear children who were true to their lineage. Our ancestors came from Britain, which at one time was heavily peopled with the Weir." "The Weir?" It sounded like she was saying, "Where?" "The magical guilds, our ancestors." Aunt Linda picked up her teacup then set it down again, without drinking from it. We include our share of poets, writers, revolutionaries, and visionaries, but the Weir inherit unusual abilities. Jack shrugged. Such as... Linda reached across the table, gripped his hands, and looked him in the eyes. We inherit a gift of power. Our ancestors include wizards, enchanters, soothsayers, sorcerers, and warriors. Jack sat without moving, waiting for the punchline. It never came. Linda watched him as if he were a bomb that might go off at any minute. She really believes this stuff, he thought. His mother and his aunt had always been interested in what Linda called hedge magic, astrology, card reading, palmistry, and the like, but he'd always been under the impression it was more entertainment than anything else. Jack licked his lips. So, wizardry is in the family. What does that have to do with us? We are heirs. You and I, replied Aunt Linda. As I said, I am an enchanter. An enchanter, Jack repeated. He remembered what the wizard in the graveyard had said. The enchanter has bewitched you, and you're going to pay the price. And what is your gift supposed to be? He asked. She colored a little, twisted a napkin in her hands. We have personal power over people, she said finally. We are persuasive. People are drawn to us, whether they like it or not. We are irresistible, I guess you might say. She slid a look at him, as if to assess his reaction. It was true. He'd never in his life been able to resist her, but he'd always assumed it was just the way she was. He remembered Will and Fitch back at the hotel. Okay. What about me? Linda hesitated. You are a warrior. One of the Weirland, they're called. Warrior? If Linda's gift seemed appropriate, his wasn't a good fit at all, he decided. That doesn't sound magical to me. Aunt Linda sighed. Relations have never been peaceful among the different branches of the Weir. Wars have broken out periodically as one faction tries to win supremacy over the others. Wars require warriors who have appropriate gifts. She paused. There are really wars among wizards, because they are the most powerful of the guilds. They control the others. Many of the wars through British history originated with our family disputes. In recent years, the battles have continued, virtually unnoticed by those outside the family. They're still fighting in Britain, Jack said. What about over here? One of our ancestors, a Heir, came to this country in the 1600s to avoid the European wars. He brought several hundred gifted emigrants with him who sought peace in the New World. We were forgotten. For a while. She looked away. Jack was spinning between past and present. He thought of his mother, so different from Linda. If you're an enchanter, does that mean Mom... Becca is not an heir. She and your father know nothing about this. The Weir in the New World have intermarried with Anna Weir, those without the gift. Not everyone inherits. Anna Weir. The wizard in the graveyard had called him that. But unaware was certainly appropriate too. Why haven't you told my mother about this talent of yours? He stared out at the sunset. Jack, believe it or not, when I was your age, I thought I knew everything. But I didn't understand about my gift. So I was unprepared when I encountered my first wizard. He couldn't help it. He turned to look at her, but she looked away. I was 16. My parents couldn't help me. Becca couldn't help me. The Anawir have no chance against the gifted, but they would have thrown their lives away trying. So it's better if they don't know. She half smiled. You'll see. Telling this secret to Anawir is like pulling on a loose thread. Everything comes unraveled. What does Susanna have to do with this? Jack asked. She was a warrior. Like you. A woman warrior? Aunt Linda shrugged. Men and women can be warriors, wizards or enchanters. They say she had the gift. I don't know if she used it. If I have some kind of special power, why haven't I noticed anything? Jack did a quick personal survey just to be sure. He ached as though he'd been beaten, and he was conscious of the weight of his clothing on his burned skin. Beyond that, he felt different than before. Edgy, impatient, euphoric. Alive. A mercurial stranger now lived under his skin. What was going on? Your powers have been suppressed. That medication you've been taking since your surgery keeps your powers from becoming manifest. It took him a moment to realize what it meant. Dr. Longbranch knows about this? He was beginning to wonder if he were the only one in the dark. Linda leaned forward. The gift is passed from generation to generation in a kind of stone or crystal that sits behind the heart. Wizards carry wizard stones, enchanters enchanter stones. You were Weirflesh, a designated heir. But something went wrong. There was no crystal. Without it, you were dying. Why didn't I have a crystal? Maybe it has to do with the mixing of blood. I don't know. But you were dying. So I contacted Dr. Longbranch. I had met her through some people I knew in England. What did you tell Mom? As far as she and Thomas know, you were born with a heart defect, and Dr. Longbranch was your heart surgeon. Which she is, Linda added. A heart surgeon, Jack repeated, and... He leaned back, waiting for the rest. Jessamine Longbranch is a wizard. She brought a stone and implanted it. You recovered, only... She looked away. Only, you were meant to be a wizard. Jack pressed his fingers against his temples. I was born a wizard, and she put in a warrior stone? Linda nodded. Why would she do that? Linda stared down at the table, a muscle working in her jaw. It was an experiment. She wanted to see what would happen. She's angry, Jack thought, but she doesn't want me to know it. So where does that leave me? Wizard or warrior? Linda looked up at him, her eyes swimming with unshed tears. I don't know, Jack, she said, swallowing hard. You're a warrior, I suppose. Jack shrugged, unsure why that was bad news. So why would Dr. Longbranch want to suppress these warrior powers, whatever they are? It was important to keep your secret hidden. Hidden from whom? Although Linda had initiated this strange conversation, he felt like he was dragging information out of her, bit by precious bit. People could be looking for you, Jack, she said quietly. What people? And why? Jack was bewildered. Wizards, like the man in the courthouse. They are always looking for warriors to fight for them, or trying to kill warriors who fight for their opponents. They don't want the other side to gain an advantage. The best time to recruit or attack a warrior is when he is untrained, before he comes of age. Jack shivered and looked around the room. The waitress had lit candles on each table as the daylight died. Shadows flickered and danced on the walls. The lake had turned a slate-gray color as darkness fell. Suddenly, the world seemed like a dangerous place. But I'm not on a side, Jack pointed out. I don't want to fight anybody. It doesn't matter. They'll come after you anyway. She's not telling me everything, Jack thought. He felt as though he were peering through a keyhole into a room full of demons, and he could only see the one nearest the door. It was quite possible the rest were even bigger and uglier. Can't I get rid of this crystal somehow? You'd die, Aunt Linda said simply. The two sat in silence for a time. So, what are the chances anyone would find me in Trinity? Jack asked. She released a soft breath. There are wizards in Trinity now, looking for you. I don't know how they tracked you here. We didn't know about them until the soccer tryouts. When you blew Garrett Lobeck into the net. You forgot to take your medicine, and you were leaking magic. She hesitated. Your powers are beginning to manifest. In warriors, that usually happens at about your age. Her voice shook a little. In fact, there was considerable unexplained emotion in the whole conversation. They came after you that afternoon, but you'd already left practice. Linda shivered. Wizards can detect use of power and link it to a stone. Nick managed to distract them. Nick! He said it louder than he intended and looked around guiltily. The room was empty. Nick. Even Nick. One of them. One of us? So who is he really? Jack demanded. His name is Nicodemus Snowbeard. He's a wizard, Linda replied. He's looked after you ever since you were born. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Jack had always wondered why a man as intelligent as Nick was working as a handyman in a small Ohio town. But what hold could Linda have on the wizard to persuade him to take on this job? Can an enchanter charm a wizard? She thought a moment, cleared her throat. We are masters of mind magic. Wizards are more powerful than enchanters because of their use of spoken charms. But they are vulnerable to us, also, particularly if we take them unawares. They cannot always detect our use of power. We can change appearance, seduce them, make them act foolishly. She'd slipped in that part about seduction, along with the rest. I don't even want to know this, Jack told himself. So why am I asking so many questions? Each of the other guilds has some specific advantage over wizards. For example, a warrior can defeat a wizard in a physical fight if he can keep the wizard from casting a charm, as you found out in the graveyard. Sorcerers are experts in material magic, potions, talismans, magical tools, and so on. Small magics. A sorcerer may produce an artifact that either enhances or limits a wizard's magic. An enchanter may bewitch him. Most Ana-Wizard Weir, once they are alert to it, can sense a wizard's stone, while wizards cannot detect the other stones unless there is a release of power. But wizards can use spoken charms, physical and mind magic, which makes them the most powerful overall. Jack wondered if he should be taking notes. So, the wizard in the graveyard followed us to Coal Grove from Trinity? She shook her head. No, thank God. I know him by reputation. His name is Jeffrey Wiley, but it seems he doesn't know who I am, and based on what happened in the graveyard, he doesn't know who you are either. He was after the sword, and the fact that you crossed paths was a coincidence. We have to hope he doesn't follow the genealogy any further. If they find out who you are, you'll have to leave Trinity. Jack stared at her. Linda leaned over the table, speaking softly. We have to either suppress your powers or hide them. That's where your new vest comes in. It prevents them from detecting your stone, even if there is a release, along with some other advantages that I'm sure you've noticed. The import of this penetrated slowly. So, Mercedes is in on this too? Eccentric Mercedes Foster, with her clouds of wiry gray hair and wild hand-woven clothing. Mercedes, with her garden full of exotic plants, some too poisonous to touch. Mercedes is a sorcerer, Linda said matter-of-factly. Jack reviewed a mental map of his neighborhood. Blaze and Richard? Blaze is a soothsayer, said Aunt Linda, laughing in spite of herself at the look on his face. Richard is Anawir, a non-heir, she added. Iris? A wizard. Hanson and Sarah? Anawir, a nice old couple that loves babies. There goes the neighborhood, Jack growled. He massaged his forehead with his fingertips. What had started as pressure was now a really bad headache. He felt like his world had been turned inside out. He wanted to sit and review every little detail of his life so far, sift for the little clues that might have warned him. So, these are all my relatives. So to speak, Linda replied. You all carry the same ancient blood. Jack shoved back from the table, sloshing the tea out of Linda's cup. Well, thanks so much for sharing this with me. Finally. So what now? Do I go home and hide under the bed, wait and see if someone comes after me? No, she said. It's too late for that. They're relentless. It's only a matter of time before they discover your whereabouts. Apparently, not liking what she saw in his face, Linda rushed on. That's why I decided to retrieve your grandmother's sword. I thought that perhaps with some training... Training? This was all crazy, but there was something about his aunt's manner that was absolutely compelling, impossible to turn away from. Maybe that was her gift, this ability to capture a person and work them until they suspended the rules of common sense. The enchanter has bewitched you. He looked into Linda's blue-gold eyes and knew it was true. He was helpless to resist. Training for what? We're going to teach you how to fight, Jack. In a physical fight, at least you could be a match for a wizard. She gestured toward the case leaning against the wall. Shadow Slayer is a legendary weapon. We want to make sure that when they come for you, they will encounter a more dangerous adversary than the boy in the graveyard. Jack thought he'd done all right under the circumstances. Who is we? Are you going to teach me how to fight with a sword? He found that hard to imagine, although at this point nothing would surprise him. Linda shook her head. I found a trainer for you, a wizard. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be here. What? You're leaving? Jack. She put her hand over his. Power flooded into him like a highly potent drug. He jerked his hand back, as if he'd been scalded. Don't try that with me. He might as well have slapped her. All right. No magic. Right now you're well hidden in an Anawir family with no sorcery about it. I plan to lead Wiley away from you. What do you mean? She shook the hair back from her face. He'll follow me. He won't have any choice. He'll enjoy the chase, but he'll never catch me. Jack thought of the cowboy, screaming under Wiley's hands, remembered the wizard and what he'd said about unfinished business, and shivered. And Linda, please don't mess with him. Stay away from him. Don't worry, Jack. I know all about wizards. From the way she said it, she knew things he didn't want to know. Now listen to me. It was like she was going down a checklist. You need to keep the vest on at all times. It will make it more difficult for them to detect your stone. You must resist the temptation to use your powers except during training. It won't be easy, but each time you use them, it sends up a signal for unfriendly eyes. Linda paused. Take the sword with you. Keep it in its case when you're not using it. The box will keep it from anyone but the rightful heir. Linda pulled 3 glass bottles from her backpack. Jack realized with a start that they were some of the ones Iris had made for him when he was just a baby, the ones for dreams and potions as the story went. Discontinue Dr. Longbranch's medicine and start taking these. She handed them over. Jack unstoppered one of the bottles. The aroma struck an almost physical blow. It was potent and intoxicating, like strong liquor. He wrinkled his nose and replaced the stopper. 1 teaspoon of each, once a day. You can't tell your mom or dad about the switch, and you absolutely must not tell Dr. Longbranch either. Longbranch? Jack was puzzled. Isn't she in on this? Not exactly, she said. Don't trust anyone. Except Nick. Which made him think of something else. Why'd you get Will and Fitch involved in this? They could have been killed. Linda stared down at the table, her cheeks pink with remorse. I never meant to put them in danger. Sometimes we in the guilds are careless of Annawere. I had no idea there were wizards around until I spoke to Nick. By then it was too late. Jack remembered that she had tried to change her mind, and he had resisted. I planned to leave them at the hotel and go get the sword on our own. I knew they would never say anything, if I asked them not to. If you bewitched them, you mean. I don't apologize for who I am, she said softly. I want you to be proud of who you are also. I know this isn't easy to hear, but I'm glad I can finally tell you the truth. Really? What's been stopping you all this time? Linda flinched but did not reply. She fished in her jacket pocket and handed over a sealed envelope. The information about your trainer is in there, she said. Do you have any questions? He shook his head. He was angry and scared, nerves jittering, the hot blood flowing to muscle and bone. He closed his eyes, remembering the weight of Shadow Slayer in his hands. Like I said, I can't tell you everything today, but this is enough to get started. She looked at her watch. We'd better go, or your mother will send out a search party. Linda threw some money on the table and they left the coffee shop. It was dark now, and Jack could see lights far out over the water. They drove back to Jefferson Street in silence, each occupied with private thoughts. The porch light was on when they pulled up in front of the Swift house. Aunt Linda wouldn't come in. Tell Becca thanks for loaning you out this weekend. Jack climbed out of the car and pulled his duffel bag out of the back seat. The 3 glass bottles were tucked safely inside. Linda passed the box with the sword in it through the window. A look passed between them, sympathetic on one side, angry and rather desperate on the other. Keep the phone, Aunt Linda instructed. I'll be in touch. Sure. Fine. If what she had said was true, then he was in deep trouble, and his aunt was the only lifeline he had. She'd dumped this load on him, and now she was going away. Jack turned to go, but she gripped his arm, pulled him close, and kissed him on the cheek. Fortunately, Becca didn't ask many questions. She had legal briefs spread out over the kitchen table. When she saw Jack's face under the overhead light, she exclaimed, "Oh no! Did you forget your sunscreen?" She reached up, touched his burned face, and nodded. She asked if he and Linda had found any new relatives, and Jack said, "A couple." She asked if the road trip was boring after all, and he said truthfully, "No. That seemed to satisfy her. He thought about going out to the garage to talk to Nick, but decided against it. He'd seen enough of wizards for one weekend. Later, up in his room, Jack stowed the glass bottles in the back of his underwear drawer. He pushed the box with the sword in it under his bed. The note with the information about his trainer was in his jeans pocket. He tore open the envelope and unfolded the paper inside. The name on the paper was Leander Hastings, Trinity High School's new assistant principal. Chapter 6. Dangerous Games. The next morning, Jack moved his blue bottle of medicine into the upstairs bathroom, along with a measuring spoon. "It'll be easier to remember if I take it before I brush my teeth," he explained to Becca. After his shower, he carefully measured out a tablespoon of Long Branch's medicine and poured it down the sink. Then, he carried the potion bottles in from his bedroom. He opened each in turn and swallowed down a measured teaspoon. 2 of them were strong-tasting. The third was milder, almost pleasant. He carefully returned the bottles to his drawer. Then, he pulled Mercedes' vest on over his head. He was already feeling vulnerable without it. He wondered if wizards might charge in on him while he had it off, when he was in the shower, say. He followed with a flannel shirt. He still looked like he'd had a bad day in the tanning salon. The kitchen was empty, but a bowl of cereal waited at his place, along with a note. "Gone to the university. Have a good day. Take your medicine. Love, Mom." Jack poured milk over his cereal and sat down to eat. A moment later, Will tapped at the kitchen door. "Come on in," said Jack. "I'm just finishing." Will let himself in. Jack wondered if he should lock the door now that he knew he was being hunted. He sighed. "Is your aunt gone?" Will asked, looking around as if she might appear at any moment. "She's gone." "I guess that's good," said Will, looking a little wistful nevertheless. "Don't get me wrong, I like her, but she seems to attract trouble." "Is it Aunt Linda? Or me?" Jack wondered. He waited for Will to bring up the sword, or the graveyard, or the wizard, but he didn't. Instead, he said, "Do you have your soccer gear? If we're lucky, we might have practice tonight," meaning if they made the team. "Yeah," Jack pointed out his gym bag by the door. "Well, we'd better get going," said Will. "Penworthy awaits." He hoisted his book bag to his shoulder and winced. "You sore too?" Jack asked. "Yeah," Will replied. "Must be from digging up graves." He grinned, and that was all that was said between them. Jack was at a loss for how to initiate his training. Was he supposed to approach Leander Hastings at school and say, "I understand you're supposed to teach me how to be a warrior and use my magic sword. What's your schedule like?" He wished Aunt Linda had remained to act as go-between. It hardly seemed real, now that she was gone and he was back in school, and Hastings was definitely intimidating. Aside from his worries, Jack felt great. It was hard to explain. He felt clear and focused, emancipated, as if someone had swept out the old and dusty corners of his soul. He could only assume that Dr. Longbranch's medicine had a kind of sedative effect. Once at school, worries about wizards and warriors seemed overblown and insubstantial, like a bad dream. Penworthy was at his usual post, but there was no sign of Hastings. Jack and Will had a little time to kill before first bell, so they walked back to the athletic office to see if the soccer team roster was posted. It was, and Jack, Will, and Fitch had all made varsity. Even better, Garrett Lobeck had been bumped back to JV. "He'll be pissed," Jack predicted, knowing that somehow it would turn out to be his fault, and not really caring. The first practice was scheduled for that afternoon. There was still no sign of Hastings when they walked back to their classrooms. Maybe it'd be best to wait a few days and see if the assistant principal contacted him. After school, Jack and Will carried their gym bags into the boys' locker room to change for practice. The day was cold, so they pulled sweatpants over their shin guards and socks. Jack glanced around before he took off his flannel shirt. It was still early, and he and Will were the only ones in the locker room. Jack slid a long-sleeved t-shirt over his vest. Will was looking on curiously. "Expecting trouble?" he asked. "You never know," Jack replied. As they assembled on the practice field, the players slapped hands, grinning, happy to have made either team, given the competition. The notable exception was Garrett Lobeck, who, of course, had expected to play varsity. His friends Harkness and Leonard had made the first team. Lobeck looked like an assault waiting to happen, but for once he was heckling some other player. No doubt he was gun-shy after their previous encounter, which was fine with Jack. After 15 minutes of warm-ups, Jack found he wasn't even breathing hard. "I must be in better shape than I thought," he told himself. Then they started a scrimmage game between the varsity and JV teams. The varsity team scored first, but after that the JV team managed to keep them from scoring until the 5-minute quarter was called. Jack played midfielder during the second quarter. His team took possession near the JV goal, and one of the fullbacks passed the ball to Jack. Jack began to dribble it down the field, dodging effortlessly around defenders. As he approached the goal, the JV players parted before him, as if they couldn't get out of his way fast enough. He took his shot from just outside the box. The goalie practically jumped out of the way and the shot sizzled in. The varsity team cheered. Will and Fitch slapped him high fives. Jack felt a trickle of fear, like a cold finger down his spine. There was something supernatural at work. Now that he was off Long Branch's medicine, keeping his powers under wraps was going to be easier said than done. Instinctively, he scanned the crowd. It was sparse. A few parents and assorted girlfriends. Ellen Stevenson was sitting in the bleachers, leaning forward, intent on the field, looking everywhere but at Jack. "Nice going, Swift," Coach Slansky said. "You've really improved since last year." Jack was swapped out right after the goal. He stood miserably on the sidelines. How was he going to get through the season without drawing attention to himself? "The first thing you need to do is work on your control." The voice was practically in his ear. Jack jumped and spun around. It was Leander Hastings, wearing a red Harvard sweatshirt and khakis, hands thrust into his pockets. He was standing close enough so that he didn't have to speak loudly to be heard. "I can help you with that." "Can you?" Jack spoke in the same code. "That would be great. What would you suggest?" "Let's see." Hastings ran his hand through his hair. "You will have soccer practice every afternoon this week, 3 to 5. Let's plan on Wednesday afternoon, right after your regular practice. Tell your mom you'll be home by 8. Hastings had the manner of a man who was used to issuing commands and having them obeyed. Jack nodded. "Will we practice here?" "No," the wizard replied. "I'll find a place." Jack hesitated. "What about... will I need to bring anything?" He might have difficulty storing Shadow Slayer in his locker. Besides, he was pretty sure swords were forbidden under Trinity's zero-tolerance weapons policy. There was a trace of a smile on Hastings' face, as if he'd read Jack's thoughts. "No, not this time." "Swift!" It was the coach. "You're in!" Jack nodded to Hastings and ran back out onto the field. Well, for better or worse, he had a plan. He would have to hope for the best. Hastings made him uneasy. Still, his aunt had chosen him, and he had to assume She knew what she was doing. But there was that other thing she'd said. She'd told him he could trust no one, and now he was putting himself into the hands of a stranger. When he glanced at the sidelines, Hastings was gone. Many of Jessamyn's guests chose to come by water. Not that it was necessary, but because it was reminiscent of a more elegant age. They disembarked at the Thames-side docks and promenaded through the Birch Allée to the manor's south terrace. It was lit by torchlight, bordered by beds of white roses. Glamis Castle, Honor, Penelope, Iceberg, and Fair Bianca, among others. Old roses, hybrid teas, floribundas and shrub roses. The blossoms appeared as white smudges in the darkness, their fragrance a subtle reminder of who held power over the guilds. Servants in white rose livery circulated through the crowd, bearing trays of wine and canapes. Each of the gifted brought a party of servants, members of the lesser guilds to serve as a guard of sorts. A few of the very fortunate had enchanters on their arms. They were the focus of envious eyes, and not a few malevolent gestures. Jessamyn Longbranch received her guests where the allée met the terrace. She had chosen them purposefully. Entertaining was an essential element of wizard politics, meant to extract information, intimidate, even draw blood on occasion. One could risk coming, or one could risk staying away. Neither was a safe choice. Jessamyn's hair flowed over her shoulders, confined by a net of seed pearls. Her gown was a confection of diaphanous silk, embroidered over with white roses in strategic locations. The hands she extended for kissing glittered with jewels. Geoffrey Wiley bowed over her hand. He was dressed in subdued fashion, suitable to a declining house. His coat was a red so deep as to be almost black. He wore a ruby in one earlobe. Jessamyn. A whisper of power touched her skin. A gesture only, to let her know he was at home. He kept his head slightly turned, so one side of his face was illuminated by torchlight, the other in shadow. Geoffrey, you poor thing. Whatever happened to your face? She grasped his chin, turning his head so she could see better. His face looked to have been badly burned from chin line to brow on the right side. He'd applied a magical glamour that might have fooled someone less perceptive. She titched. Did you run into an angry dragon? That was the name taken by one of the rabble-rousing leaders of the Servant Guild. The wizard's breath hissed out, so he'd hoped she wouldn't notice. She knew Wiley was vain. They'd been together once. It's nothing. It's an accident. But the fury in his eyes said he'd found someone else to blame, and that someone was not yet dead. Wiley was powerful, the procurer of warriors for the Red Rose. Not many would choose to cross him. She filed that away. Jessamyn looked over his shoulder. Where's that handsome Mr. Page? I was looking forward to seeing him again. Simon sends his regrets. The fury had drained away, to be replaced by an impassive calm. Simon Page was Master of Warriors for the Red Rose, a rather empty title, as he'd had little to do for several years. He must have something rather important to do now to have missed this affair. Could it be the Red Rose had finally found a warrior? If so, there was too much at stake to play at guessing. She surveyed Wiley's escort and found what she was looking for. A handsome young man in a red rose livery who ducked his head when she looked at him. An apprentice sorcerer, perhaps. They were a penny a dozen. A servant who knew enough to be afraid of her might know other secrets as well. Still smiling, Jess gestured to one of the bodyguards that stood unobtrusively along the wall. The sun was up before she finished with the boy. Not because he'd had that much to say, but because the work was so appealing. He'd been very eager to please at the end. She was confident she'd wrung every scrap of truth from him. The little hints and clues that suggested the red rose might issue a challenge one day soon. Jess showered and changed clothes and carried her tea out onto the terrace. The morning was cool and clear. The river rolled by, ancient roadway of the Britons. Wiley had threatened and blustered, of course, when his servant turned up missing, but that was the risk one took in bringing an entourage to a gathering of wizards. If the houses couldn't attack each other directly, servants could be picked off at need. Could she help it if Wiley's young man had drunk too much and fallen unseen into the Thames, where his body would be found one day soon, dreadfully decomposed? She thought of the young warrior she'd left in America, her most closely held secret. She'd been extraordinarily careful, had minimized her contact with him, but she had planted eyes and ears in that drab little town to watch the boy, though they didn't know why he was important. They could not betray what they didn't know. He was old enough to manifest, but she'd kept him suppressed. She chewed her lower lip thoughtfully. She had to weigh the boy's need for training against her desire to keep him alive a little longer. Perhaps it was time to claim him, to contact the warrior masters, and tell them to ready their tools. That night, after supper, Jack couldn't seem to focus on his math homework. After struggling for half an hour, he packed up his papers and supplies and headed for the garage. Nick was busy painting a bluebird house when Jack knocked, but he pushed the project to one side to make room on the table for Jack's homework. It was a familiar pattern. Somehow it was always easier to concentrate in Nick's kitchen. But today, Jack meant to pick a fight. Nick removed a paint-splattered green apron and slung it over the back of a chair. Jack refused his offer of a beverage and sat, glaring at the battered tabletop while Nick made himself a cup of tea. "So," Nick said, settling himself into the chair across the table from Jack. He glanced down at the untouched homework. "You look like a boy who has eaten the fruit of the tree of knowledge and doesn't like the taste." Jack studied the old man, hunting for any sign of wizardry. He was aware of a bright intelligence. Nothing more. Nick was watching him keenly. "How are you, Jack?" "Just great," Jack snapped. "I'm lying to my mother, going against doctor's orders, and being hunted by wizards. Matter of fact, when I'm not being hunted by wizards, I'm hanging out with them." Nick sat back in his chair. "But you have the sword." Jack nodded sullenly. "Yes." "You should be pleased, considering what you came up against," the old man said. "In a contest between warriors and wizards, it usually goes the other way." "What's to keep them from taking it back?" "They cannot sense its presence, and they will not breach these walls. I've seen to that." For a moment, he looked scary again, and then his face settled into its usual pattern of laugh lines and history. "Before, wizards were hunting you, and you had no clue. Not only that, you were unarmed. You are better off than before." "I think I was better off not knowing." "Don't be foolish." Nick's tone was brusque. "Ignorance can get you killed, or worse." "Then why didn't you tell me all this before? You've kept me in the dark for years, watching me, dosing me with potions, talking behind my back, the whole neighborhood practically. You must have thought I was pretty stupid." "You are a child, Jack," Nick said gently. "It wasn't necessary for you to know. The situation was stable, and there wasn't any reason for you to worry about such things. Children have enough to be afraid of, what with monsters under the bed and so on." Jack had to admit his childhood had been relatively carefree. Worrying about wizards would not have improved it, but he wasn't feeling charitable just then. Well, now I'm worried, and even Aunt Linda hasn't really explained what's going on. Nick sighed, looking unaccountably sad. I don't know how this will all turn out. Just remember that your Aunt Linda has done everything in her power to protect you, from the time you were born. She is absolutely committed to you. Never doubt that. I still don't get it. If you're a wizard, how come you took on this job? Jack indicated their surroundings with a wave of his hand. This can't be too exciting, next to the world of spells and incantations. Nick smiled. Sometimes, as you get older, excitement loses its appeal. Let's just say I have a special interest in you and your aunt. You are important. That makes this important work. Besides, now that you know who and what you are, it opens many doors. So much material has been off limits up to now. I've been putting stuff by for years against this day. Nick stood, leaning on his staff, and then disappeared into the room Jack thought of as the library. A moment later, he returned with a thick, leather-bound book. You can start with this, the old wizard suggested, handing it to him. The cover was embossed with gold. Weir Hale, and underneath, Jackson Downey Swift. He opened it. A large part of the book was taken up with a genealogy, pages and pages of names of people joined together and their children. Some of the names in the family tree were outlined in bright metallic colors, blue, red, gold, green, and purple. The rest were in plain black text. He looked up at Snowbeard. What is this? This is your Weir book, Jack. It was created when you were born. All of the Weir have them. Look on the back page. There, Jack saw his own name, Jackson Downey Swift, and the names of his parents, Thomas Swift and Rebecca Downey, all of it written in the same flowing hand. The illuminated names are heirs, and the colors indicate what kind. Wizards, warriors, and so on. Wizards are in gold. Jack noted that his own name was in gold, the warrior who was meant to be a wizard. Traditionally, the book is commissioned from the Sorcerer Guild by the child's parents, using the family Weir book as a template. In this country, things have become rather muddled due to the mixing of blood. The nearest Weir relation stands as godparent. That's your Aunt Linda, as you know. She asked Mercedes Foster to do the work. I don't get it, Jack said slowly. Why are wizards so much more powerful than the other guilds? Wizards are singular among the Weir because they shape magic with words. They can do much more powerful and sophisticated tasks through charms. They are limited only by the extent of this knowledge of magical language and the power of the stone they carry. He waved his hand at the book in Jack's hands. Spend some time reading through this. Study it, especially the part about charms and incantations. Then we'll try a few things. He gave Jack an appraising look. I think it's worth testing to see if you have any talent for wizardry, despite your warrior stone. Great. He didn't know how to be a warrior, and now Nick Snowbeard was going to teach him to be a wizard, too. But right now, you'd better finish up your homework, Nick added. Wizardry and calculus. Jack sighed, stood and picked up the book and his homework. I can do the math in study hall, he said. I'll look this over. Thanks, Nick. Later, in his room, Jack switched on the reading light over his bed. It was already getting late. He pulled the heavy volume onto his lap and flipped to the first page. Heavy stock embossed with the stylized figure of a bear. Jackson Downey Swift. a wizard heir, a warrior made. Under Founding of the Guilds, he read, "The guilds were founded by 5 cousins who wandered into an enchanted valley in the north of England. There dwelt an immense dragon. The dragon slept atop a mountain made of precious jewels. The wanderers, upon discovering the treasure and being unaware of the dragon, began chipping pieces from it to carry away with them. The dragon awakened with a roar, demanding to know who dared steal his treasure. To save themselves, the cousins swallowed the stones they'd stolen. They were magical stones that conferred on them amazing powers, but also made them slaves to the dragon, and tied them to the high valley known as Raven's Gill. The cousins served the dragon for 7 long years. At night, they conspired together, even though the dragon slept with one eye open. The wizard wrote a covenant of mutual protection that they all signed in blood. The soothsayer warned them that they must not kill the dragon, but only put it to sleep, or they would lose the powers they had acquired from the magical stones. The enchanter sang to the dragon, distracting it while the sorcerer brewed a powerful sleeping potion. To the warrior fell the task of pouring it in the dragon's ear. The plan worked perfectly. It wasn't until the cousins were celebrating their victory over their erstwhile master that the wizard revealed that the covenant they had signed made wizards masters over the other guilds. If the covenant was broken, the dragon would awake and exact terrible vengeance on all of them. Thus were founded the 5 guilds. Jack felt as though he'd wandered into a fairy tale. He opened to the middle of the book and read the following verse. In high midsummer, Gareth came forth in fair array, for war with horse and horseman, all very. His lust for battle was his fortune and his bane, for 1,000 spears rode out against the Weirland. His hair shone brilliant as the dying sun. His cause was lost before he'd e'er begun. Forever bound to do a wizard's will, his sweet blood would water Raven's Gill. Well, that was clear enough. In the back of the book was a compendium of charms, recipes, and incantations. He settled back to read. It was after 2 a.m. When he finally turned off the light, his head filled with the spark and mystery of his ancestry. And when he slept, a warrior with red gold hair charged through his dreams. The next morning in homeroom, Jack was more lethargic than usual. He felt as if he had been up and fighting all night. He drowsed, waiting for morning announcements. High school is incompatible with a secret life, he thought, as he shook himself awake for the 3rd or 4th time. He looked up to see Ellen Stevenson twisted around in her seat watching him. His stomach did a kind of complicated gymnastic backflip, and he sat up straighter, trying to look alive, if not alert. "You look beat," she said. She, in fact, looked great, in a white tank top and jeans. "Were you up late last night working on that math homework?" "Math homework," he groaned. "Right, I need to finish that." Started, more like. He pulled out his math folder. Maybe he could get a few problems done before homeroom was over. "Would it help to look over what I've done?" Ellen extended her math folder. "That's okay, but I guess I'd better figure it out on my own. But thanks." "Okay." She returned the folder to her book bag and rested her arms on the back of her chair. She'd been out in the sun. The skin on her arms had turned pale gold, and a few freckles had surfaced on her shoulders. "So you weren't working on math then? You have a part-time job or something?" "No," Jack shook his head. "I've had some other things I've been working on. Special projects, he added, when Ellen frowned. She was an honors student, so she was in most of his classes. All of his classes, he realized suddenly. "I've been watching you in soccer practice," she said, the words coming out in a rush. "I mean, watching the team. You're pretty good, especially at midfield, but don't let them put you in at fullback, is my advice." Jack rummaged for a mechanical pencil and a halfway intelligent response. "Thanks. You seem to know a lot about soccer." "I used to play forward and goalie at my old school," Ellen replied, "but I couldn't go out this year. By the time I moved here, tryouts were already over. Girls' soccer was a fall sport at Trinity." "Well, maybe you can try again in the fall." "Brilliant. Bet she never thought of that." Jack pulled out his math assignment sheet. He hesitated, tapping the pencil against the page. "Listen, would you want to stay through practice tonight and go to Corcoran's afterward?" She bit her lip, then smiled. "That'd be great, only... Do you mind if Will comes along?" "Will?" Jack hadn't realized Ellen and Will even knew each other. "Well, I was talking to Coach Slansky and offered to help with the soccer team, and he said Will was planning to do some drills with the JV team, and so we were going to get together after practice and talk about it." She shrugged. "We could probably do it another time, but..." "No, that's okay. We'll all go." A threesome wasn't exactly what Jack had in mind, but if Will and Ellen already had plans, then... At practice, Jack was less than impressive. He was overconscious of Ellen's presence and fearful of unleashing some kind of magical display. "You feeling okay, Jack?" Fitch asked during one of the breaks. "You look like you're kind of stiff or something." "I think maybe I pulled a muscle at practice yesterday," Jack said. "It'll work itself out." It was a relief when practice was over. He looked for Ellen, wondering if she'd noticed how badly he'd played. In fact, she was standing by the concession stand talking to Will, absently juggling a soccer ball with her feet. She obviously knew what she was doing. They took a corner booth at Corcoran's, ordering sandwiches and milkshakes. Fitch was sitting by the front window with Allison, his on-again, off-again goth girlfriend from St. Catherine's, the Catholic high school. She broke up with him whenever Mars was in retrograde. Something like that. Ellen and Will launched into a discussion of soccer strategy and players and possible dates and places for drills. Ellen kept trying to draw Jack into the conversation, but he contented himself with watching her. When she talked to Jack one-on-one, she seemed awkward and self-conscious, as if she were navigating by unfamiliar stars. But now that the topic was soccer, she lit up with enthusiasm, sketching out ideas on a piece of notebook paper, teasing Will about his size and athletic prowess. "Has he always been this big?" she asked Jack, nodding at Will. "I mean, he doesn't exactly have the body for soccer." Jack squinted at Will, appraisingly. "I guess he was a little smaller in preschool, but he's good at any sport. He'd be named captain, or his dad would be coach and pick me for his team." He grinned. "And then, of course, we'd win." Ellen was scanning the menu again. "Let's get ice cream," she said. Will stood and picked up his check. "I've got to go. My mom'll have supper on the table." He nodded at Ellen. "We'll try for Tuesdays, then, unless it conflicts with Mr. Hastings' schedule. See you, Jack." Ellen looked from the menu to Jack, inquiringly. "I've got no plans," Jack said, grinning, knowing Becca would be late. "When do you have to be home?" She shrugged, smiling back, more at ease than he'd seen her before. Their ice cream came, along with Corcoran's trademark caddy of sundae toppings. Ellen poured on hot fudge and caramel sauce, nuts and whipped cream. Jack did the same. Someone slid into the seat next to Jack. "Hi, Jackson." It was Leisha Middleton, in a fuzzy white sweater and tight pink jeans. Jack moved over reluctantly, trying to put space between them. "What do you want, Leisha?" Leisha looked around, surveying her audience. "I wondered if you wanted to hang out later." "I'm kind of busy." You're not going to be busy all night, are you? She smiled at Ellen patronizingly and put her hand on Jack's thigh. He looked down at it, back up at her. Lobeck have the flu or what? You should talk. No offense, but I don't think you want people to see you with your rebound here. Talk about pathetic. Ellen rose to her feet. Jack thought for a moment she was going to storm out. Instead, she picked up the pitcher of hot fudge and poured the contents onto Leisha Middleton's pink jeans and white fuzzy sweater. Oops. Ellen sat down again and went back to eating her ice cream. Leisha screamed, a sound that could have been heard in Canada. Every eye in Corcoran's was on her. She slid out of the booth and swiped ineffectively at her jeans with a paper napkin, then plucked at her ruined sweater with her thumb and forefinger. You, I can't believe you did that. Ellen licked whipped cream from the back of her spoon and looked back at Leisha calmly. Leisha was tiny, but she appeared to expand, like an amphibian taking on air. Then she drew herself up and retrieved her pink leather purse from the bench next to Jack. It was smeared with fudge, too. You'll pay for that, I promise you, she said to Ellen in a voice that raised goose flesh on the back of Jack's neck. Then she turned and walked out of the restaurant. For a moment, Corcoran's was totally silent. Ellen looked across the table at Jack's sundae. Are you going to finish that? Chapter 7. Beginner Warrioring. The next day was Wednesday, the day of Jack's first warrior training session. That in itself made him apprehensive. Plus, news of the events in Corcoran's had spread like wildfire. Ellen was Fitch's new hero. Will couldn't believe he'd missed it by mere minutes. Lobeck careened about the campus, taking out freshmen and other small objects. Leisha looked positively combustible. But Ellen herself was out sick. After practice that afternoon, Jack was helping collect the balls for Coach Slansky when he noticed Hastings on the sidelines. He was dressed to play in a windbreaker, soccer shorts, and athletic shoes. Jack gathered up his water bottle and gym bag and was headed in his direction when someone touched his arm. It was Ellen. He blinked at her. I thought you were sick. She did look rather pale. Well, I'm better, I guess, she said, as if the question had taken her completely by surprise. Look, could we go somewhere and talk? Jack looked across the field to where Hastings stood waiting, then back at Ellen. I'm sorry, I can't right now. I'm supposed to work out with Mr. Hastings. With Hastings? She looked from Jack to the wizard and back. I didn't know you were working with him. This'll be the first time. He shrugged, apologetically. Listen, I could stop by later if you want. I don't know how late I would be, but... She shook her head. No, that's all right. I just had some questions about the homework I missed. I can get it from the hotline. She turned and walked away quickly, shoulders hunched, as if against bad weather. He watched her cross the soccer field toward the parking lot, then walked on to where the wizard was waiting for him, having no doubt watched the entire performance. Who was that? Hastings asked, nodding toward Ellen's retreating back. Ellen Stevenson. She's in my homeroom, Jack said stupidly, still wondering what had just happened. Hastings frowned, looking after her. Then he turned his attention to Jack. Are you ready to go? Your mom okay with this? Jack nodded. His mother would not be home from the office until late anyway. Hastings directed Jack to a black Volvo with New York plates in the parking lot. Jack threw his gym bag into the back and climbed into the shotgun position. The interior was pristine. Not a sports sticker or scrap of paper, no fast food debris in the back seat. Not one clue to chip away at the mystery of the man. Hastings pulled out of the lot and headed back into town. "Are you from New York originally?" Jack asked politely. "I've moved around a lot," he replied. "Most recently, I've been in New York." "Have you always been a teacher?" "Teaching has been one of my roles, though not in what you might call traditional settings." "How do you know my aunt?" They were stopped at a light, and Hastings turned and frankly studied him for a moment, as if judging how much Jack already knew. "Linda and I are old friends," he said. "And you came to Trinity to take Mr. Brumfield's job?" Jack persisted. He was finding it hard to reconcile workaday jobs with the role of wizard. He thought of the wizard in the graveyard, and couldn't imagine him working as an accountant, say, during the week. "I came to Trinity to teach you, Jack," Hastings said. "My work at the high school provides access and a convenient cover. That's all." Jack stared at him. This deadly-looking man had come all the way to Ohio from New York to teach beginner warrioring. "But why would you do that?" he demanded, before he realized how rude it sounded. To his surprise, Hastings colored a little, as if he were embarrassed. "If you must know, I suppose it was because I couldn't say no," he replied, staring straight ahead. "Oh." Had Linda bewitched him? That seemed unlikely. Jack decided it was time to move to safer ground. "Where are we going?" "I've joined a health club. I've arranged for some private court time." The fitness club was in a complex of office buildings close to the interchange. Jack could see people running around a track through a wall of glass windows on the second floor. The reception area was crowded with people coming in to exercise after work. Hastings keyed in a code on a keypad on the counter. They walked past a large gymnasium into a black hallway lined with racquetball courts, aerobics studios, and workout rooms. Hastings produced a key and opened one of the doors. It looked like a racquetball court, with a highly polished wood floor, but it had one mirrored wall. Jack dropped his gym bag by the door. "What's this room used for?" he asked. Hastings smiled. "Fencing. Appropriate for us, wouldn't you say?" Jack shrugged. "I wouldn't know. I'm not at all sure what kind of material we're going to be covering." He knew he sounded irritable, and he didn't care. All of this intrigue was beginning to get on his nerves. "You warriors are impulsive people," Hastings replied with just a bit of an edge to his voice. "You're going to have to learn patience, among other things. We're going to take care of your control problem today." He shed the windbreaker to reveal a t-shirt underneath. Hastings had appeared tall and angular when Jack had seen him at school. He was surprised to find that the assistant principal was layered in muscle, despite his lean build. "I understand you've had no schooling whatsoever." It was not really a question. "Right. No schooling." Jack removed his sweatshirt, revealing the vest underneath. Hastings gestured impatiently, and Jack shed the vest also, leaving his t-shirt. The wizard walked around him, studying him from all angles. "How long since you've taken the Wiersbane?" "What?" "The preparation Dr. Longbranch gave you." "Oh, a week, maybe." Hastings grunted. "Have you used your powers in the past?" "Well," Jack hesitated, "whenever it's happened, it's been accidental." Hastings nodded. "When you were angry? Out of control?" Jack thought of the episode in the graveyard. It was hard to say how much magic had been involved there. "Well, angry or scared, I guess," he admitted. Hastings drew a small object from his shorts pocket and held it up for Jack to see. It appeared to be a top, finely enameled and decorated with an intricate pattern of symbols and pictographs. Hastings set it on the bench before the mirror. "Set that spinning," he ordered, standing aside, hands on hips. Apparently, Jack was to do it from where he stood. "What's that got to do with—" Hastings' breath hissed out in frustration. "Look, our time together is limited, and you are getting a rather late start as it is. Just do it." Jack regarded the top doubtfully. "Right," he mumbled. He tried to focus all of his attention on the target, tensing up and gritting his teeth with no particular strategy. "Move," he whispered to himself. The top sat stubbornly motionless. Jack shrugged. "It's not working." "Try to relax. Don't hold your breath. Picture the top spinning." Jack tried again, acutely aware of his teacher's scrutiny. The top didn't move. "Let's try this." Hastings unzipped his bag and pulled from it 2 lightweight foils, corked at the ends. He handed one to Jack. "Just do your best to keep my point away from you." With no further instruction, he poked Jack hard beneath the rib cage. Jack brought his point up and tried to parry the blows that now came thick and fast. Again and again Hastings hit home. Shoulder, chest, back, stomach, effortlessly. Despite his best efforts, Jack could not seem to protect himself or land a blow. Gradually, Hastings drove him backward until he was defending himself from a corner. Jack grew more and more annoyed. This man was supposed to be a teacher, wasn't he? He knew he needed training, so why humiliate him? He took another hard poke in his ribcage, and something in Jack uncoiled itself. It was as if hot energy had been collecting unnoticed in his arms and fingertips. His sword arm came up, and flames erupted from the end of his blade. Hastings' foil clattered to the floor. Instantly, Hastings' other hand came up, flinging an arc of what looked like powdered gold. It hung, glittering in the air. "Now look," Hastings commanded. He caught Jack's elbow and turned him until he was facing the mirror. Jack was at the center of a radiant star, described in glitter, his body surrounded by a shimmering outline. "Now, shut it down," Hastings said. Keeping his attention focused on the image in the mirror, Jack began to draw inward, as if he were inhaling a dream. Slowly, the star dissolved before his eyes until only traces of glitter caught the light and then went out. "That's the process we want." The wizard looked amused. "Now you have to learn to access the energy without the provocation, and control it when you are provoked. Use your sword arm, if it's helpful. You must perceive the flow of energy in order to manage it. It's like steam building in a boiler. You need to release it before it explodes." He nodded again at the top on the bench. "Try again. Now you know what it feels like. Locate the energy. It won't take much. Then, direct it through your fingertips." Jack closed his eyes and sketched a small picture of the top in the vacancy before his eyes. He painted in the colors, the mysterious lettering on the side. Then, he set it spinning in his mind, faster and faster until the colors bled together into an exotic blur. He felt a tingle in his hands like blood returning, energy bleeding from his fingers.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
When he opened his eyes, the top was spinning prettily, about a foot above the bench. "Now, stop it," his teacher directed. Without closing his eyes this time, Jack drew back, allowing the top to settle gently onto the scarred wooden surface of the bench. It spun silently for a moment, and then coasted to a stop. Hastings flung up his fistful of gold again. There was a soft brilliance about Jack this time, less distinctive than before. Jack consciously resheathed his weapons, and the image dissipated, as before. There followed several similar exercises, where Jack raised magical energy, then dispersed it. Finally, they spent some time working with the foil, beginning with classic fencing moves, then adding the element of magic. Jack learned to hold on to the power, then channel it into the blade, and send flames spinning from its tip at will. This raised a question. He remembered the way he had felt in the graveyard, the marriage of flesh and metal, recalling his successful attack on the wizard, and wondered how much he had contributed to it. "I have a sword. The Shadow Slayer, it's called. What I'm wondering is, how much magic is in me, and how much is in the sword?" At first, it seemed there would be no answer to his question. Hastings frowned and passed the two foils to Jack without comment, indicating that he should return them to the bag. He also handed over the top and a soft suede pouch. "The top is a wizard's toy," Hastings said. "You can use it to practice control at home. There's more of the shimmer powder in the bag." Jack put both items into his gym bag. "Self-awareness is the first step. Practice is the key. Soon you will manage your power intuitively, and that, more than anything, will keep you safe. Then we'll move on to other things." "Aunt Linda told me not to use my powers, that it would send up some kind of a signal." "She means you should not use them for entertainment. Of course, you must practice, or you'll never get any better. Magic isn't a tool to be used recklessly or thoughtlessly. It must be harnessed to an intellect strong enough to control it. Talk to Snowbeard. If your house is not already warded, he can make an arrangement." Hastings studied him, hands on hips. "Do you know who you're hiding from, Jack?" Embarrassed, Jack shook his head. Hastings frowned and rubbed his chin with his thumb. "We'll continue to meet to work on your skills, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'll be working with some of the other soccer players as well, so it will be perceived as nothing unusual." The wizard was issuing orders again, almost unconsciously. Hastings turned to the door, but stopped, his tall frame filling the doorway. "The Shadow Slayer is one of the 7 great blades, forged by the sorcerer Althis Mac at Raven's Gill more than 5 centuries ago. The other 6 have been lost. The pommel is a piece of the raven's head. There is tremendous power in it, and it was made for your hand. Others can wield it, but none so capably as the heir, properly trained." He paused. "There is considerable power in you too, Jack, despite your unusual history. With the weapon you have and the proper training, you could be impressive. Let's go." The lesson was over. Chapter 8. The Apprentice. Jack grimly advanced on Hastings, body angled to present a smaller target, elbow up and blade extended to prevent escape to the right, his small shield protecting his chest. The wizard kept him honest, made him work for every forward step. Steel came together, shrieking and sparking, and when Jack thought he had his teacher trapped in the corner, Hastings spun away from the wall, blade hissing toward Jack at waist level. Jack had to leap backward to avoid it, and Hastings was on the outside again, with the room at his back and Jack against the wall. "This room's too small," Jack gasped, forcing him away once again. "You'd never get near me in a bigger room," the wizard replied, teeth flashing in a smile, although they had been at it for more than an hour. "You can't always pick where you fight, or who you fight, or even how you fight, but do the picking whenever you can." Still teaching, but his breathing was noticeable now, and perhaps he was slower in blocking blows, parrying the flames. So maybe he was winded, just a little. "We're going to have to end this, you know. Your mother is expecting you." "Do you yield?" Jack's shoulder was numb from the 100 collisions it had already absorbed. He was feeling the weights on his wrists and ankles, designed to build muscle and ready him for a heavier blade. Even the foil was growing heavy, or maybe it was his arm, almost too heavy now to lift. "Your mother can wait a little longer." Slowly, Jack drove Hastings across the room until he was once again in a corner. Jack thrust forward with his sword hand, and Hastings moved to parry it. At that moment, Jack straightened his shield arm, which exposed his chest but freed his non-dominant hand. Flames spiraled out from his fingertips, and Hastings' foil hit the floor. Hastings raised his hands in surrender. "I yield, warrior," he said, smiling. Jack let his point drift to the floor. "Thank God," he said. He snatched up a towel and swabbed off his face. His hair was plastered to his head, and his shirt was soaked. The floor was slick with sweat. The room stank of it. "Next time we'll work some more with the axe," the wizard promised. "I think you're beginning to master two-handed play." "We were playing, were we?" Jack grinned. "That's the first plaisance I've won." He felt the need to point it out, in case Hastings hadn't noticed. "You've come a long way, Jack." Hastings was always sparing with compliments, and followed with a demand. "How are you coming with your reading?" "I've been trying." "I didn't ask you to try." Jack scowled. "It's like Shakespearean English without the poetry," he complained. The work with the wizard was mostly physical, but Hastings had recently given him a slim volume called Rules of Engagement. It was the Bible, where weird tournament warfare was concerned, addressing elements of garb, weaponry, and battle etiquette. The weaponry was explicitly limited to medieval hand weapons, such as swords, slings, maces, and so on. Hastings didn't respond, so Jack persisted. "I don't understand why they haven't updated them." "The rules are intended for tournaments," Hastings said patiently, wiping off the foils, returning them to their case. "They are not meant to be modern. Weapons are not allowed to overshadow the skills of the warriors." "But aren't some weapons better than others? What about Shadow Slayer? What's fair about that?" Hastings shrugged. "That's a special piece, but still within the rules." "What about the rest of it? You can't deny that's out of date." He pulled the book out of his gym bag and thumbed through it. "Listen to this. Enchanters were created for the entertainment of wizards. And here, a wizard guarantor must choose to keep and protect an enchanter in exchange for service rendered. That can't be right. And the rules governing the relationships among the guilds are unfair. They all favor wizards." He'd heard of things like that. Obsolete city ordinances that were still in the books. Rules that prohibited interracial marriages or riding horses into church, for instance. You don't have to like the rules, Hastings pointed out. They were written by wizards, so of course they are biased. And I didn't ask you to read the whole thing, only the tournament regulations. Those are bad enough. What's all this about calling up dead warriors for practice bouts? Why is it necessary to have a rule that only live warriors can be used in battle? We'll talk about that when the time comes. By now, everything was packed up. We'd better get going. You're late already. Jack could tell Hastings was losing patience, but somehow he couldn't stop himself. I don't understand why I have to learn about tournaments anyway. Do you think a wizard is going to challenge me to some kind of duel? I'm more likely to be taken by surprise. Maybe you should be teaching me weaponless warfare, like Tai Chi. Maybe I should. Perhaps I shall. But I didn't come here to debate with you. Let's go. Hastings laid a hot hand on his shoulder, pushing him out the door. It was always this way. The wizard never answered his questions. Hastings was relentless in coaching him about every aspect of his new trade. Weapons, equipment, conditioning, and strength training, but shared nothing about his own background. Jack had tried to ask questions early on about Hastings' family, about where he'd received his training. He'd been met with a stone wall. The focus was always on Jack. He sometimes had the feeling that Hastings was working him like a problem, gradually peeling layers away until he was entirely revealed. Or maybe whoever he used to be was being stripped away. He just wasn't sure who had taken his place. He hadn't heard from Aunt Linda since their trip to Coal Grove. She'd abandoned him to Hastings. Was she still running from Wiley? What if he had caught her? He wished she would call. He felt lonely and ill at ease. Even his relationship with Nick had changed. In the old days, the apartment over the garage had been a sanctuary. Now, some nights, he went directly from lessons in warrioring to lessons in wizardry, without a break. Like this evening. Nick's voice broke into his thoughts. Remember, of all the Weir, only wizards can use charms to harness and control magic. For the other guilds, magic is personal and hands-on. More of a physical power, less versatile. Are you listening, Jack? Less versatile, he repeated dutifully, biting into another chocolate chip cookie. It seemed he was always starving lately. Wizards are sophisticated crafters of magic, which is why they have been able to dominate the other Weir for centuries. Nick found a marked passage in Jack's Weir book. Now, let's go over what we covered last week. Transformare, the art of turning one thing into another. They were working their way through the Weir book, chapter by chapter. Spoken charms for moving objects about, confusing the enemy, barriers and attack charms, charms small enough to try out in the apartment over the garage. When are you going to teach me some love charms? Jack asked, thinking about Ellen. We'll save that for when you're older and more responsible, Nick observed dryly. Charms of ensnarement are entirely too tempting for the average adolescent. You'll just have to rely on your own personal charm for the time being. I'm just trying to be efficient, Jack growled. Between soccer and school and warrior and wizardry training, plus reading all the books you give me, there's no time for anything else. It seemed that Nick had new books for him every week. Treatises on magic, potions, and philosophy, dusty volumes that must have lain unopened for years. There's always time for the most important things, Nick said mildly. Don't give me that time management crap, Jack sighed and put his face in his hands. All I do is study and work out with Hastings. I never sleep. My grades are slipping. I mean, Am I going to have to study like this forever? Wizardry manifests early, remember, Nick replied. Most apprentices begin working with this when they are very young. You have a lot of catching up to do, and because of your warrior stone, your powers of wizardry are relatively weak. Maybe I should just quit school now that I'm learning a trade. When Nick didn't respond to this, Jack rose and began pacing the room. I don't understand why I have to do it at all. Aunt Linda told me I have to be ready to defend myself against someone who might attack me. I don't know who, and I don't know when. Frankly, I don't think anyone is after me at all. Maybe Wiley was after the Shadow Slayer, and I just happened to be in the way. I'm only 16, and I've only been in training for a couple of months. Any wizard would be stupid to think I was a threat, or much of an asset, either. He paused. Mom says anytime you buy weapons or build an army, you begin to look for an excuse to use them. Plus, you pose more of a threat to others. The more training I get, the more likely it is that someone will come after me. That's what I think. He looked sideways at Nick to assess his reaction to that theory. He'd been working on it for some time. So, Linda hasn't told you about the game, Snowbeard said. Sit down, Jack. Jack sat down in the chair opposite the old wizard. He had a strong premonition of bad news coming. Conflict among the wizards is highly ritualized. Of necessity, Nick began. Otherwise, we would destroy each other. No? In fact, we almost did. Fighting is used to allocate power, in particular, control of magical artifacts. The wizard houses gain power through a win. Originally, there were actual battles between armies, raised and led by wizards. But it has evolved into a series of tournaments. They use warriors as surrogates. They call it the game. Only, for warriors, it's no game at all. It's a fight to the death. These days, warriors are hard to come by. They are the rarest of the weir, and getting rarer because they are killed off so quickly. Fewer tournaments are held these days due to lack of players, and when one side locates a warrior, the other side does its best to kill him off. Jack shook his head in disbelief as Snowbeard continued. There is actually a black market in warriors and other non-wizard weir. They call it the trade. Warriors fetch the highest prices. There are traders who work full-time, reading genealogies, following up leads, hunting warriors down, and kidnapping them to sell for profit. They try to find young warriors like yourself who are just beginning to manifest, who don't yet realize who they are. They buy and sell people? Jack was appalled. They can't do that, he said. It's illegal. Snowbeard smiled ruefully. I wish that were true. But anyone with enough power can do whatever they want. And wizards are a powerful and arrogant lot. From a wizard perspective, the other guilds are a servant class with specific talents. Those who believe that look on them as property, and therefore a tradable commodity. About how many warriors are left? Nick looked him in the eyes. Well, at the moment, there's you that I know of, he said gently. There may be others that I don't know about. Jack opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He was suddenly aware of sweat trickling down between his shoulder blades, despite a pleasant breeze through the window. Now things were coming clear to him. Why his aunt was convinced wizards would eventually come after him. Why Leander Hastings would come all the way to Trinity to train him. Why Nick Snowbeard was living over his garage. Why Dr. Longbranch would... A shudder passed through him. Aunt Linda said Dr. Longbranch implanted the warrior stone in me because she wanted to see what would happen. Jack leaned forward, his hands gripping the arms of the chair. She was trying to create a warrior, wasn't she? I suspect she was, Nick said quietly. So I'm some kind of freak. The Frankenstein of the wizard world. Why didn't Aunt Linda tell me? Jack demanded. The old wizard stroked his beard. Linda feels responsible for you. She is the one who got Dr. Longbranch involved in the first place. She did it to save your life. But your situation has been very difficult for her. Difficult for her? Jack was on his feet again. Difficult for her? Is that why you're all hanging around, you and Mercedes and Iris and all the rest? Because I'm so damn valuable? Are you all hoping to cash in? Nick sat, his gaze steady and kind, until Jack finally dropped back into his seat, flushed and embarrassed. Although we are not warriors, we are all people who disapprove of this system. Rather like conductors on the Underground Railroad. We are here because you're in danger. That's why we started the training. It was the best plan we could come up with. Believe me, it's a tremendous advantage that you can do some wizardry. It can't hurt to have a few surprises up your sleeve. If you are to survive, you must have weapons at your disposal, beyond those that Hastings will provide. Jack covered his face with his hands. When he closed his eyes, he saw an image of himself in shackles, being auctioned off at a slave market. An image of himself as a gladiator before a bloodthirsty crowd. What do you know about Leander Hastings? He asked abruptly. If Snowbeard was surprised by the question, he didn't show it. Hastings is what we call a master, meaning he has expertise in a number of the magical arts. They are the best teachers because they can develop a student in a number of areas. Of course, most masters have their specialties. Hastings specializes in warfare, but he is first and foremost a wizard. An unusual combination of talents, perfectly suited to your situation, he added. How do we know we can trust him? Leander Hastings is the best. He has an international reputation, though he has made a lot of enemies along the way. The old man cleared his throat. I don't think it was easy for her to make the choice. You see, your Aunt Linda and Leander Hastings were, involved. Years ago. Jack was stunned. He tried to picture the two of them together, his tiny, shimmering aunt with the tall, dark, and dangerous Leander Hastings. They're not still... Jack didn't complete the sentence, but didn't have to. No, the old man replied quickly. They haven't seen each other in years. Oh. Jack's anger was dissipating, and he was left with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. I asked Mr. Hastings why he was doing this, and he said something about not being able to say no. I'm not sure he wants to be here. Hastings wouldn't be here if he didn't want to be, Nick said bluntly. Jack, don't try to understand the whole of it. It's too hard to deal with. Narrow your focus. Your job is to learn to use all the tools at your disposal. For instance... Once again the wizard pushed himself stiffly to his feet and shuffled into the next room. He returned a few minutes later with a package wrapped in soft leather. He handed it to Jack. Jack unwrapped it. It was a mirror, framed in silver, decorated with dragons and wizards. It was familiar. Blaise Highborn had given it to him as a baby present. It had been stowed away in the trunk under his bed for years. Jack turned it over in his hands. "Where did you get this?" "This may help you, now that you've been off the Weirsbane for a while. Blaise is a soothsayer. This is a mirror that shows the truth, in the past, the present, and sometimes the future. And sometimes the future." "There's enough scary stuff in the present," Jack said. "I don't want to know about the future." He didn't look at the mirror. "Take a look," Nick suggested. "Just keep in mind that the meaning of the image is not always clear. That's the curse of prophecy." Cautiously, Jack drew the mirror toward him, tilting it so he could look into the glass. The image cleared, revealing two figures standing on a high bluff overlooking a river. Jack rubbed his eyes in astonishment, then turned his gaze back to the mirror. He saw a young woman in a long dress, her red gold hair flying free, and a tall, spare man facing her, his back to Jack. They were arguing furiously. The woman turned and tried to leap from the cliff, but the man pulled her back and forced her to the ground, pinning her. Jack wanted to look away, but was riveted. The image changed, focused over the man's shoulder on the woman's face. Her frightened blue eyes, her flaming hair spread across the rock. "No," Jack whispered, but still he could not look away. The man in the mirror leaned forward and gripped the woman's shoulders. "Listen to me now. You're going to tell me where you've hidden the boy, and we're going to go and get him, and then I'm going to take you away from here." The voice was eerily familiar, but all Jack could see was the back of the man's head. Suddenly, the woman had a knife in her hands, as if plucked from the air. Turning the blade, she stabbed herself with it. The man gathered her into his arms, cradling her, rocking back and forth. "Ah!" Jack flung the mirror against the wall. It did not break, but slid down behind the bookcase. "What did you see?" "I saw some guy attack my mother, demanding to know where I was. Then she killed herself." "Are you sure it was your mother?" "Don't you think I'd know?" Jack shuddered. He retrieved the mirror from behind the bookcase and set it face down on the table. "It's not even safe to look in the mirror anymore." "How was she dressed?" Jack considered. Well, in some kind of period costume." "So, perhaps an ancestor then, who only resembles your mother. The mirror will try to tell you the things you need to know, but you have to interpret what you see." "Look, I don't need to see that, okay?" "All right, Jack. We'll let it be for now." Jack tried to follow Snowbeard's advice in the days that followed, the part about focusing on the job he had to do. He didn't see that he had much choice but to press on. The worst part was the dreams. Jack began to put off going to bed until he was absolutely exhausted. Every night, he struggled through battles with traders and monsters, friends and family who turned on him and sold him to the highest bidder. His friends, his teachers, relatives, neighbors, all circulated through his nightmares, playing different roles. During the day he felt jumpy and irritable, always watching his back. His relationship with his neighbors had changed. He had begun to realize that all of Jefferson Street had a stake in him. When Mercedes waved at him from her front garden, he thought of the soft spun vest next to his skin. When Iris brought snow peas to Becca, she smiled at him encouragingly, asking how he was doing if he needed anything. Blaze had made him a pair of gauntlets trimmed in silver, engraved with the words, "Strength through virtue." He felt alternately safe and smothered in the fortress of Jefferson Street. Something peculiar was happening to Jack's body. His shirts became tight across the chest and arms, and his jeans snug in the thighs. He told his mother he had begun a weightlifting program at school. She took him out to buy new clothes twice in as many months. Sometimes he would stare at himself in the mirror after his shower, transfixed. Jack had always been lean and physically fit, but now he was confronted with a muscular stranger. He took to wearing flannel shirts and baggy jeans to hide the metamorphosis, which worked as long as the weather was cool. It didn't help when he was out on the soccer field or in the locker room. It would have been funny if Jack weren't so apprehensive. Here he was trying to hide what most boys his age would be happy to show off. "I look like a poster boy for steroids," he thought. He considered all the potions he was taking and wondered if he could pass a urine test. Soccer, at least, was definitely going better, now that he didn't have to worry about blowing anyone off the field. Not that it wasn't tempting sometimes. Garrett Lobeck seemed to be regaining his old arrogance where Jack was concerned. He still blamed Jack for his failure to make varsity, and Leisha's continuing interest in Jack didn't help. Wary of losing control, Jack did his best to avoid a confrontation. Naturally, Lobeck saw this as a sign of weakness. Jack was playing better than he ever had. He was stronger and more aggressive and quicker on his feet, more willing to take risks. It seemed the qualities that went into warrioring were just as useful in playing less deadly games. Jack's success didn't improve Lobeck's mood any. Ironically, Jack's star seemed to be tracking upward on the Trinity High School social chart. These days, his locker was decorated before every game, and Jack had his own private cheering section. Girls Jack had known all his life found him suddenly and totally fascinating. He was seeing a lot of Ellen, but always in a crowd. On the days he didn't meet with Hastings, he often stopped in at Corcoran's after practice. Ellen had become a regular there since she and Will had begun drilling the JV team. Will and Ellen were good foils for each other. Will was endlessly patient with the least competent players, while Ellen played an aggressive, European-style, in-your-face game. Under their tutelage, team play improved dramatically. Even some of the varsity players had begun participating. Will, Fitch, and Ellen had joined the Chaucerian Society, a medieval culture club Hastings had founded. They were planning a medieval banquet in an old theater downtown before school ended. Jack didn't participate. He was spending enough time with Leander Hastings as it was. Jack was feeling more and more isolated by the burdens he carried and the secrets he kept, by mental and physical exhaustion and the unrelenting fear of exposure. One afternoon, Jack and Will and Fitch lingered at Corcoran's after a win over McKinley. Ellen had been absent from school again, and Jack found himself worrying about her health. She seemed fine the day before. Leisha had just left, having distributed invitations to her birthday party. "Leisha still lusts after you, Jack," Fitch commented. "The princess wants whatever she can't have." "Well, she'll have to get in line if she wants to make time with our Jack," Will drawled. "I can't count the girls who have come to me asking who he likes, and I just don't know what to tell them." He was sprawled back in his chair, long legs extended out in front of him. "You know Ellen's crazy about you." Jack sat up straighter. "What do you mean? Did she say something? She hasn't said anything to me. Seems like I never even get to talk to her." Will rolled his eyes. "She just can't deal with the competition." "But seriously, Jack, we're just wondering what's going on." He leaned forward. "There's something really different about you. Physically, you look great. You've put on a lot of muscle and you're playing great. Better than I can ever remember." Jack flinched and glanced around the restaurant. It was getting late and the place was nearly empty. No one was sitting in a position to overhear. "But it's like you're on another planet," Will continued. "You don't even hear us half the time, and you're constantly studying or working out." Fitch had his pencil out and was sketching on a napkin. "You're never online at night anymore. One minute you're wired and the next you're falling asleep in class. I'd say you were in love, but girls throw themselves at you and you hardly notice. I wish you'd send some my way," he added. Apparently he and Allison were on the outs again, and Jack hadn't known. "We're wondering if this has anything to do with the graveyard thing," Will said quietly. Jack slumped down in his seat, resting his elbows on the table in front of him. He'd underestimated his two friends and their ability to strike so near the truth. "Don't trust anybody," Aunt Linda had said. But she was the one who had involved Will and Fitch in the first place. As it turned out, he didn't have to say much. Fitch nodded at Jack's lack of response, as if he'd confirmed it. He leaned back in his chair. "Has your aunt been back?" Jack shook his head, not speaking. "And you're not sleeping very well, I bet," Will said. "I guess this isn't something you can talk to your mother about," Fitch said slowly. Jack looked up sharply. Fitch's face was expressionless. Jack's friends were already in danger because of the episode at the graveyard and their relationship with him. And they had inherited no special gift. They had no magical weapons at their disposal. The less they knew, the better, for his sake as well as theirs. "Look," he said wearily, "I appreciate your concern. I really do. But it's a problem I'm going to have to work out on my own. I can't understand why we can't help you out with this," Will said stubbornly. He was always confident that his size and goodwill and skills of diplomacy could solve any problem. Fitch pulled out a handful of dollars and scooped up his check. "We're not matchmakers, and I have my own love life to worry about. But seems to me you're not particularly happy. Why don't you try to have a little fun for a change?" He pushed his chair back. "Couldn't hurt." Chapter 9. The Bout. The next night, Hastings drove Jack home from soccer practice to pick up his sword. He had the feeling that all of Jefferson Street was watching as they pulled up in the Volvo. To his surprise, Hastings turned off the ignition and followed Jack into the house. Becca looked up from her desk in the front parlor as they came in. She was barefoot, in jeans and a t-shirt, with her hair twisted into a clip on top of her head. She was working on her laptop with piles of paper all over the floor. She rose and came into the front hallway. "Hi, sweetheart. I didn't think you would be home so soon." She gave Jack a quick kiss, looking over his shoulder at his tall companion. Jack had hoped to be in and out of the house without being noticed. This is Mr. Hastings. He is the new assistant principal I was telling you about. He's the one who's been helping me out with soccer." "Well, it's so nice to finally meet you," Becca said graciously. "It has been kind of you to spend so much time working with Jack. I've been to some of the games and I can see how much progress he's made." She extended her hand. Hastings took it in both of his and held on to it a few seconds too long. "Your son has a great deal of natural talent." He took in every detail of Becca's appearance in his intense fashion, and then swept his gaze around the room. "I've enjoyed working with him," he added. Jack was anxious to get Hastings out of the house as quickly as possible. "I came back to pick up some stuff for practice," he explained, though no one seemed to be listening. He took the stairs 2 at a time. He could hear Hastings' voice behind him. "I can see that your son takes after you," he was saying. Jack removed the sword and scabbard from its box and managed to get it into the duffel bag from his closet. He added several towels from the linen closet for padding and zipped it closed. When he came downstairs, Becca was leaning against the doorframe, laughing at something Hastings had said, twisting a tendril of hair around her finger. The wizard was smiling, but Jack couldn't help but think there was something predatory in his posture. "All set," Jack said rather loudly. "How late will you be?" Becca looked from one to the other. "Is 8:30 all right?" Hastings asked. "We're getting a bit of a late start." "That's fine," Becca said. "Jack and I are flexible." And then they were finally out the door. Jack put the duffel bag in the back seat and climbed into the front. "Where are we going?" he asked as the car pulled away from the curb. Hastings didn't respond. He appeared to be lost in thought. Jack repeated his question. "I thought we'd practice outside this time." As usual, Hastings didn't provide a complete answer. Jack soon realized they were headed for Perry Park. He had been there hundreds of times through his childhood. It was the largest and least developed of Trinity's municipal parks, heavily wooded and remote, with few hiking trails. It was an inland park, and the parks along the lake shore always received the heaviest use, especially in the spring and summer. Hastings seemed to know where he was going. After traveling several miles along the road, he pulled into a parking lot at one end of the trailheads. There were no other cars in the lot. Hastings slung a small backpack over his shoulder. "Let's go. Bring the sword." They hiked for perhaps a mile and a half into the woods. Hastings maintained a rapid pace, offering little but directions. When a stream intersected the trail, Hastings walked up along the stream bed for a few hundred yards, then struck off to the right through the woods, again, until they came to a small clearing. It appeared as if the trees had been felled some years ago. Small shrubs were beginning to fill in here and there, but it was mostly tall grasses and some brambles, as Jack quickly discovered. The late-day sunlight streamed down into the meadow. This, then, was their destination. Jack set the duffel bag on the ground and unzipped it. He delivered his sword from its nest of towels, strapped the scabbard around his waist, and cinched it tight. He drew his weapon. It felt good to have it in his hand again. He turned it this way and that so it caught the light, then moved gracefully through his stances, adjusting to the larger blade. As before, it felt light in his hand, weightless. Hastings watched this for some time, occasionally making a suggestion. "We're going to have to handle your training differently, now that you're using the Shadow Slayer," he said finally. "I cannot serve as your opponent. We'll do the best we can with the tools we have." There was a brief flash of a smile. He opened his backpack and pulled out some metal stakes and a hammer. He walked the perimeter of the clearing, pounding in 9 stakes in all. Then, he stood at the center of the meadow and spoke some words in the now familiar language of wizardry. Jack tried his best to commit the words to memory. An eerie silence descended. Jack realized that he could no longer hear the sounds from the surrounding forest. The area outside the boundaries marked by the stakes became smudged and surreal. Nick had said that Hastings was a powerful wizard, but his teacher had never displayed his abilities until now. Hastings walked back to Jack. "That will keep anyone from interfering with us," he explained. "I will be sending some warriors against you. Your job is to defend yourself against them and kill them, if you can." Jack was bewildered. "Warriors? What are you talking about?" He looked wildly around the empty clearing. "Don't worry. Think of it as a kind of video game, but on a rather larger scale." The wizard stepped to the side of the clearing, leaving Jack alone in the center. Moments later, a massive man in a tunic and leggings punched through the smudged boundary at the far end of the meadow. His fair hair was plaited into braids that hung to his broad shoulders, and he sported a robust red beard. He carried a large axe in one hand and a sword in the other. He wore neither armor nor helmet. He looked a bit disoriented at first, but then his eyes lit on Jack. "What is this? They send a mere child against me? Go back to your mother, boy, until you're grown," he shouted. Jack glanced helplessly over at Hastings, who stood calmly, feet apart, arms folded at the edge of the trees. Receiving no answer from Jack, the man strode toward him, swinging his axe as he came. It seemed light in his hands like a toy. The insults grew louder and more colorful. "Go back to she that whelped you, before I send you to hell," the man shouted. "Is he real?" Jack shouted to Hastings. Hastings said nothing. The man was now close enough that Jack could see the beads that decorated the plaits in his hair, and the broad metal bands that enclosed his massive arms. His stench was overpowering, a reek of sweat and steel and raw physical power. "Is he real?" Jack shouted again desperately. There was no answer. And then the man was upon him. In a sudden panic, Jack raised his sword to block the blow, but it was too late. The man had his axe up. It was descending. Jack felt a cold pain at his shoulder, and there was a darkness before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he was flat on his face in the grass. He'd landed in a patch of brambles, and thorns pierced his palms and forearms. When he lifted his head, he saw that the man was gone. "Well now, Jack," Hastings said from the sidelines, "I'm afraid you've been beheaded. Not a good start." He sounded amused. Jack scrambled to his feet, picking briars out of his skin, his clothes. "It would have been nice to know the rules of the game before we started," he fumed. "But you know the rules of the game," Hastings replied. "We've been studying them all along. The rules of engagement. Now, you have to apply them." "He cut off my head, but I'm still alive," Jack pointed out. Hastings shrugged. "Those are the rules of this particular game, under the charm I used to call him up. We can't afford to lose you in practice. Let's try again." He nodded to the end of the clearing again. This time, a man on horseback entered the clearing, wearing chainmail and carrying a lance. "Give way," the man roared, "or die today." Somehow, Jack knew that he was not expected to give way. He searched for his sword in the tall grass and retrieved it. "Dismount," he shouted back. "As you can see, I'm on foot." He hoped the other man would see that there was no honor in trampling him. The knight clambered down from his warhorse. He wore a helm and hauberk, but his face was uncovered. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, clean-shaven and quite handsome. The man approached with his blade drawn, a mace swinging from his other hand. Jack raised his sword and flowed into a fighting stance. Shadow Slayer flamed up, eager for blood, and Jack was astounded to see that his opponent looked a little frightened. His words were bold, however. "Give way, boy. I think ye must be squire to some brave knight who comes behind you." "There's just me," Jack replied, wishing devoutly that he did have a backup. "Well then, prepare to defend yourself." The man charged forward, sword extended, but Jack was ready this time and parried the blow. There was a tremendous strength behind it, and the blow shook Jack's arm to the shoulder. He ducked, and the mace sang as it cleaved the air where his head had been. He spun flames from his own sword, and the man blocked them with his blade. Jack thrust him backward with a concussion of air. Jack felt more confident now. Although the man was definitely stronger, Jack was quick on his feet, and the routine was familiar from the bouts at the fitness center. After several minutes of well-matched swordplay, Jack put a bolt through his blade that sent the knight's sword flying and knocked him to the ground. The man sat up, looking dazed, his sword arm hanging useless. No one was more surprised than Jack, who glanced over at Hastings for further instructions. "Finish him," his teacher said. "No," said Jack, lowering his sword and backing away. It was the knight's turn to be surprised. After a few seconds, The night dissolved and was gone. His horse, too. Hastings strode onto the field, eyes glittering. "You did an excellent job in that last bout," he said. "An excellent job. Now, why couldn't you follow through?" "I don't want to kill anybody," Jack explained, shrugging his shoulders. He'd never expected to be apologizing for it. "That is your gift, warrior," Hastings snapped. "Killing people. Get used to it." "Well, maybe I don't want this gift," Jack said. "I never asked for it." He angrily stuck his blade into the ground and folded his arms. The wizard's voice softened a little. "I told you to think of it as a video game." Jack shivered, looking around the meadow, then stuck out his chin stubbornly. "This is no video game," he replied. "Well, it's nothing like a real battle," Hastings said. Jack was struck by the bitterness in his voice. Once again, Jack wished he knew something more about his teacher, where he'd come from and what drove him. There was a brief, uncomfortable pause. "Who are they?" Jack asked, meaning his opponents. "They are warriors," Hastings replied. "Champions from the past, long dead. Under the rules, they are trapped in the next world. Thus, they are available to us for training when I call them." He rubbed his jaw. "As you know, there are not many live warriors left to joust with. Perhaps the modern word is scrimmage." So that was what the passage in the rules had meant. That means you can't ever get away, Jack thought. Not even after you're dead. Who wrote these rules anyway? They are part of the Covenant, signed by representatives of the 5 guilds at the founding. Jack recalled the story in his Weirbook of the dragon and the 5 cousins. Hastings put his hand on Jack's shoulder, and Jack could feel his power, like electricity into the bone. "What will you do, Jack, when someone really tries to kill you?" he asked. "Then I suppose I will kill them back," Jack replied. "You can't kill them back," Hastings said, "because by then, you'll be dead." Jack got the point. "So I suppose I'll have to kill them first," and Hastings seemed satisfied with that answer. By the time they'd left the meadow, Jack had fought 10 opponents, and his record was 6-4. From then on, Jack and Hastings practiced at the meadow at least twice a week. Sometimes they went on a Saturday, so they could spend more time. Jack was always bruised and exhausted after these bouts, and as the weather grew warmer, he discovered that fighting was hot and thirsty work. Hastings never pressured him again to finish off someone he'd disabled, but Jack gave and received some serious blows in the heat of the fight, some of which were mortal on both sides. The cuts he survived were painful when he received them, so he assumed his opponents felt the same. Once the bout was over, however, nothing remained but the aches and pains. Part of the rules of the summoning, Hastings explained. The wizard carried a bottle of fiery liquid he gave to Jack to drink once or twice after a particularly difficult bout. It killed the pain remarkably well, though Jack suspected it didn't comply with Trinity High School's zero-tolerance drug and alcohol policy. His record was continually improving, although Hastings always seemed to have new challenges to throw at him. Sometimes he fought 2 or 3 warriors at a time. Sometimes his opponents were women. That took some getting used to, but he found those bouts were as tough as any of his other fights. Once, he fought a teenager, only a little older than he was. He was in a more modern style of dress, perhaps from the 19th century. Jack disarmed him fairly quickly. "He was pretty young," he commented to Hastings, "and poorly trained." "Yes, he was," Hastings replied. "Are warriors often as young as me?" Jack asked. "And younger," said Hastings grimly. and he would not say more about it. Jack had quit asking questions about a lot of things. He still didn't understand how learning to fight with a sword would protect him from his wizard enemies. It wasn't as if he could walk around Trinity with a sword on his hip. He felt that he was being prepared for some kind of challenge, but had no idea what. More and more it seemed like his life was under the control of others, particularly Hastings. Aunt Linda had abandoned him. He felt like a schizophrenic, with a foot in each of two worlds. The exquisite normalcy of school, and the risk and mystery of the Weir world. Dull acquiescence seemed to alternate with a bright anger that was more and more difficult to control. His love life was out of control too, and at the same time totally unsatisfactory. Although Leisha was officially going out with Lobeck, it seemed Jack was back on her A-list. She never missed an opportunity to come on to him, no matter who was around. As a result, Jack was on Lobeck's list too. A different list. Ellen seemed as stressed and preoccupied and touchy as Jack. She'd stepped up her skills clinics with the team as the season progressed, drilling them with an increasing intensity. She and Hastings functioned like competing assistant coaches. And then, several things happened in rapid succession, right at the end of the school year, that put the new cadence of his life in disarray. Chapter 10. The Street Fight. Soccer season ran into June, and the Trinity varsity team made the playoffs. Jack was a starter, playing midfielder and forward. Will played defense, and Fitch played goalie and midfield. The district championship game against Benjamin Harrison High School was scheduled the same night as Leisha's birthday party. Jack contributed the winning goal from midfield, but twisted his ankle. The final score was 3-2. The locker room emptied out quickly, since most of the team was going to Leisha's party. Jack took his time because he wasn't particularly eager to get there. By the time the trainer finished wrapping Jack's ankle and he had showered and dressed, he was alone. The party was a few blocks west at the Lakeside Club. Jack limped to the parking lot, wishing he'd thought to catch a ride, and not looking forward to the walk to Leisha's. Someone stepped out of the shadows in the entryway of the building. Jack flinched and brought up his hands, up in defense. "Jack, it's me." It was Ellen. She stood with her back to the lamppost, her face in shadow. "What are you still doing here? Everyone's gone." "I wanted to say good game, Jack. You were awesome." "Oh, well, thanks." He felt inordinately pleased. "I wasn't sure if you'd come." She rolled her eyes as if to say, "Duh." "How's your ankle?" "It'll do. Be a little stiff, I guess." He rotated his foot to demonstrate. "That's good." She straightened then, and said briskly, "Well, good night." She turned to go. "Wait," Jack called. Ellen swung back around. "When can we get together?" She glanced around, as if she thought he might be talking to someone else. "Get together?" "Yeah, you know, hang out. Now that soccer season's over, we'll both have more time." She shrugged. "What are you doing now?" I was going to Leisha's party." "Happy birthday, Leisha." She turned away again. Jack caught her arm. "Let's do something else." She stuffed her hands in her jean pockets, rocking back on her heels, looking down her long nose at him. "Are you serious? Isn't she expecting you?" "Look, give me a break, Ellen. Leisha and I are not together. She totally creeps me out." Ellen looked down at her feet and pushed a rock around with the toe of her sneaker. Then she looked up and smiled crookedly. "All right. What do you want to do?" Jack cast about for ideas. I could walk you home. She raised an eyebrow. You're injured. I'll lean on you. If Jack leaned on Ellen more than was strictly necessary, she didn't object. The air was soft and muggy as they exited into the parking lot, promising summer ahead. Ellen and Jack walked down Bank Street and headed for the square. Jack realized he didn't even know where Ellen lived. I live close to the lake, she explained when he asked, on Walnut, in one of those apartment buildings. They walked on in silence for half a block, moving slow, though Jack's ankle was loosening up. What do you want to do when you graduate? Ellen asked. If you could do anything you wanted. Me? Jack thought a moment. Well, I used to think I'd sail around the world. Are you a sailor? Jack nodded. My dad and I used to sail all the time. He lives in Boston now. He has a sailboat there, and we're talking about building another. You must be close to your dad. Not really. I haven't seen him for nearly a year. Ellen didn't question him further, which was one of the things he liked about her. Have you ever been sailing? She shook her head. I'll take you sometime this summer if you want. I mean, I guess I'm going to be in England for most of the summer, but... England? She stared at him. Are you going with Mr. Hastings? No. My mother is teaching a course there, something about British influences on Appalachian culture. What about Hastings? He's taking the Chaucerian Society on a tour. Will and Fitch are going. I thought you knew. Jack shook his head. He was really losing touch. What about you? Aren't you going? She shook her head. No, I can't go. I'm going to be away all summer, at camp. She released a long breath and looked up at him, as if debating whether to go on. I might not be back in the fall. Jack felt like his insides were collapsing. What? Why not? My dad's on temporary assignment with Ohio Power. Ohio Power had a plant just outside Trinity. The time is about up, so we'll most likely be going. He stopped walking and turned to her. Ellen, I'm sorry. That sucks. I wanted to tell you before. I've known for a while. She shrugged. We've moved around a lot. I'm used to it. Jack had always thought that living all his life in a place where everyone knew his history was a disadvantage. Now, he wasn't so sure. You'd think he could stay in one place until you graduate, at least. Yes, well, she shook her head. I wonder if we'll ever see each other again. Jack's own future looked a bit cloudy at the moment. We have till I leave for England, at least. We'll try and make the most of it. By now they had crossed the square and turned onto Lake Avenue. Do you know how to dance? She asked, as they reached the public beach parking lot. He looked up, startled by the question. She rushed ahead. I mean, I don't know how to dance, and I thought, if you knew how, maybe you could teach me, or if you don't know how, maybe we... She stopped in mid-sentence. Jack looked up to see someone in the parking lot. 3 someones. It was Garrett Lobeck and his 2 friends, Harkness and Leonard. They were leaning against a pickup truck with an open case of beer in the bed. Well, if it isn't the hero of the game, Lobeck sneered. We looked for you at the party, wanted to make a toast. He finished what appeared to be the latest of many beers, crumpled the can in his fist, and tossed it on the ground. He fished another out of the case, and Jack heard the poosh as he opened it. Leisha was looking for you too. She was really pissed. Oh, well, see you tomorrow, Jack said. He nodded to Harkness and Leonard, who were on the varsity team. Good game. He took Ellen's arm and started to make a circle around the trio, but Lobeck moved into Jack's path. "Who do you think you are? Your cheap shot kept me off the varsity team." "Go away, Lobeck," Jack said wearily. "Forget about it, will you?" "I'll forget about it when I've had a shot of my own." Lobeck lunged forward, swinging at Jack, but the combination of the beer and Jack's quick sidestep sent his fist sailing past Jack's right ear. Like a large truck, it took a while for Lobeck to get turned around again. "Stand still and fight," he bellowed. "I don't want to fight you, Garrett," Jack replied. He shot a sideways glance at Leonard and Harkness to see if they were going to join in. They were blocking his path, but just watching for now. He jerked his head at Ellen. "Ellen, go. Please." Ellen clenched her fists. "Don't be idiots. Jack's your teammate. What's the matter with you?" She looked ready to throw a punch herself. "You're not helping," Jack thought. If there was going to be a fight, he didn't particularly want Ellen there to see it. "Oh, so now his girlfriend is going to protect him?" Leonard laughed, a harsh wheezing sound. Sensing blood in the water, they were beginning to circle, like sharks in a feeding frenzy. It wasn't looking good. Lobeck charged him again. Jack managed to avoid the blow a second time, but then someone grabbed him from behind and pinned his arms. It must have been Harkness. "Hit him once and then let's go," the voice came over his shoulder, along with a noxious whiff of beer. Lobeck was on his way, a murderous look on his face, and Jack had a feeling he wouldn't miss this time. He remembered a confusion charm, something from his lessons with Nick. He spoke the words quickly under his breath, and Lobeck's mad dog expression turned to one of bewilderment. He looked from Jack to Harkness and back again. "Now, what was I doing?" he asked, completely clueless. He started stumbling aimlessly down the sidewalk. "Hey!" Harkness called after him. "Are you going to hit him or what?" Lobeck swiveled back around. "What?" His bleary eyes took in the scene. "Oh, yeah." He headed back in Jack's direction. Great. Jack wrenched free of Harkness and turned in time to see Ellen slam both feet into Harkness's right kneecap. Soccer training paid off, apparently. Harkness yelped and fell back, clutching at his leg, but by then, Lobeck was incoming. His right fist smashed into Jack's cheek and right eye with stunning force, and then his left and right again plowed into Jack's middle. Jack saw stars and felt blood flow warm and wet into his nose. It was as if the bones in his face had been driven into his eyes. He stumbled forward a step, desperately sucking in air to replace what had been driven out of him, and then rage and instinct took over. He swept his arm forward, fingers extended, and a concussion of air pounded into Lobeck's midsection, sending him flying to land, hard on the blacktop. Anger still flared in Jack, and power white and hot. He snatched up a large tree branch, holding it across his body like a quarterstaff, and advanced on Lobeck, who lay on his back, momentarily stunned. As awareness returned, disbelief crowded onto his face, and then fright. He pushed up on his elbows, scuffling with his feet, trying to scramble backward out of danger. He came up against the low stone wall that ran along the perimeter of the parking lot. Not a tall barrier, but tall enough to trap him. Jack stood over Lobeck, feet braced apart. A shimmering flame ran along his weapon as he raised it above his head, turning it vertical for the killing blow. "Jack, no!" Ellen's voice cut into his blood rage. He shook his head fiercely, focusing on the task at hand. Lobeck's eyes were wide and his mouth was moving, pleading or praying, he couldn't tell. "Jack! Oh, God, Jack!" Ellen gripped his elbow and wrenched his arm back with amazing strength. Self-awareness flooded in. Dismayed, he flung the burning branch away from him. It flew end over end in a high arc, clear across the parking lot, a flaming pinwheel that extinguished itself in the lake. He drew in a painful breath and turned back to the others. Harkness sat on the blacktop doubled over, holding his legs, swearing softly. Leonard gaped, open-mouthed at Jack and Lobeck. He showed no eagerness to mix in. Ellen stood as if rooted to the ground, hands raised, face pale and horrified. Lobeck, propped up on his elbows, looking like the end of a very bad day. For a long moment, nobody moved. Jack's eye was already swelling, so he could scarcely force it open, and blood poured from his nose and welled up inside his mouth. He wiped the back of his hand across his face, and it came away bloody. "Let's go," he muttered to Ellen, using the other hand to take her by the arm. She gasped and recoiled from his touch, and he quickly released her. I'm okay now. Promise. Let's get out of here." None of the three boys made any move to stop them. The walk to Ellen's house was miserable. His face was on fire, and every breath hurt. He'd failed at his most important task, keeping his magical powers under cover and under control. Ellen was probably scared to death, and no wonder. He had come within a heartbeat of killing a drunken Garrett Lobeck in a street fight. What was he turning into? Perhaps his use of power had already exposed him. His luck couldn't hold out forever. It was a beautiful night under a full moon. The party at Lakeside just letting out. Anyone could have been walking along the lakeshore and seen what happened. He looked about warily. Nothing moved on the quiet street but him and Ellen. Their long shadows extended out ahead of them, collected under the streetlights, and then stretched out again. There were at least 4 witnesses. The human mind had a remarkable ability to both discount what it sees and make reality conform to expectation. And Lobeck and his friends had been well wasted on beer. But this was the second time he'd lost control with Lobeck. Hard to imagine he'd get away with it again. Ellen was another story. She was perfectly sober and nobody's fool. She didn't ask him any questions. In fact, she said nothing at all on the way down Walnut Street. Just walked ahead fiercely, head down, hands in her pockets. "Ellen, listen, Shut up, Jack." So Jack occupied himself by thinking about what he was going to tell his mother. By the time they arrived on Ellen's front porch, Jack had pretty much decided against attempting a kiss goodnight, under the circumstances, with Ellen feeling the way she did, and with his face in the condition it was in. He'd been planning on it before the fight broke out. Ellen glanced uneasily over her shoulder into the dark interior of the apartment. She seemed painfully eager for him to leave. Jack figured this wasn't a good time for an introduction. "Good night, Ellen," he said, the words muffled in his damaged mouth. "I'm sorry about what happened. I had a great time up until then." To his surprise, Ellen leaned in and brushed her lips over his undamaged cheek. "Good night, Jack," she said. "I'm sorry, too." Then she disappeared into the building. When he arrived back on Jefferson Street, he had little hope his mother would have gone to bed. She'd been at the game, and he expected she would wait up for him for a little celebration and a rehash of the match. He was right. The Downey house was ablaze with lights. A big sign posted on the front door said, "Welcome home, hero." He didn't feel much like a hero just at that moment. He reached for the knob, but the door opened before he could touch it, and the person in the doorway was Linda Downey. "Jack," she said, sounding delighted, and then, "Jack," again, horrified, when she caught a clear look at his face under the porch light. Then Becca was there, and the welcome home party turned into a first aid and interrogation session. So you mean to tell me you were fighting? You know I've always told you to walk away from a fight. Becca had always had strong ties to the peace movement. Jack wondered what she would say if she could see what he had been doing in the meadow. Believe me, I tried to walk away. I don't usually pick fights with people twice my size. Oh, I don't know, Jack, Aunt Linda said. You look like you might be able to hold your own against almost anybody. She had been staring fixedly at him, and at first he assumed it was because of his swollen eye. That's not helping, Linda, Becca snapped. There were 3 of them, Jack explained to his aunt. Was it someone from Harrison? Becca asked, referring to the other soccer team. Or Harrison fans? It was Garrett Lobeck and his friends. They're on my team. Then why would they try to beat you up? Becca looked mystified. Especially after that play you made. It's hard to explain, Jack muttered. It's kind of complicated. Becca rose to her feet. Well, I'm calling Bill Lobeck right now. I'm tired of those sons of his terrorizing this town. She reached for the phone. I wouldn't do that, Mom, Jack said hastily. I mean, I'm not sure how Garrett's doing right now. Both women swiveled to look at him. I kind of knocked him down. Then we left. Who is we? Linda asked. Remember Ellen Stevenson, Mom? I was walking her home. Becca was ready to call somebody. Maybe we should call Ellen's parents just to make sure she's all right, she suggested. She must have been pretty frightened. Oh, I wouldn't say she was frightened exactly, Jack said. Except of me, he thought. He almost smiled at the memory of Ellen going after Harkness, but it made his face hurt. Listen, I don't think he'll bother me again. I'd really like to forget about the whole thing. I'm sure Garrett feels the same way. That sounds like a good idea, Aunt Linda said quickly. Besides, we're having a party. She pointed to a large platter of shrimp on the table and bottles of wine and sparkling grape juice in ice buckets. A huge cake on the sideboard was inscribed with, "We are the champions," and a soccer ball. This is awesome, Jack said, grateful for the change in subject. When did you do all this? I was hoping to get here for the game, but my plane was delayed, Linda explained. So we thought this would be a nice surprise. It's a great surprise, Jack said. How long will you be staying? I'm not sure, Aunt Linda replied. Becca was pouring wine and grape juice into wine glasses. It's good you came when you did. Much later and you might have missed us. Jack and I are leaving for England right after school is out. England? Linda recovered quickly, accepting a glass of red wine. You're going to England? Becca nodded. Remember? We talked about it at your last visit. I'd hoped you could get us a lead on a house, but I haven't been able to reach you. But Thomas has a friend who has a cottage in Oxford. She'll be in the States all summer, so we're subletting. If you'll be home, we can visit you, but you don't have to feel obligated. That sounds wonderful. Linda attempted a smile, but Jack had the sense that something was bothering her. Chapter 11. Under Siege. The next morning was a Saturday, and Jack's class had scheduled an end-of-school excursion to Cedar Point, an amusement park on the lake. When he looked in the mirror in the bathroom, the right side of his face was an angry purple, and he could still hardly open his eye. Great. I'll have to answer 1,000 questions about this today. He wished he could just stay home, but Will was supposed to pick him up in half an hour, and after their talk at Corcoran's, Jack was reluctant to cancel. Aunt Linda was on the sun porch, drinking a cup of tea. Sorry I have to go out today, Jack apologized. I wouldn't have planned it if I'd known you were coming. We can talk tonight, Jack. Have fun today. She looked subdued, almost as if she had been crying. "Did I tell you that you look different?" He nodded. "I probably noticed it more than most people, because I've been away. You must be working out a lot." 3 or 4 times a week. "With Leander Hastings?" "Yeah." He cleared his throat. "Where have you been all this time? I didn't know what to think. I was afraid Wiley had caught up with you or something." "I'm sorry. I laid a rather long, false trail for him to follow, and then I had some business to take care of, back home." "You sound like you do this kind of thing all the time." Jack couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. "I have had considerable practice hiding from wizards, if that's what you mean." She started to say something else, but then there was a loud banging at the kitchen door. "Come in," Jack called. "We're on the porch." "Jack, where were you last night? Will stopped in his tracks when he saw Linda. "Oh, hi, Miss Downey," he said. Then he caught a full view of Jack's face. "Jeez, what happened to you?" "I ran into Lobeck and friends after the game last night." That was going to be the short story, and Jack planned to stick with it. "What? You win the game for us and he clobbers you?" "Just forget it. I think he'd had a few too many beers. Like a dozen. Which reminded him that he didn't make varsity." "Is that why you didn't come to Leisha's party? She thought you were coming. Me and Fitch were looking for you." Jack shook his head. "No, actually, I was with Ellen. We, decided to ditch the party," he said. "Oh. All right, then." Will nodded. From his expression, he approved Jack's choice. "You didn't miss much. There were a lot of people drinking, a lot of people pretty messed up." Will raked his hand over his dark stubble of hair. "Maybe it's time someone taught Lobeck a lesson. Maybe I'll volunteer." Jack blinked at him. Will's dark eyes were fierce and intent. Will had a certain trajectory about him. Like a great sailing ship. He was slow to turn, but once he got underway, look out. "It's okay, Will, really. I'm guessing he won't bother me again." Jack slung a small day pack over his shoulder. "I'm ready." Will studied him a moment, shaking his head. "If you say so." Fitch was waiting in the car, and Jack had to go through his story again. It was going to be a long day. Ellen had promised to meet them around noon at one of the roller coasters. It was a beautiful day, hot and sunny, and Jack expected that practically the entire sophomore and junior class and most of the teachers would be there. Once they arrived at the park, Jack began to feel more cheerful. After some initial comments, no one asked too many questions about his face or the fight with Lobeck. The playoff victory made Jack something of a celebrity. He kept his eye out for Leisha, but didn't see her. They rode on several of the bigger coasters right away, assuming the park would be more crowded later on. Jack had always loved roller coasters, and he was beginning to realize that virtual danger had a lot more appeal than the real thing. By the time they sat in on a couple of the corny midway shows, it was almost noon, and time to meet Ellen. She was waiting by the Blue Streak, wearing a white t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. When Will and Fitch tried to quiz her about the fight, she totally blew them off. Jack tried to catch her eye, to thank her, but she wouldn't look at him. They rode the Blue Streak and tried some of the arcade games, and then it was time for lunch. They bought cherry slushies for dessert. It was getting hot, and the water rides beckoned. "Let's go on Thunder Canyon," Will suggested. "It's time to get wet." He peeled off his t-shirt. "I'm not done with my slushie." Jack lifted the paper cup. "Let's leave them here," Ellen suggested, pointing to a broad railing by the lagoon. "The line isn't very long right now." They all got soaked on Thunder Canyon. Since the line still wasn't very long, they rode twice more. They emerged, shaking like dogs, flinging water everywhere. "You're not nearly wet enough, Jack." Ellen grabbed his drink and threatened to empty it over his head. He threw up a hand, smacking her arm, and most of the contents cascaded into the fish pond below. "Now look what you did," Jack said, glad Ellen had regained her sense of humor. It was practically the first time she'd spoken to him all day. He'd turned to see if the carp in the lagoon would go after the ice. Will was leaning over the railing too, laughing. But then, he looked puzzled. Jack followed his gaze. Dead fish were surfacing in a growing circle around the melting slush, their pale bellies shining against the murky amusement park water. Hundreds of them. For a moment, Jack froze, processing what he was seeing. Then his gaze met Will's, and the spell was broken. In one quick motion, Jack grabbed the cup with what was left of his drink and dropped it into the plastic bag he'd brought along for his wet clothes. He stuffed the bag into his day pack. Then he swept his arm across the railing, knocking the rest of the slushies into the lagoon. Ellen and Fitch wailed in protest when they saw their drinks fly from the rail. "Sorry," Jack said. "My fault. I'll buy another round. Let's get lemonade this time." And he firmly ushered the still protesting Fitch and Ellen away from the water. Will followed behind, shaking his head and frowning. "This is interesting," Nick Snowbeard said, looking up from his microscope. He had set up a virtual chemical lab in his tiny kitchen. Jack and Aunt Linda were sitting at the kitchen table. Jack had put up a magical barrier so no one else would wander in. Nick was allowing his pupil to show off some of his accomplishments. "It's an ancient Anglo-Saxon nerve poison. Fat-soluble, very quick and effective, hard to trace. It takes very little." He stroked his beard. "I don't expect there's a carp left alive at Cedar Point." "Who would have this kind of poison?" Jack asked. "Where would they get it?" "It's plant-derived. It wouldn't be hard to make if you had the right ingredients. It's just not very well known. It must be someone in the family." "If by family you mean the Roses, then I think you're right on," Jack exploded. "Who else would want to kill me?" He slumped in his chair. "Who was at the park today?" Linda asked. "Everybody I know," Jack said, "and a lot of people I don't. Leisha Middleton probably wanted to poison him just about now." His aunt sighed, pulling her knees up under her chin. "Obviously your secret is out to someone." Nick was thoughtful. "Poison can so easily go astray, as it did in this case. It's a rather inefficient way to kill someone." Jack slammed his hand against the table. "They may have poisoned the entire Western Basin, but I don't think they'll lose any sleep over it. Don't you get it? They know who I am. They know where I live. What's to stop them from coming after me, or Shadow Slayer?" He straightened in his chair. "One of the 7 great blades, and it's hidden under my bed with my box of baseball cards. How long will it take to figure that one out?" He had a sudden urge to go back to the house to make sure it was still there. "I've set wards around the house," Nick said gently. "It won't be easy to come after you here, and I'd be very surprised if they killed you outright." "I feel so much better," Jack muttered. "This might be some kind of warning, or an attempt to panic you into running." "Well, it's working." Linda looked up. "Nicodemus, how is he doing with wizardry?" "Jack has a surprising aptitude for wizardry, despite his warrior stone." "Are we talking about parlor tricks and whimsy, or something he can really use?" "He is much further along than that," Nick assured her. "He's done very well. He is not what I would call a powerful wizard, but he's more powerful than some who carry the stone. I've never seen anyone outside of the Wizard Guild who can do what he does." "Tell me about your training, Jack," Aunt Linda said abruptly. Jack briefly reviewed the program, starting with the sessions at the fitness center and progressing to the bouts at the meadow. She frowned. "That's pretty much classical training," she said. "Didn't he cover anything else?" Jack thought about it. "We spent some time working with a sling. There was some weaponless stuff like wrestling and Tai Chi. I've been weight training on my own, but we've spent most of our time with the foils and with Shadow Slayer at the meadow." Linda hesitated before she asked the next question. "How is Leander Hastings as a teacher?" "He knows what he's doing. He's been willing to spend a lot of time with me, but he can be pretty demanding." Jack thought for a moment. "He has to be in total control. He answers only the questions he chooses to answer." Linda nodded, as if not surprised. "That sounds like Leander." Jack couldn't help but think that it sounded like Linda as well. He was getting irritated at the interrogation. He had questions of his own he wanted to ask. Linda rose and began pacing back and forth in the small space between the table and the counter. "I don't think this trip to England is such a good idea," she said, not looking at Jack. "What are you talking about?" Jack asked, surprised. Linda spoke fast and persuasively. "If you go, Dr. Longbranch is going to want to see you, and I don't think that's such a good idea. As you are now." Jack stood, feet slightly apart, arms folded. "Aunt Linda, I think it's time you were straight with me. People are trying to kill me. I think I deserve to know who and why." "All right," Linda said, resting her hands on the back of her chair. "Do you remember I told you that the Weir has a history of fighting, mainly with each other?" Jack nodded and sat down, suspecting that this was going to be a long and unpleasant story. "There are actually two main branches of the family that have been battling for hundreds of years. It started with a pair of brothers. Do you remember the War of the Roses? A civil war between two factions of British royalty, Lancaster and York, wasn't it?" Jack struggled to remember his British history. "Didn't that end with the Battle of Bosworth Field?" He and Nick had spent quite a bit of time on that. Understandably, the old wizard was an expert. "Not for us. One branch of our family carried the red rose, and the other the white. For years after Bosworth, the fighting continued, with neither side really gaining the upper hand," Linda said. "By the 16th century, even the most bloodthirsty wizards of both houses realized things couldn't continue as they were. It was about that time that several hundred Weir immigrated to America to escape the ongoing warfare and the domination by wizards. They included representatives of all the guilds. We descend from that group of Democrats called the Bear Clan. For those who stayed, a new system was developed, a system of tournaments." Jack looked her in the eyes. "Nick told me about the game." Linda flinched, and her cheeks colored slightly. "The game," she repeated. "So wizards were no longer involved in the actual fighting. The emphasis changed to recruiting warriors, training them, breeding them for certain powers and characteristics that would prove advantageous." She looked at Jack, then looked away. "Only, those efforts backfired. There was so much emphasis on the gift of power that they neglected the flesh and blood that carried it. Because of inbreeding, the line grew sickly, began to die out. That and the fact that warriors were dying in droves in the tournaments. Even the successful ones often didn't live long enough to have children. So why didn't they just stop the fighting?" "Lots of reasons. Tradition, revenge, control of a treasury of magical artifacts, the last of their kind." "That's right," she said, noting Jack's reaction. "The winner of the tournaments takes control of the Wizard Council, which governs the guilds. Those who have come to power through the system are unlikely to change it. Our family is an aristocracy. privileged and idle, with little to do but spin intrigue. So, back in the 1700s, when they were running out of warriors in the Old World, someone in the European guilds must have remembered those who had left for